If you guys are just tuning in now and it's not live, I would definitely recommend skipping forward about 5 minutes. I'm just going to wait about 5 minutes, let some folks come in, as I usually do. And then we'll go ahead and get to our promised programming here. Okay, just setting up my stuff. I'll go ahead and play the... Hey, Karen, welcome in, man. Shout out to you, bro. Thanks for being here so soon. I think what I'll go ahead and do is play our theme song here while people come in. This is going to be the jazz version of Shah's Bold Endeavor, so courteously given to us by some of the members of the channel. So we'll let this play, and hopefully some folks will...
Shah had a plan, oh grand and true, to bring back a custom just for you, a dowry's charm to rekindle the fire.
Yo, Eric, great to see you here, man. I think it's my first time seeing you. Shout out to you, bro. Sounds like you might have found me from Paul Elam, so I definitely appreciate you coming here and supporting the channel, man. I'm glad you enjoyed the podcast. Today we're going to be talking about is marriage worth it with Coach Greg Adams, and he ends up debating this guy. And we got a crazy story, guys. We got a crazy story that's been going all over Twitter. And basically, this woman is a conservative influencer, and she kind of plays the trad wife role. And she just came out yesterday and says she's pregnant with Elon's 13th kid, and so she's having a kid out of wedlock, and it's kind of made the craziest thing, man. So we'll get there. I'm just gonna let some folks come in, and then we'll have some fun. That's the wrong one. Man, big thanks to Mr. Pitt and Dan the Man for creating this song for me. It's all about the dowry. They got me a smooth jazz version, which I really like. Yes, sir, you're on your way to big things. Thank you, man. I appreciate that, bro. Well, just to let you know that the Saturday streams are a lot more laid back. So, you know, it probably won't be, I mean, sometimes it's serious, but it probably won't be as serious as the discussion I had with Paul. But we like to come in here and have a good time. You know, there's no pressure. It's very laid back, and we talk about some fun things. Klaus in the house, man. We got our legend from Germany with us today. Peter Wright. Great to see you, Peter Wright. She had the baby a few months ago, if I understand right. Man, all I've been doing this entire time today, I've tried not to be obsessed with this story, but I just am very I have all these tabs. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. I got 20 tabs right now of people commenting on this story because it's just so crazy. The whole thing is just wild, and it's not really a big deal that Elon Musk had another kid. You know, he's got like a bunch of kids. They all got these funny names, you know. But the part that's crazy about it is that this woman is like a sort of trad influencer, basically, and she runs the whole sort of conservative grift. And you know, she's had comments like this, right? So like she's come in and written things like, this is back in 2019. The only people who can destroy this toxic wave of feminism is women. Bring back family values. Make monogamy great again. And then she willingly chooses to have Elon Musk's 14 babies. She knows that, you know, he's got a bunch of baby mamas and that he's not going to marry her. Make monogamy great again. It's okay to want to be a stay-at-home mother or wife. Stop thinking you need to do the same things as men to be good enough. Femininity is beautiful. And then it's like, then all of a sudden it's like 5 months ago, I welcomed a new baby into the world. Elon Musk is the father. I have not previously disclosed this to protect our child's privacy and safety. But in recent days, it has become clear that tabloid media intends to do so, regardless of the harm it will cause. Which is crazy because this created a firestorm. So if she thought that the media was going to be really bad, then it's like I don't understand, because what she did has brought the craziest attention on her. Way more harm, I think, than the regular tabloid media ever. There's nothing the tabloid media can do. I mean, Twitter's all over. I intend to allow our child to grow in a normal and safe environment. For that reason, I ask that the media honor our child's privacy and refrain from invasive reporting. So it's weird because it's like she puts this out on Valentine's Day of all days, which is like weird. She's someone who's talking about monogamy and all these kinds of things, then willingly has a kid out of wedlock. And then it's like the whole thing is made even weirder because like Elon Musk, I think, has only had like one kid conceived naturally, but most of the other kids are conceived via IVF. So we don't know if this kid was conceived via IVF or if it was like they were seeing each other and it was an accident. Because a lot of conservatives have come out and they're like, we should be celebrating that she didn't get an abortion. And I'm just like, well, if this was a baby conceived via IVF, then what the hell does that even mean? Because it's not like, you know, she thought her birth control was working. It's like, no, she willingly got IVF to bring this baby in the world out of wedlock in a clearly probably not monogamous deal here. And then you got a bunch of other conservative influencers like Lila Rose and all the Matt Gaetz, all these people coming in and congratulating her, and you know, she's the victim somehow. It's just like a very weird story, and I can't stop following it. It's everywhere. Vivian, hey Vivian, shout out to you. I watched and subscribed to your YouTube channel. I saw your Twitter post there, and you make good videos. I like your stuff. So if you guys are interested, just type in Vivian's name on YouTube and you can find her channel. She is out of control. I mean, it's a wild situation. I don't know. I was gonna like, I was just looking at it and I was like, should I make a standalone video? Then I'm like, man, I can't help but talk about this right now because it's everywhere. Karen says, I'm going to drop some really good quotes today in the chat, not related to relationships or women, but life in general. I hope you don't mind. Yeah, it's no worries, man. I mean, I appreciate that. Good quote or two never hurt anybody. Maybe it'll help us. Maybe it'll be really interesting. So thank you for that, man. Thanks for being here. Hey, Ahmed, shout out to you, man. Vivian, you should join us in the Discord. Oh yeah, that reminds me. I put a bunch of links in the chat. Actually, shout out to Mr. Pitt. Mr. Pitt messaged me on Discord, and he kind of created this like really helpful description, which I remembered to put in the chat. I even put a phone alarm. I was like, man, I better not let Mr. Pitt down. He went through all this trouble. And so it's got the Discord invite right there in the description, so we don't got to go through the whole rigmarole of trying to get it in chat. And yeah, so if you're interested in Discord, you can hit that up. And you know, I got like my Twitter and stuff. Yeah, and that's so just so you guys know. What's up, Shah? What's up, everyone? Man, great to see you. We've been having fun talking in the Discord throughout the week. Marcus Gray, shout out to you, man. Conservatives love single moms and corn stars. Yeah, they absolutely do. Oh yeah, that reminds me. So apparently this woman used to be like something in that field, I guess. So I don't know. God, I got so many tweets up. It's just not even funny at this point. But apparently she kind of went the Nala pipeline, if you know what I mean. And then she became like this conservative influencer. So it's really weird. I mean, this guy, so she used to have I don't know if you guys remember Milo Yiannopoulos. I can't remember his last name, but he was big in like 2017-ish. And then he got banned and now he's back on Twitter. And he like seems to know her, have a relationship with her. And he's been dropping a bunch of just stuff, you know? And this right here, apparently, so her username used to be this, which is like the furthest thing from trad. And she has like a huge background of just things. And she, you know, she was a party animal and all this kind of stuff. So it was one of those things. It's like a Nala situation. I don't want to get too crazy into that, but it's just very clearly like the pipeline, if you know what I mean. Shout out to you, Marcus. Peter says all the simps saying Elon wants lots of babies and doesn't care about the money. He must be paying her millions. I wonder, is there was a way he could have hundreds of kids overseas for the same price? That's a good question. You know, honestly, a lot of that when it comes to like child support and stuff, it really depends on which county is going to have jurisdiction. Because I can't remember, but I think he lives in Texas. And Texas technically has a cap, I believe, on the highest amount of income you can use for child support calculations. Past that, I think it maybe is up to the judge. But that works in Elon's favor. And I think Ashley's in New York. So when it comes to child support, the details that we don't have is where was this kid conceived and born at. If we knew that, then we can say which courts would probably have jurisdiction to weigh in on this. There was something I saw that was a little weird. And it kind of makes me think there might be a greater legal battle in the background. So this is from Pearl. She says Elon is getting red pilled in real time. And basically Elon today, he left a comment, whoa. And so what's crazy is Milo has like this screenshot or something from May of 2020. And he says Ashley St. Clair, that's, you know, who just had this baby, allegedly. Well, Elon's not denying it. So it appears to have happened. But basically in May of 2020, she was already kind of like scoping this out. So he says, Ashley St. Clair plotted for half a decade to ensnare Elon Musk. And he posts this. It's a reply. It says, I need it to get Elon Musk's attention for a marriage proposal. Please, Greg. And then this person says, he's got a kid with a woman already. Seems unlikely to work out. And then Ashley St. Clair so this is 5 years ago, you know, just under, says, well, he actually has 7 kids and goes through women pretty fast. So this is your trad influencer, MAGA conservative Twitter person. Oops, that's covering that. This is her herself saying that she knows he goes through women pretty fast and that he already has 7 kids. And then like somehow we end up with this on Valentine's Day. She gave birth to the kid like 5 months ago. And it's all just really strange. But here's the craziest part about it. So Elon Musk sees this and then he's like, whoa, she had like, he's realizing in real time that she had designs on him for a while. Okay. I don't know. I mean, he doesn't give us more than this, but something seemed to have clicked for him to write that. And then, oh, she deleted it. Oh my God, she deleted it. But I have screenshots of this because that's all I've been doing all day. I've just been looking at this and I have screenshots. But essentially what happened is she replied to that. She replied to it and it looks like she deleted it, which is crazy. Oh, here it is right here. Some kind soul already screenshotted it for us. Look at this. So here's where it says, whoa. And then she replied to it right after and said, Elon, we have been trying to communicate for the past several days and you have not responded. Who the hell is we? Is it her PR person? Is it her attorney? Is it her and her sister who came in from out of town to be with her in this time? I don't know who we is, but it's not I have been trying to communicate with you. It's we have been trying to communicate with you. You have not responded. When are you going to reply to us instead of publicly responding to smears from an individual who just posted photos of me in underwear at 15 years old? That's a whole nother story. The reason that is interesting to me, that she's saying she's trying to get a hold of him but can't, makes me think there might be some type of attorney stuff involved. You got a kid that's 5 months old. We don't know if this kid was naturally conceived or conceived through IVF. We do know that most of Elon's kids were conceived through IVF. But one of them, I think with Grimes, was natural. Now, if she's trying to get a hold of him and it's 5 months in, she might be trying to get a child support order started, is what I'm saying here. And then this is where the states become important. If Texas handles this, this will go one way. If New York handles it, this will go one way. But even if it is Texas, she can make the argument that Elon neglected to take care of her and forced her to have to go back to New York where her family's home is or something. And she couldn't, you know, she couldn't stay in Texas because he wouldn't let her, and it's all because of him that she was there. If that happens and she can prove that Elon basically gave her the cold shoulder and she had no choice but to go back to New York, New York can't assume jurisdiction for the case. So if he's not responding to her, maybe there's lawyers involved. Maybe there's some bigger thing going on here. I don't know what the hell this is going to look like. I don't know if Elon actually cares. I mean, he is the richest guy in the world. He'll just probably poop out some money, and then that'll be that. But it's just like a very surreal story. Let me just get back to chat real quick. Like the video. Thank you, Mr. Pitt. Shout out to you, man. Please hit the like button if you guys are out there. Thanks. Oh, no worries. Yeah, please check out Vivian's YouTube channel. Peter Wright, he could see his sperm to sperm bank 1,000. Yeah, he can sell his sperm to sperm bank for 1,000 per tadpole. I'm sure he could. I'm sure he could. The thing about the sperm bank, though, to be honest, Peter, is the fact that if a woman gets that makes him a sperm donor. And if a woman goes through the legal process of getting the sperm that way, then that child has no right to she has no claim for child support on him because it's a legal sperm donation, basically. So he's not involved in it. That would actually be the way for him to have kids without doing that. The question is will those women want to do that? Because then they can't get any monetary gain from that. It would have to be like, oh, well, maybe it's all intelligence and genetics, and maybe that's why, but I don't know how successful that would be for Elon because they wouldn't have a claim to the money, basically. Trevor, hey, man, shout out to you, Trevor. Good to see you, bro. The things people are willing to do for money, morals, and values be damned. Yeah, this wouldn't matter if it was just anybody. You know what I mean? It's just interesting because it's someone who has written stuff about, making monogamy great again and problems with feminism and all these kinds of things. And then if you go to her original post, there's a lot of Candace Owens is in there and people are just like, oh my God, we hope everything's okay and everything turns out okay. And congratulations. And we're going to celebrate you. And then there's other people who are just like, what's conservative about this? Like, this woman willingly had a kid out of wedlock, ostensibly because this guy is high status and rich or whatever. And she claimed to be conservative and not a single person's calling her out for that. You know what I mean? Like, as far as mainstream conservative influencers go. Did USAID pay Ashley to do this? Well, that's, as far as like a conspiracy thing goes, I mean, God, there's so much. I should be wearing my tinfoil hat for all of this. I mean, I don't even know. Genetic tests probably need to happen here. But we know that if they have a relationship, it could be that Elon's boosting her Twitter account in the background. Like, who knows what's going on, She's definitely trying to get money. She knows the deal. Yeah, exactly. And to me, like, if this is an IVF deal, because a lot of the people like Lila Rose and stuff, when they first came out, they're trying to make it seem like we should celebrate her for not getting the abortion. But if it's her willingly doing an IVF process and whatever special thing Elon wants to do, and for them to do whatever gene therapy selecting Gattaca style, DNA fashion stuff, designer baby, then it's not like it was an accident. It's not like the birth control failed or they were fooling around and oh my God, and the lizard brains took over and all this kind of stuff. It's like, oh no, yeah, I'd love to do this. IVF sounds great. This isn't a mistake. We've both planned to do this and it's out of wedlock, and all these kinds of things. Now, I'm not going to sit here and judge anybody for that. The issue is that this person is judging others for that and then doing the exact same thing. So it has been crazy. It has been crazy. So let me see if I can find another one. Here's another one. I mean, Pearl's been doing her due diligence on this. She was tweeting this while she was watching Elon's kid. So this is November of 2024. I think this child was born probably like June or July or something. And let me just make sure this is okay. Yeah, I just got to make sure. So she says, regardless of your stance on abortion, it is a net positive that women stay away from men who want to use them for sex and have zero interest in becoming fathers. You know, and then she goes and has the child out of wedlock. So it's just like a strange thing, you know. Let me go to the original post and see. So here's the original post, and then here you can see Pearl's in there. She's got 7,000 likes. Congrats on single motherhood. Mike says the whole world is so lucky you've brought life into the world, and the whole world has got you and your family's back. So much love for you, Benz. This baby is lucky to have you as their mother. Congratulations. I'm so sorry, Ashley. Terrible that anyone would do this to a child. So I don't know what's going on. Somehow this is Elon's fault. Here's Candace Owens. Children should always be off limits. Journalists are parasites. Hard to imagine going through this with a young one. Better to come out with this on your own terms. George and I will be praying for you, Ash. God bless you and your family. Would be nice if legacy media did actual reporting on important issues instead of introducing people's personal lives. Keep fighting. So it's all a bunch of supportive stuff. You're an incredible mom and friend. Love you. Congrats, Ashley Cernovich. Congratulations. Sorry you have to deal with this BS. There is no low that they won't go to. So I don't know. Somehow she's the victim. And if it's an IVF baby, I don't know what's going on. And then the other part of me is just like, maybe she's setting all this up so she can claim, like, it might even be a Me Too style thing later on where she's like, Elon's he's a deadbeat dad. And she runs it through the whole thing to try to get more money out of this. I don't know. This is all alleged. I have no idea. It's just a crazy story. So that was this week. Here's Lila Rose. Let's go ahead and see what she's got to say. She had originally commented on that, kind of talking about how amazing it is. You know, she had a baby, and she followed up with this today, and she says, I'm seeing some folks on X saying it's wrong or hypocritical for Christians to congratulate a single mother on her new baby. It's never wrong or hypocritical to celebrate the God-willed existence of beautiful new baby. It would be wrong to congratulate anyone on having sex outside of marriage, but I don't see Christians doing that. Congratulating a woman on her baby is not affirming sex out of wedlock. It's affirming the baby's existence as good and worthy of celebration. Every child is worth celebrating regardless of how they were conceived. They are all equally precious. A baby is always a gift from God. So that's Lila Rose on that. And I think the issue with the other side is they're basically saying, hey, this, first of all, proves red pill correct. This is hypergamy. Like, this is the greatest, this is an example of hypergamy. This is someone who claims to be a traditional conservative, allegedly. You know what I mean? And it just, you know, that's what red pill people have been saying this whole time, is when this opportunity walks by, monogamy be damned, the religion takes a backseat, or even just thrown out of the window of the moving car. And it's like, oh my God, Elon Musk, you know what I mean? And then for 5 years, we got a note from 5 years ago showing that she was basically doing this. And it's just, I think it's a pivot, you know. It's just, these people are trying to move it to an abortion discussion, but it's not about abortion. It's about how this just shows anybody that you can do this and still be celebrated, even from, you know, conservative style people. So that's the issue most people are taking with it. Here's another post, and this was another post she deleted, but people had a screen capture. Kamala can't help herself from bending over for a man to get ahead. This is in 2022. So in 2020, we know she's secretly eyeing Musk somehow. In 2022, she's taking a shot at Kamala and saying that she'd use a guy just to get ahead and bend over. And then ironically, she does the same thing with Elon Musk. It's crazy. Here's Hillary Crowder. We all know her from Steven Crowder fame and what happened there. Let's see what Hillary has to say. Hillary says the biggest tell when it comes to the multiple patriarchal obsessed / tradcon female run wife accounts on X is that all of these women give off an authoritative, dominant, and dare I say husky energy. I think this was about someone else. There was another story this week. This woman named Patriarchy Hannah, it was revealed, like, this was like a big trad wife account, and she claimed to have kids and all that, but she was lying about everything. It's like some obese woman from some random place. I gotta be careful with these Twitter tabs. You just never know. Here's Rollo on it. He says, all the liberal degenerate slags, quote unquote, that trads moralized over when Biden was in office are now the model trad wives in Trump's America. All they had to do was come up from an altar call and a baptism, and they get a slot on Daily Wire or Tim Pool. And this guy here says, become model Christian in 3 easy steps. OnlyFans model. Step 1. Step 2, spritz some holy water on you. Step 3, baking photos. Wait for Michael Knowles to tell your story and rake the cash money in. Sorry, I got to get through the rest of these before we even move on. That's how into the story I am. I am very confused about what conservative cultural and moral values are supposed to be at the moment. I think a lot of people are asking that. Here's Milo again. Dear fake conservatives, the problem with taking out the best and brightest, like you did in 2017, is that I still have all the cunning comedy and compromat. But now I have absolutely nothing to lose. You will all fall, and I will be the instrument of your destruction. So yeah, he's got a axe to grind. So here's this person. Ladies, this is why you don't make babies with men who don't love you, with men who haven't married you, with men who won't be present fathers. Doesn't matter how rich or powerful he is. And this is the same screenshot we saw where she's trying to get his attention. And again, we know this is some sort of publicity test. I mean, she does this on Valentine's Day for a reason. And it's all couched in this, well, the tabloids are coming out, you know, and I please respect our privacy. Oh, by the way, it's Elon Musk's baby. And now everybody can't stop talking about it. Here's another deleted thing. She says, it's interesting that Elon is responding to this clearly in jest screenshot that was discussed with his team months ago in a documented call. Now he decides to respond to it publicly from an account that posts underage photos of me as if he wasn't asking me to have more children last week. I would like to take this offline for our child's sake. So, you know, it's one of these.
Oh, won't somebody please think of the children?
Yeah, I mean, let me just catch up with chat real quick, and then I'll probably run through a few of these tweets just because I got them up. Hey, Arwen, welcome in. Great to see you in here, Arwen. We got all the folks in here today. Hi, Shah. Isn't Elon just as degenerate as her? He's had kids with employees, for crying out loud. Yeah, I mean, listen, I've heard all kinds of things. And again, listen, I'm not the guy to be telling, you know, people who's degenerate or not. It's really not about that for me. And it's really not even about Elon Musk so much. I mean, this was a weird move from him. I guess he's sitting there on basically the biggest pile of money anyone's ever had. So he doesn't care. It's just really about the backwardness of the trad wife grift, so to speak. And in the words of Dr. Umar,
being a freak is not against the law of the United States of America. Being a sexual
this is where we live in, you know.
Not against the laws of the United States of America. Having 1,000
Karan Tukkar says, to be honest, I think this whole Christian tradcon movement is starting to fall apart. After all these P-stars and OF women hijacked the conservative side, it was game over. Let me tell you the problem. This is the problem. They're mad that an OF woman could come in and, you know, throw some flour on a rolling pin and start making cinnamon rolls and then, you know, do the whole trad wife grift. People are upset about that. But the reason an OF person like Nala can come in and be trad so easily is because the traditionalism that tradcons are selling is the most surface level, substanceless, vacuous, meaningless version of traditionalism there is. You know what I mean? Like we've talked about the dowry. We're 29 minutes in and I've mentioned the word dowry. You know, we talked about what traditionalism used to look like, actual traditionalism. And then these people have come in and watered it down to be this surface level thing that anybody, it really is cosplaying. It's just like you can just put on a different outfit and say a few words and you can pull the traditional thing off. And it's like, I'm not even mad at Nala. I don't even really blame Nala. It's that these people who claim to be the moralists here are really selling you a traditionalism that isn't traditionalism to begin with. And the evidence of that is that someone like Nala can come in and just assume the role so easily because it isn't traditionalism anymore, you know? And again, I'm not sitting here trying to say bring it back. Pandora's box is open. It's just interesting to see people kind of grifting this is the issue. Marcus Gray says, conservatives sell hope. They're wolves in sheep's clothing, nothing but grifters. There you go. Said very well. Eric says, in your opinion, can conservatism stand alone from any religious affiliation? I think that's actually a really good question. You know what I mean? Because it depends how you view what America is and what American values are. You know what I mean? There's separation of church and state. You know, the sort of deal that I think America sells to the world, especially with this, like, freedom is our highest value. That's what we talk about. That's what we're so proud about. You know, the whole Cold War era and fighting the communists and all that was about selling how free we are over here. And, you know, we light fireworks and you're free to have this opinion and to do this and to do that. And religion is relegated into the private sphere. You know what I mean? I don't know what you'd call it, a Western liberal democracy, or you could say a secular neoliberal style democracy, if I'm using that word right, which is what we sell to other nations. It's all about taking religion and moving it from having influence over the state and putting it into the personal private sphere of a private citizen's life. You know what I mean? And if you view it that way, then I think there can be conservatism that's independent of religion if it's all about, you know, small government and upholding freedom of speech and these kinds of things that are maybe, or the closest thing you get to religion is, well, everybody should have the right to practice their religion as long as it's not infringing on anybody else's rights. And that's where the limits are, basically. Then you can say that's kind of like what conservatism, I guess, has even been at times. Then there's people who want to they want to put religion back and have it, you know, have some power over the state, basically. You know what I mean? So these are like biblical patriarchists, you can say. And they're kind of going up against secular conservatives, and they would like to see maybe an official state religion or this kind of thing going on. I kind of take the opinion of the deal that we sell here is that it's a secular state. Religion is relegated to the private sphere, and you can practice it so long as it doesn't infringe on anybody else's freedoms. That's kind of what we've been doing, you know, for a while. So conservatism kind of needs to exist. I think it can celebrate the importance of religion, but, you know, I don't know, like, unless there's a huge religious revival and, you know, 90% of people become one specific type of religion, you know, I think secularism is going to rule the day here. Klaus says, man bad, doesn't matter, it's Elon. Exactly. Yeah, like, we don't even know really, like, what's going on with this whole thing. I mean, he hasn't denied it. She's come out and said this. We know most of his kids are IVF. You know what I mean? It could have been that it wasn't a natural conception and it was IVF, but it's like somehow, you know, oh, poor you. So it's just like this weird thing. I really don't know exactly what's going on. I don't think anybody does, but yeah, number one, it's going to be blame Elon, you know. Now, that being said, Elon seemed to have made some decisions here which are highly questionable, but hey, you know, he's sitting on a bunch of money and maybe he just doesn't care at this point. I think Pearl has some base takes on modern relationships, marriage, but she gets so much hate. I don't understand why she is called women hater, anti-women. This is no argument. The thing about her, I think, is that she calls out both feminists and tradcons. So by doing that, it kind of opens you up to getting hate from a lot of sides, you know? So that's kind of what it is. I think a lot of people just hate on her, but I've appreciated her content, especially in the last like year and a half. What the F? Didn't expect Candace to support this. Yeah, see, that's why. I mean, that's really why it's a story. It's not just her, you know. The media is predatory. However, if you were not having babies out of wedlock with billionaires, the media would not be trying to out you. Yeah, that's the thing, right? I mean, it's like all of these other, I guess, conservative content creators that have kind of come out to white knight for her are unable to ascribe any kind of agency to her at all, which is the part where like the red pillars come in and are like, hey, like, come on, she had some hand to play in this. You know what I mean? Oh man, I see some donations. I got to get to those. The child is innocent, but no one has a problem with using a baby to pump the algo for clout. Yeah. And I mean, to be honest, Well, yeah, every single person has jumped on this. You know, I wouldn't say most people are sitting here it's more about her being, you know, hypocritical on these things. Klaus says to Karen Tucker, Pearl's take to not allow women to vote. Yeah, Pearl has this ability, you know, like she'll say things that really anger people. I think one of her talents is being able to say things in a short way that triggers a bunch of people. But then the positive of that is that it gets the conversation discussed. But yeah, you're right about that, Clout. She was even selling merch with that slogan, was not taken well, and she's not so good debater and make her own points look bad. Well, that's what Daily Wire tried to do with her. Like, you know, when it came to that Red Pill TradCon debate, Daily Wire picked Pearl because, you know, they tried to go for who they thought they can dunk on the most. Karen says, Candace is also supporting a lot of what we all in this community don't. She might have base takes on some topics, but she's not the right one for taking relationship advice. Yeah, Pearl usually gets on her about this whole Steven Crowder thing. Her comment about Kamala is a projection. There you go. The pot calling the kettle black. Exactly. Yeah, right. I don't buy that or support that, but some of her takes, as I mentioned, are good. Yeah, I would say that. Yo, Caesar, thank you so much for the donation, man. Very generous of you. Some hard-earned money right there. What's up, Shah? I heard these Tradcons only support her because they think it can get them closer to Elon. Man, I think the word for that is like sycophants. And that's really what it is. And, you know, maybe they get some benefits on the back end on Twitter. It's not even exactly sure, but Elon Musk is the guy right now. You know, he's the dude in the Oval Office wearing a t-shirt. You know what I mean? And he's got the power. I agree regarding Candace. It's just so obviously contradictory. Milo, it's been a while since I've seen that name. Yeah, I remember when he was like getting big on YouTube and then, you know, they canned him. I can't remember what it was for. I think it was something, you know, it was one of those things. Women do not like coming in second to a man's work. It is the most offensive thing to a lot of women that men would be at work. They want the money, but men are not allowed to work to earn it. Yeah, you know, I remember Joe Rogan kind of explained something like this once. I don't know, it was years ago, like a decade ago, and I still remember it from his podcast. And he has like 2 daughters and a wife, so he's surrounded by a lot of, you know, women. And he said, like, it's kind of like having a big pile of marbles, and every day they come, you know, not every day, but they'll come over every so often and they'll just take one marble. You know what I mean? Until like there's this huge impact of things, and sometimes they can get a little tough to deal with. I'm doing a bad job of recalling that. MGTOW has known the ball of yarn would come unwound since before women started infiltrating the red pill en masse. Yeah, this is the kind of thing that really shows the TradCon grift. This same woman, Ashley, who's, you know, now had this baby, she's kind of come out and has talked bad about the red pill. And I know there are valid criticisms about the red pill. You know what I mean? It's just a lot of those red pill guys are going to be celebrating today, those red pill guys, because she has kind of proven a lot of what they talk about. Like, she's kind of a walking example of it, especially with things like hypergamy and these kinds of things. This is like 15 years in the making, and it's glorious. Had I not taken the good advice to stop posting, I would be caught up with these women. Yeah, it's just yet another example, you know. Robert Spencer, sorry I'm late. Man, no worries, man. It's all good. Just want you to come in and have a good time. And we've just been talking about this Twitter drama. So we haven't even started the main show yet. We're going to be man, we're 38 minutes in. We better get started. We got ourselves a conversation. Let me just finish the rest of these and we'll get in there. Conservatism without religion is libertarianism. Yeah, I'd say to some I'd say about so, or maybe just what some cultural hangups, which might even be rooted in religious thinking. You know what I mean? But it's interesting to think about. You know what I mean? What the role of religion is. And it kind of goes into how you view American values, or maybe even Western values. And a lot of, at least more recent Western history has been about sort of pushing back the control that maybe the church once had in people's lives. You know what I mean? And now we're kind of beholden to a secular government. And that's kind of been the deal for a bit. Nick says, hey, welcome in, Nick. I'm not sure if this is my first time seeing you, but good to see you in here. Let's see. Nick says marriage does not guarantee commitment. Commitment does not need marriage, especially not state marriage. Politicians want votes. Influencers want followers, and neither cares about true conservative values. Their followers don't know the difference, so they just go along with whatever they're told. Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of herd mentality. There's maybe some type of identity crisis going on, you know, on the conservative side, and they're trying to figure that stuff out. Ultimately, I think religion, I'm on the side of it being relegated into private life. I mean, that I think was kind of the vision as it was supposed to be sold in this kind of freedom-loving society that we live in. So, you know, some people might say, well, it's not working, Shah. We need to do something different. And, you know, they may be right. Mr. Pitt says, I would criticize Tradcons for being too accepting of Reform 304s, but in the past, they were being raked over the coals for being overly judgmental. I think a lot of people in the manosphere need to ask themselves which version of traditionalism they're comfortable coexisting with. Yeah, Mr. Pitt, that I think that speaks to the identity crisis on this sort of side. You know what I mean? Like they can't really agree with it. And listen, man, it's just like, I don't even know if they can. I mean, because it doesn't square with the concept of freedom that much. Like, I know at a certain point, certain issues are so important that we have to make a decision on. But ultimately, a lot of these ideas, a lot of these symbols are in the public domain. You know, it used to be you live in a society and religion is centralized. Let's say it's in Europe and there's the church, and the church is like, these are the symbols, these are the religious, you know, stories or whatever that they believe in, and this is how we interpret those symbols. But in our society where you got freedom of speech and all these things, all of these symbols are part of the public domain. You know what I mean? You can take people's sacred ideas and interpret them however you want and talk about it however you want. You can be Kanye West and have people flying out to Jackson Hole, Wyoming and do religious services with Kanye. And then, you know, 5 years later, or however many years later, he's parading his wife out naked. And, you know, nobody can really do anything about that except like not pay attention to him. So it's different now. And the question is what does that do to those symbols? Does it take away some of its value or its charge or its influence in society? And I think another part of you know what you're saying there, Mr. Pitt, about people needing to choose which version of traditionalism they want is that maybe no version of traditionalism, whether it's the most authentic or not, can even work in our society today with modernization, you know, equal rights and all these kinds of things. The technology, social media, birth control. There's all these factors, you know, this globalized world we kind of live in. There's all these factors that, you know, maybe the reason we can't figure it out is because we really cannot figure it out. Robert says, hey, Arwen. Oh, here we go. Okay, we got a Arwen Robert side conversation. Peter, thank you so much for the donation, man. Very generous. We got 20 Australian buckaroos in the house. $20 towards your future conjugal fund. Thank you. I appreciate that. You know, when I'm in the tough negotiations for a marriage down the line, I'll add that to the pot of what I bring to the table. Appreciate that, actually. that actually means a lot. Thank you, man. Klaus says, I think accepting is fine, but shouldn't the Tradcons wait for her to prove her new way of living before defending her in public? Yeah, that's kind of the problem. What happens is a lot of them come out and then they end up getting caught in a scandal like this, and then they end up looking kind of bad. So, you know, yet again, Kanye is about to get screwed by divorce courts. He didn't have a prenup. You know what's crazy about Kanye is that he had just put out a tweet, like when he was having his whole tweet off last week, he deleted them all. So I wouldn't even dare go to Kanye's Twitter. But he had tweeted one where he was talking about like, because people are, you know, saying that the way he's controlling his wife and having her come out naked, and he's just like, she's married to a billionaire, like she knows what the deal is. Like he was being macho, I guess, about him being a billionaire and his wife being like, you know, knowing what the deal is. And then like a week goes by and now they're getting divorced. Like, go figure. You know, so no one is safe. Let me just look at if there's a few of these here. Okay, we got that. Well, let's see. Yeah, it's patriarchy. That's another person. All right, the hell with it. It's just people giving their takes. I say we get to this discussion here. Let's get to the reason everybody came in. We got a conversation, and this is an older conversation, but somebody put this in the Discord. I think it was Dart Shaporia. I can't even remember. It might have been Ahmed. Damn, it might have been Klaus. There's a lot of good folks in that Discord. But this was from 2 years ago. I think it's almost 3 years ago now. And it was a debate of, is marriage worth it? And we got, Coach Greg Adams. He's a legend in the space. Shout out to Coach Greg Adams. And, he has this free agent lifestyle. He does his streams twice a day, and he discusses the pitfalls of modern marriage. And he's come up with so many different just concepts for the space. And I really like his stuff. And then there's Hafeez here on the other side, and he's kind of taking the TradCon approach, defending marriage, all these kinds of things. And then there's two ladies. I can't even exactly remember what their takes were, but we'll see. And this is interesting because Coach, I don't know if this was after Coach went on Fresh and Fit, but he claims he was ambushed on this show. So basically he was not told that Hafeez was going to be here. He thought he was just invited on the show. They didn't mention he was going to be on the panel, and they didn't say it was going to be a debate discussion. So it was always this thing, and I think this experience made Coach not really care to work with other content creators because people are such, scumbags in the space, so to speak. But nonetheless, it was an interesting conversation. It's 2 hours and 20 minutes, so we might have to skip through some of this. I've been going on for 46 minutes about this whole babies, thing here. This 14th kid of Elon, or 13th or whatever. So we're gonna have fun with this. It's a little bit older, but hey, in light of things now, we can see how this plays out, and I think we're gonna have a good time watching it. So real quick, let me just see. Yeah, I guess Kanye will have to learn what the deal is with family law. Painful lesson. Well, hey, listen. I mean, Kanye knows, right? He was married to Kim Kardashian. I think they had like 4 kids. I can't remember. So I think he got taken, through the ringer that way. That was a whole situation. I don't think he has any kids with his new wife here. So, I mean, oh, you said he didn't have a prenup. Crap. I was going to say maybe he has a prenup this time. Well, yeah, I mean, he's going through it again. He probably also doesn't care at this point. The conservative alpha simp wing of the manosphere loves to use evolutionary psychology to explain female behavior, but they also reject mainstream evolution due to religious beliefs. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like saying we've kind of hit this state of nature and that's what it is, and it doesn't take into account, I guess, how religion impacts that kind of stuff. So, but they're doing a victory lap today with this story and saying this is here. There's your hypergamy. Hafeez recently resurfaced and he's dipping his toe in the manosphere again. Look at the third latest voice on his channel. Okay, I'll have to check that out. Okay, I thought third latest video. Sorry, I thought that he had left the internet because I remember briefly seeing something on Coach's stream. I think where something happened and then he stopped posting stuff. So it looks like he's back. Okay. Well, anyways, we're gonna get a good heap and helping of a Hafeez classic here.
Because I've been watching so much of your content, I genuinely see.
Also, I gotta pay attention. I don't know if I need to take out Mr. Pitt's grid here that he so graciously gave us. I think we'll be okay. I kind of want to skip the start a bit. That'll save us about 8 minutes, but let's see how annoying it is, and we'll go from there.
Yes. In the house, they're going to tell you how to handle your money, how to handle your relationships, how to handle your man, how to handle your woman. Coach, you're gonna let these people know today.
We're gonna give them the real.
We're gonna give them the real stuff today. Yeah. If you have not subscribed to Valuetainment, go ahead and subscribe right now. Let's get this party started. So let me introduce our panel today because I've been told don't spend too long on introductions. Get into the meat and juicy
hell yeah,
stuff.
I'm with that.
We go. Hafeez has been on the show. Allie's been on the show. Yes. So you're also an author of the free.
That's a long title.
Coach needs no introduction. We know Coach over here.
But it's called. I believe he once described you as a defensive coordinator, as a strategy to protect men from women out there?
I'm also the Buddy Ryan of this. I'm on the defensive side of the ball. But,
Gotcha.
But I am the coach. I was a coach by profession at one point.
What did you coach exactly?
Women's basketball. This is why I know so much about women. I've traveled with women, flew, hotels, all of that. I spent time with a lot of women, and before you get started here, this is kind of what leads me into knowing a lot of what goes on behind the curtain.
Gotcha. We're gonna revisit that. These WNBA type women out there, are they really women? Well, we'll get into that.
Good story.
We'll get into that. And then our friend Hafeez here from The Roommates. You know him, you love him. He hosts a hot podcast called The Roommates with what's your partner?
Chris Belo.
I haven't really spent time with Chris, but I spent a lot of time with Hafeez. You also own a men's debonair clothing company called The Standard.
Yes, sir.
And if I could summarize you just want to help men improve in life.
100%. 100%. Yeah. No, I'm excited about being here. I gotta be a little closer to the microphone, and also you're really loud in my microphone.
All right. We got stuff like that.
Everyone, thanks for tuning in. It's a beautiful Thursday here.
I think she might be part of the show regularly. I can't even remember.
Rainy Florida, down south.
All right, hell
because I've been watching so much of your content.
Okay, we're good now, guys.
I want to start right where basically when I first heard this, I was like, who said that? And then they said it was you. It was something called protecting your meat. Have you heard about this?
We all know what meat here is: money, energy, attention, and time. Coach Greg Adams coined it, and he tells men to protect their meat.
Protecting your meat, and meat standing for your money, your energy, your attention, and your time. And basically you've said that all relationships are transactional, and that meat is the value that you're given to women. So break down what this meat is and how can men protect their meat?
Well, the funny thing, when you use that phrase, protect your meat, obviously people are going to think, what? You know
exactly.
what I mean? But I try to use that as a metaphor to say, try to show men where your value is. A lot of times people will give men an idea, there's other things that are included in this, but it all boils down to, especially when you get to a point of marriage, what is your meat, your energy that you're going to put in? Typically, men give energy to women. Women pretty much don't reciprocate that back. I've never seen many men that spend a significant time with women and then come out energized, even in the bedroom. Most of the time, they're going to probably fall asleep within 15 minutes.
That's an interesting point. It kind of calls to the idea of burden of performance. There's this whole thing, even with the bedroom, right? I mean, maybe people think like, oh, you do all this stuff, and then when it's the bedroom, it's the guy's time to relax. But technically, you still got to perform. You know what I mean? You gotta do the thing. So men have this burden of performance on them.
But in terms of attention, if you remove any of these things, if you remove these things, you lose the marriage, right?
I will say that. I mean, I think spending time with someone of the opposite gender and having some quality time can be healing and rejuvenating in a way. Time
is a significant value for men. And matter of fact, we call it, and also Napoleon Hill calls it, your most important asset. And many men will spend hours on end pursuing relationships, obtaining relationships, keeping the relationship alive, and then many times they will lose the relationship. She talks about maintaining a normal upbringing. I think, are you talking about Ashley there, maintaining a normal upbringing? Natalia originally read chats for Adam. She eventually became something of a co-host panelist. Got it. Thank you, Mr. Pitt. Stop giving the time. Now, the money part of it, everybody knows it's all transactional. You've had girlfriends, you've tried to pursue women, you're going to give up money. Now, it's not a bad thing that the relationships are transactional. So when I say relationships are transactional, it's not a complaint. Many people think it's a complaint.
The interesting thing about Coach is like he advocates for what he calls the JUCO, which is kind of like sugar babying basically. And Coach is a guy who's been married. He's been through the divorce stuff, the child support stuff. He's done all that stuff. He's dated regularly. And if I had to sum up Coach, I think I'd say that he is a guy who doesn't like having to deal with the unknown on the back end. Like if you're dealing, he says all men pay. And you might think, you're getting it for free, but on a long enough timeline, you're going to have to pay for all of that. And if you got to pay on the back end, it's going to be way worse than if you paid on the front end. So I think with him and the JUCO, he'd rather just know what he's got, what, it's going to cost, pay that on the front end, have a fair, square deal, do a little bit of aftercare if you have to, and be done with it. But, when he talks about divorce and things and why marriage is such a bad deal is because you get into this. It's funny, it's almost like marriage transactions never really went away. we just kind of lied to ourselves about it. But the marriage transaction nowadays happens on the back end. And when it happens on the back end, it's going to be a hell of a lot more than you thought it was going to cost.
But it's just a reality, and we have to accept that reality.
Gotcha. Have you? So you've never?
He also coined the term "men are in love, women are in business," which Andrew Tate recently tweeted, not giving Coach credit, basically, just taking that from the space. Yeah, I have no money to give up. Sometimes that's the best strategy. If you got no money to take, they can't get nothing from you. I think they stopped doing this podcast. Haven't seen anything new from it in a while. That's true. I mean, I'm not subscribed to it. I unsubscribe from a lot of this stuff. Nothing against them. It's just I kind of got tired of seeing this stuff constantly in my feed. There's a few people I'm subscribed to, but even still, these guys used to be so big, I would just see them anyways, but not anymore.
You've never seen Coach's content ever? Really?
I'm aware of almost every.
And right now, there's a little bit of maybe tension in the room here, right? Because Coach is getting ambushed here. They were not forthright about what this was going to be. And somehow him and, Hafeez was put in this at the last minute. I think they were probably looking for someone on the opposite side. So Coach is like, okay. So, this is going to be one of these kinds of things.
Everybody in the space kind of where Coach is at. A lot of people, I may have heard ideas from other people, but I don't think I've actually sat down and watched anything from online. I may have seen videos or reactions to certain people, but I've never actually sat down and said, okay, let me sit down and hear him. From my memory, it may have occurred in the past, but from my memory, I can't quote ideologies or philosophies that he holds currently.
But when you hear someone say, all right, protect your meat, and you're hearing him break that down, what's the first thing that comes to mind to you?
It sounds good. I think everyone should protect their money. Everyone should protect their time, right? I think that sounds good. It's just, how is that fleshed out? That's what I'm curious about, right? Because I think sometimes what I love about what you do so much, Adam, and I have to shout out what you're doing, is that you bring in people from different sides. I'm really interested in, hearing more about your life. I think it's an interesting dynamic, mom and OnlyFans. Were you the one who sat down with Ruslan?
I was.
Okay,
I loved the conversation.
So I love what you do, Adam, because.
Oh yeah, crap! I skipped over her introduction. So she's a mom. She's got a family, and she's got OnlyFans. I vaguely remember that from when I watched this a few years back.
What you do is you provide an opportunity from different people to hear a myriad of ideas. I feel like a lot of times people on the internet sit in these silos of just one type of content, one type of information. And so to me, I'm very interested in hearing all the unique different ideas so that the men can sit down and choose what is actually the best.
Yeah.
What is actually going to tangibly improve people's lives, because to me, that's all that matters. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter if it's from me or Greg or Adam or Allie. If the information makes you a better man, makes you a better father.
I will say he's kind of a guy that is a little preachy. I don't know if preachy is the right word, but I remember the first time I saw this a few years ago, and he kind of repeats himself over, I don't know, to kind of get a point across, but it gets a little tiresome.
May not feel this way, but makes you a better husband. If it makes you better, that's a win. I don't care who it comes from. And so I love the ability of.
Hell, I might even be guilty of that sometimes. It's just something I noticed about him.
Unique ideas to being able to be discussed today, and I just hope the best idea always wins.
I love that. And here's what I'll say, and I appreciate that, Hafeez. Yeah. I'm not an ideologue, okay? Yeah. I'm a person who I'm more of an arbiter of conversation, an arbiter of truth, an arbiter of dialogue. I want people to have conversations, and sometimes they might be uncomfortable conversations. Sometimes they might say, you know what, Coach, you ain't no shit, in the audience right there. And the Hafeez, man, bro, I got to tell you, respect, bro, but you're an idiot, bro. Or Allie, you're gorgeous, but you shouldn't be doing this. Or all good. Everyone, different strokes for different folks. But at the end of the day, what we want is the audience to get clear on what they want in life. That's why we say we want to get you paid, laid, and do it your way. It's your one life. I don't want you to have to live.
Sounds like a kind of a secularist approach to life there, right? Personal freedom, personal pursuit of happiness, your own beliefs relegated to the private sphere. It would appear he subscribes to that type of value set there. There are so many grifters in this space. Damn, I did not expect this. Well, yeah, I mean, especially on Twitter today, there's been a lot being shown. Never saw Hafeez before, but first impression, lots of words, not a lot of substance. Yeah, you put it there perfectly. I don't want to sound mean or too critical of him. You know what I mean? I really haven't watched any of his other content other than this debate between Coach and him. But that was kind of my impression as well. Robert.
Life that's not yours. Okay, and there's so many people walking on eggshells these days, and there's so many people that are just basically trying to transform what they should say or shouldn't say. And on a show like this, it's like, just do you.
And to be fair, to your point here, a lot of men are kind of pushed into one direction based on a few things. And some people say, hey, don't you want to get married? Don't you want to have kids? And a lot of men are.
Sounds like trad cons do that. Heck, progressives and feminists and, women might do that to you in a relationship. Don't you want to settle down? Where is this going? They want to have that conversation. Trad cons will do that to you. They'll be like, what are you doing out here?
Are uncomfortable with it because of what comes with it. And people will not really include what that is. And then he finds himself in it. And then he finds himself alone when it doesn't work out. The people
that's very true.
that kind of told him to go that way obviously leave them. They leave him hanging. And that's where a lot of the frustration comes from. So,
it's true. I got a buddy like that. He's like, I got like some super tradcon buddies. And I tend to take the approach of I don't want to pressure people to make big life decisions in whatever way that is. I don't want to tell you not to do something. I don't want to tell you to do something. I want people to think on their own. Now, you could say that's a cop-out because if you have close relationships with people and they're basically, your brothers from another mother or something like that, and if you really cared about them, then maybe you would say something if you see them going in a direction that might not be healthy, So it's easy for me to say, oh, yeah, well, I just tend to stay out of people's business. But that kind of brothers keepers sort of philosophy or values there might say that I'm wrong. Me and this buddy of mine, like, he's the kind of guy that'd be like, man, we should say something like he needs to lose weight. And I'll be like, listen, I'm not going to tell anybody to lose weight unless they come to me and they're like, I'm depressed because I'm overweight. Then I'll be like, all right, well, if you're talking to me about it, maybe we can discuss that. But other than that, I mean, if you look happy, then I guess it's none of my business. But some people might disagree with that because they're like, hey, well, don't you care about these people? Yo, Yenu, welcome in, man. Great to see you, bro. Joined this one late. Hope you are doing well, Shah. Thank you, man. Hope you're doing well also. And no worries, man. You come in, whenever you feel like it, bro. Never feel pressured, man. CGA gave you a shout out a few days ago. Another shout out from CGA? Man, that's the coolest thing, bro. Dude, you just made my whole week. I had the longest week ever, man, with work and everything. My God, I was super tired from the prior week. I was doing a bunch of research on the dowry. Dang, I gotta find that stream. I have to watch it. I wonder why he gave me the shout out. There must have been a reason. But when I finish streaming today, I'm gonna probably spend hours sifting through it. I can't believe I missed it, man. I gotta go in and I gotta send a donation to Coach thanking him, on his next stream. That is so freaking cool. Maybe he saw the Paul Elam video. Hafeez is weak. He switched his religion for his girls. That's interesting. So sounds like there's some backstory there on Hafeez. Interesting. So we'll get into it some more.
It's a beautiful thing that now, in the first time in 70 years, men have the microphone. Yeah. We have the power.
For the first time in how long?
70 years.
What do you mean the first time in 70 years?
Well, if you think about it, you're old enough to remember this. You remember Ricky Lake? You remember
Ricky Lake.
Raphael? You remember Oprah Winfrey?
Yes.
At that time, there was no counter opinion. There was no opportunity for men to say anything, even if.
What do you mean? There was Phil Donahue and there was
and
Dr. Drew has been around forever. And there were people before that.
Those guys don't.
I'm not familiar with those guys. They're probably tradcons.
Those guys,
Jerry Springer, yes.
In order to survive.
I remember Montel Williams.
They tended to pander towards the consumer, and so thus
you're saying they weren't real men.
Well, I'm not saying they
weren't. He did not say that at all. They weren't real men. Come on.
I might hear this right now.
See, I'm not here to challenge anyone to a physical fight or challenge their masculinity. However, we know how to survive in those environments, and that.
By the way, Paul put up a tweet. Paul Elam, and he pretty much advertised that he's going to be having another discussion with me. And we're going to be having a discussion about what is masculinity. So I feel especially grateful and privileged that I'll be able to have this conversation with Paul, about masculinity. And I'm very interested to hear, especially what he's got to say to me. And especially since we're men of different generations and we're familiar with the space, there's been so much discussion about masculinity. So just wanted to throw that out there, guys. We'll have that to look forward to. Robert says the shout out was because you're cool and you're really good at juggling corn dogs. Ah, thank you, man. It's about time I get recognized for my juggling skills, which I don't have, guys. I'm sorry. It was the week of your last live stream. Okay. I'll go and look for it, man. You know, I noticed my subscriber count went up, and I didn't know if it was because of the videos I did with Paul Elam or what it was. And It's Complicated. Shout out to It's Complicated. He added me as a featured creator on his channel. So he's got Coach Greg Adams on there. He's got Kevin Samuels, and he put me on there. You know, sometimes It's Complicated will come into the chat. So it could have been for that, but maybe, you know, part of it was because Coach shouted me out. Man, I can't believe I missed that, man. I had like the busiest week these last couple weeks, man, but especially this last week. But I wish I would have been watching it live, man. Dr. Drew isn't a TradCon. I see. I'm not sure. Maybe you can give us a little bit more background on Dr. Drew. I might be confusing him with Dr. Phil. I think that's what's going on. So, Yenu says, I don't know much about CGA, but he nails it here. All those talk shows were gynocentric in nature, with very few talking about men's issues. I can see that being the case. You know, another thing too is like maybe the networks also did that because like men, like a lot of these talk shows were probably geared towards women, especially if there were more stay-at-home housewives at that time. So even like the shows for men were kind of still for women also, where guys probably just weren't even home at those hours because they were working. So, you know, they're looking at their viewership and they're just like, we gotta sell ads here. Shah, would you tell a friend with a drug problem to consider seeking help? Man, that's a good question. That is a good question. You know what, man? I can answer that question because I have witnessed something like that. And, you know, I would be honest about my I guess how I feel about it, but I don't know if like I would be on their ass about it. But I guess it depends on the friendship too. You know what I mean? That man, you know, God, I don't even know if I should share this story. Man, that's such a good question, man. You know, I'm even kind of dealing with something similar right now. With you know, it's you know when you have friendship circles, there's really close friends, and then there's other friends, and then there's friends of friends. And like really close friends, if these people are in my life every day, like then it's like, you know, we're brothers or something like that. In that case, it's like I'm gonna have to, or we can't be hanging out like that. I can't have that around me. You know what I mean? Because I'm not that kind of guy, and I know what it does, and I'm just not gonna be able to deal with those problems. So it's probably gonna be a very direct confrontation about that. With certain other people, you know, who seem like they got it together and they just know everything all the time, but we're still friends because we've known each other for a long time, I'll probably just be shocked and then probably not say much about it because I don't see them that often to begin with. But I have known them since I was like really young. So we are technically good friends. But I would just be extremely disappointed. You know what I mean? And I probably wouldn't say much. I would probably just, you know, contemplate that for a bit. So it really depends how much involvement and how much impact they're having on my life is probably going to determine how much I get into it with them, to be completely honest. And I know that's probably not the best answer. You know what I mean? But that's just the honest to God truth. I will give Maury credit for the paternity test bit and child support fraud, but that's about it. You know what's interesting about Maury, man, is like genetic tests, you know, because prior to the 90s, you had blood tests, and I think those came around the 70s, and they weren't that good at nailing down who the father was, but it was okay at excluding people from paternity. So they'd be like, okay, there's 3 or 4 people here. This guy's definitely not the father from this blood test, so that narrows it down here. And then paternity tests used to be really, like, paternity cases used to be really hard for the child support agency. They'd have to have their best attorneys. Then in the 90s, genetic tests, you know, that got written in with Perora, which was the big child support reform, welfare reform in the mid 90s. And Maury, right around the time that cheap genetic tests became available, so that's what enabled child support to do this, Maury's show started at like exactly the same time. So somebody knew that this was a thing very fast, and they made a TV show out of it. Like, I think his show might have even went live a year prior. It might have been 94 or 95 when Maury became a thing. And then I think in 96 was child support reform. And then, you know, they already had the TV show at that point, which was interesting. It's Complicated is a really good channel, legit content. Man, I'm glad you enjoy his content. He asks really good questions. I watch his stuff, you know, pretty regularly. You know, I appreciate him. I Trevor with the donation, man. Thank you. We got 2 folks from Australia in here, by the way. Really cool. Let me just read that out loud. Sorry for going off topic from video. However, have you ever had a moment where you thought, yep, that's enough internet for me today? If so, what was it? If not, what would it take to get you there? Man, this is one of those things when you ask me like directly, like I know I've had those moments. I've for sure had those moments where I had to turn it off. It's just like when I'm asked point blank like that, my mind just falls out of the side of my head and like I can't. It's like I'm staring at a blank paper trying to think about what to draw. And then when I'm doing something and I have no, you know, I could be in the shower shampooing my hair and I'll be like, oh man, this would be really cool to do. But then I really can't do it at the time. If I think about it, if it comes to my mind, I promise I'll let you know what that is. I'm a complete drunk. Direct it towards me. Man, Robert, you know, you're our tavern drunk here. You're like our village drunk, and we love you, man. We really do. So it wouldn't be the same if you weren't having you weren't throwing a couple back every Saturday here. Maury, you are not the father. Dr. Drew had a show called Loveline on MTV with Jenny McCarthy back in the day. I'll have to check. I mean, that sounds kind of like it might even be a good show. Oh, yeah, by the way, in the Discord, we were talking about maybe doing a call-in segment on this. I don't know, but I do have a Google Voice number, and I can Bluetooth my phone into this audio interface here. Maybe we can do a call-in one of these days, and you guys can tell me what you think about the dowry. You might even be like, you're absolutely crazy, Shah. This is ridiculous. I don't know why you wasted all this time reading about this stuff. Klaus says, you can't really help a drug addict as long as the person doesn't want to quit themselves. Yeah, man, that's kind of the approach I take too, which is sad, you know what I mean? And it's just such a crappy situation, dude, because I see people I've known for a long time, and I always feel bad for the parents, man. I always feel bad for the parents, you know? It just sucks so badly. Like when you see the parents and they work so hard every single day at like some normal job somewhere, and they did everything they could, and they try to put their kid through college, and the kid starts doing drugs. It's just like the saddest thing ever. It's just it's freaking heartbreaking. Robert says, Shah, I'm your father. Robert is Darth Vader currently. I agree, but maybe we can ask if they want help, like offering to be being a coach or an accountability buddy. Same for someone with an obesity problem. Yeah. You know, I don't know, man. Like, it just depends. Like, you can try to help people like that. If they're not ready for it, they'll just end up attacking you. Red pill guys, and this might not even seem moral or in line with this kind of brothers keepers idea, but red pill guys back in the old forum days used to be like, you know, you can't, you know, like there's no point in kind of talking about this to a blue pilled guy until like they're ready. If you try to just tell this to a guy who's punched in, like who's plugged in, they're just going to get angry at you. It's not even worth the trouble. Back then, it wasn't about, you know, being open about this kind of stuff. It's like you just had a little black book or whatever, and you were just kind of quiet about it. I think the older I get, the more I just tend to take that approach. Because, you know, I'm out here dealing with adults. You know what I mean? And they live their lives however they want to do. But that does seem kind of cruel. It really depends. If they're really in like my face about it and I'm really seeing it, like I'll say something because I just can't be around that. So I can't be in that situation. What's it like to be upside down? I would love to see a roundtable discussion, not debate, between you, Paul, CGA, and It's Complicated. Man, that would be a freaking dream discussion right there. with It's Complicated and CGA. It's Complicated actually interviewed Coach Greg Adams once on his channel. We got to react to that someday. I got to react to that one and his interview with Matt Cross. Matt Cross, I like Matt Cross. But yeah, that would be a freaking hero episode right there. I might even discuss that with Paul. Maybe he'd be open to it, down the line or something like that. So anyways, back to this.
Wings, you can't be overly masculine. You have to present a side that's going to address the consumer to sell dishwater or dish shampoo and that type of thing. So what's happening is men had to create their own lanes, essentially jump on YouTube and other platforms to get the mic to be able to say what they want to say without being canceled. So this is the beautiful time we live in, because now we get to see it. Even if you don't agree with it, you get to see at least another perspective. And it can't really be shut down, but it can be shut down.
I feel you on that. I will say that, I mean, as a dude, I'm with you. Like, I try to be like, as a dude, yes, but also as like a host of a show, there's a lot of guys out there who are probably agreeing with you, but if there's women out there, be like, this motherfucker just said that men have been muzzled for the last 70 years.
And they don't realize it.
Do you think that men have been muzzled? Or do you think more women have been muzzled for the last 70 years?
I mean, I certainly don't feel like men have been muzzled for 70 years. I mean, I think there's been, plenty of, like you stated, women like on talk shows and such like that. I don't know that those platforms were used on either side really to voice the things we're talking about today. I just don't think people talked about it as openly as they do. Most of those were, as you said, around consumer or what was going to be catchy or get the audience's attention. Where I think today, like, there's just more of an open platform for people to actually have these conversations. And I think, I know it all too well. I'm judged every day. And it goes back to, like you stated, living your own life, living your own walk, and everyone has their own ideas. Nobody's word is law. And I think that
kind of goes into it. I mean, listen, we live in a secular place. Nobody's word is law. This kind of, I don't know if she's like a tradcon grifter. I don't think so. She's not pulling the Nala routine here. But I think she's an example of a woman who can be an OnlyFans person, and then she can get married and have that family life and almost get the best of both worlds. And I don't know what she's doing now, but I'm kind of expecting probably reasonable takes from her on this one. Quit telling me to be sober. Oh, no. Nobody's telling you that, man. Everything's cool. Robert's our resident libertarian, by the way. He actually manages a pretty huge libertarian forum. There's a whole story behind that, but I didn't ask Robert to be a mod for us because he would never mod anybody since everything's fair game for him, except for probably stuff against TOS. Brandon Bart says he subbed to your channel as well. Are you talking about Coach Greg Adams actually followed me on YouTube? That's a big responsibility right there. Let me tell you, like, I appreciate, the kind of endorsement from folks like that, especially someone like Paul Elam or Coach Greg Adams. And it does make me think twice about how not that I can't be natural, but you do got to think twice. Like, if someone puts in, their hand on your shoulder like that, or they put their name out there for you, when you go out and you're talking, on this microphone and stuff, I just pray to God that I always remember that these people have associated their names with me, and that they're big names in the space, and that they're respected names in the space. So I can't be out here. I mean, I don't even know what I'd say, but still, like, you can't be out here irresponsible with that. Like, the closest example is, like, if you think of, like, your own father, and you're out here acting some kind of way in public, and it reflects bad on your father. You know what I mean? Like, what's wrong with you? You know what I mean? Like, why didn't you think about that before you decided to do or say something stupid? You know what I mean? So it's like, knowing that if they are watching, you know what I mean? And Paul, at the end of our second discussion, he said some kind things about me there that he appreciated. And so it's having that knowledge means, to kind of carry their banners, so to speak, on your shoulders. And so you have to honor that, basically, and remember that. That's the most important thing. So, I've been in the addiction treatment business for almost 10 years. Very few people change, unfortunately. Man, that's a very, very sad thing right there. And I don't know why. I always think about parents. I think about the family. It's really like losing a member of the family. especially when they've done everything right. You know, they've worked hard. I've saw this happen, you know, with some of my friends growing up, and I've saw how hard their parents worked to pay for their college. And then all, you know, that kind of stuff maybe gets wasted or something, or it's not successful. I don't know. You know what I mean? And it's heartbreaking. It's like they lose a child, you know. Paul Elam used to be a substance abuse counselor. That's interesting to know. There are proven therapies to cure addiction. Look up NAD4 therapy. This has shown proven benefits for people suffering from addiction. Just putting it out there. Please don't take this as medical advice. You know, I will say, as far as that drug conversation, there was a time, like, because, you know, growing up in Sacramento, I remember being like suddenly surprised. I think at around the age of like 24 or something. And I had friends from high school. And, you know, I remember people who'd like smoke cannabis or whatever. And, you know, okay, that was like the bad thing, you know, especially back then. And then when I got older, and it'd be years since I see somebody, then I'd see them, and they would like casually talk about, you know, snorting some, you know, some of that white powder. I don't know. I can't think of a funny name for it. That booger sugar. And they would say it. And in my mind, I'd be like this, like they're talking about it. Like somehow in Sacramento, it became casual. Like that was casual for people to do. And I'm like, what the hell is going on out here? Like, why are like more of these people doing this? Like, it's okay. Like, you guys are nuts. Brendan says, yeah, to Coach Summit, man, that's a huge honor. Shout out CGA. I got both the coach's books literally right here. Literally right under my Bride, Wealth, and Dowry book, Cambridge University Press. I have, let's see. Here it is. We got Free Agent Lifestyle right there. And De-Evolution. Man, I would love to talk to Coach. And one of the reasons why is because just to discuss child support stuff, because I know he's personally had to deal specifically with the California child support system. And there's this kind of conversation around child support. Like, I've been sort of following some of the more recent changes in child support. And it would be interesting to discuss those with him. But, you know, maybe someday. But anyways, yeah, I still gotta, you know, I've read all of Coach's Free Agent Lifestyle, but De-Evolution, I've only read part of it, and I really got to actually finish reading all of this one. But I made sure to buy it just so I can have it in front of me. I'm like surrounded by books lately, and I've been deep into it, man. I'm reading a book about inheritance right now. It also talks about dowry and how all those things thread together. It's really good. Disclose the remuneration. Stop with the family S. Not exactly sure.
Where a lot of people are getting confused today. It's like, this is meant to be an open dialogue, so you can kind of feel where you feel like is a good fit for you or where you would fit in. But there's just too much of this. It's not always black and white. And I think I'm a perfect example of that. I'm a wife, a mother, and I am doing something that is quite taboo for who I am. But I do it well. I balance the two. Nothing's really changed in my life outside of what I'm doing. And so I think I enjoy doing these type of shows because it does give me the opportunity to really show a different light to the industry, a different light to me as a person. I mean, who I am, Allie Ray, is very different who I am in real life.
Allie Ray. I think I've seen her on Twitter.
To this, and I think that's just the side that people don't get to see, and so it's always...
you know something that I've got cue cards and everything, and I'm just kind of throwing, but kind of all over the place here. But I find it interesting. You were married 9 years, okay, and on the 10th day, he got
right around the 10-year mark. You know, a lot of marriages fail around then. I used to see a lot of people kind of splitting up. 5 to 7 years, I think, is probably that 5-year mark is important. But then in California specifically, the 10-year mark was tough because that's where it transitions from like a short-term marriage to a long-term marriage. And, you know, that had implications, especially alimony-wise and things like that. But Braylon says, I'm all for not telling people what to do. You can do as you wish. But what bothers me is that it's the same people that scream for help, but at the same time, they ignore all advice. Yeah, I mean, I think there could be this kind of vampiric sort of need, like especially people who are depressed, you know what I mean? Or just things like that where maybe, you know, I can even see this in myself when I was younger, and it's like, it's just they need to talk to somebody, and they kind of do that to help them not change. I don't know. It's like they're just kind of offloading on you. And that can be like really energy sapping, especially for a certain type of person. And you can sit there and have all these conversations and like nothing changes. You know what I mean? And like, yeah, I mean, you want to help people. You want to do your best. I really get it. But I think the older I get, just maybe the less patience I have for certain things, you know? So I get it, man. It's just, and again, it really depends on the relationship you have with the person and how close you are. But sometimes, you know, a tough decision needs to be made. But that's easy to say. You know, it's easy to say. It's harder to do. And especially if, you know, maybe it's like a very close relative or someone who's a very close friend for years. But you got to be realistic about what you can and can't do in those situations. Would love to see a conversation between you and Coach, but also between you and a person you disagree with, perhaps define the dowry. Yeah, you know, I'll be honest, I kind of shy away from the blood sport debate stuff. And maybe it's unfair to you guys. Like, maybe I should get grilled, you know what I mean? But it's just like, oh, God, you know what I mean? But I hear what you mean. Maybe on the call-in, people can call in and give me a piece of their mind about that. Defending the dowry. Yeah, you know, there probably won't be no shortage of that, to be honest. Like, if that does pick up some steam, I'm sure plenty of people will have something to say about it. I'll do my best. I can't even promise you guys, like, you know, I don't know. I'll just try to be honest about it. And I just, you know, if you try to be honest about it and not have some hidden agenda or something, God help me, then, you know, maybe I can have enough strength and resilience to be able to explain it and defend it well and do it justice. You know, that's what it's about. Robert says, because they like doing the zombie thing. Wish I was brave enough to get blitzed out of my mind in public as performance art. Berkeley might be a good place for that.
Out kind of a thing. You've been married 20 years.
Almost 22.
22 years. If I had a cocktail, I'd cheers to you. And you've been married 1 year, okay?
22-year marriage. There you go.
And I was in a long-term relationship, single now, all good.
You know, I don't know. Like, maybe some part of that is, you know, I wonder what the deal is with her husband and what it is. And I would love to see what the marriage transaction looked like on that, see the details to that and what was brought over, what was the deal.
What I want to know is, of your friends that have been married somewhat as long as you, I'm not saying as long as you, how many, let's say you have 100 friends. Let's just say 10 friends, just to kind of keep it simple.
Like, she's married 22 years. And I will say, you know, I think when Coach is discussing marriage, I think especially, I mean, Coach is a guy, I think he's, I don't want to misquote him, but he says 50, he's not about 50-50 marriages. He doesn't think they work. I think he'll say something akin to, you as the guy think it's 50-50, but it's really more like 70-30 or maybe even more than that. I will say for this OnlyFans woman who's been married 22 years, she's probably bringing in a lot more money than her husband is my guess. I don't know. Maybe they're bringing in around the same, but a divorce for them would be different than a man in this traditional provider role. I'm guessing her OnlyFans probably makes a lot of money. That's probably part of the marital assets at this point. So that's how I see that. Maybe her husband is financially happy. That's how I kind of see it too. I mean, you know, she's probably bringing in some serious cash. I don't know, you know. Maybe it's not just about that, you know, but it also depends on what type it is. But there's people out there that will take a certain deal. Klaus says, well, at least she brings money to the table. Yeah, that's what I mean. It's kind of a pseudo dowry, so to speak. I'm curious, do you think all this psychological manipulation of men and women, globalization, active and passive social media brainwashing, economic turmoil, drug use, etc., are just symptoms? Gosh, that's a pretty big question there. So do you mean, like, do I think it's just symptoms, or do I think it's part of a coordinated agenda from a cabal of a small handful of elite few who are trying to manipulate and kind of farm humanity with some end in mind, possibly from a very old bloodline with a certain amount of monoatomic gold circulating through it, going all the way back to ancient Sumerian deities from different planets, still with us now through the royal bloodlines. And we're all just kind of, you know, worker bees to that. Well, symptoms of what? Like modernization, symptoms of industrialization, symptoms of accepting freedom and freedom being our highest value. I would say a lot of it, you know, I don't want to say it's some specific cabal and some small group of people having an agenda. Sorry, these glasses always make my eye autofocus not work. I think more so what it is it's just the sum total of people being opportunists. And when you have a society full of opportunists, people just trying to take now, because we have a system, an economic system set up for short-term gain, and wherever you can maximize short-term gain, people will do that, whether it's pharmaceutical industries charging more for a drug that doesn't cost that much. It's all about looking at gaps in the market, trying to make what you can make now. Long-term impacts be damned. I think it's more so just a kind of natural creation of the system that we have, maybe even more as an unintended consequence. I guess you can call that a symptom more so than some sort of grand design. Now, I do think there are groups out there that are opportunists who are taking advantage of our system in order to have their way. But isn't that what everybody's kind of brought up to do in this culture? You know what I mean? It's like, I can sell lemonade and I can sell the most organic, good for you lemonade. You know what I mean? Or I can try to sell it some crappier lemonade for the same price. And instead of actually squeezing real lemons in there, I got those little fake looking lemons with in the plastic that you see at the grocery store. And I just do a squirt of that. And, maybe I don't even use decent enough sugar. Like I just throw some sort of crappy high fructose corn syrup in there if I can find it, because it's hella cheap and the shelf life is, I don't even know. You know what I mean? And if I can get away with that, then I'm going to do that. None of this.
Oh, won't somebody please think
And
of
if I
the
could just make an
children?
extra penny here, I don't even care. I'll do it. I don't care about the long-term side effects. I'll fund studies to say that it's not that bad. You know what I mean? So I think it's just mostly opportunists taking advantage of things where they can. And the sum total of a bunch of opportunists leads to these sort of huge issues in society. More like a coordinated agenda. But yeah, I think it's mostly that. Listen, I'm open to the idea of it kind of being like a coordinated agenda. There are certainly large narratives out there. I think they are backed by monetary incentives, which kind of dovetails into everything else. Like I don't want to say it's this one group, or if we got rid of this elite class, suddenly everything will be better. I don't know, maybe it'll be a lot worse. Maybe some new elite class would come in. Like when you think of like French Revolution, they guillotine the royalty. And then after that, you have like a really bad period of just straight tyranny and a lot more violence happening. So that's a tough question, man. Yanu says, not a conspiracy in my opinion. Division is good for business. If it bleeds, it leads. It's incumbent on us to see the brainwashing and manipulation by finding purpose. Yeah, I think another closely related discussion is like, should sugary drinks be banned? Should flavored vapes be banned? I should nudie videos be banned? I tend to be on the side of, I don't think that stuff should be illegal. I think people should have the choice to make it. The problem is there's so much propaganda out there that the average person, it makes it hard for them to make a good decision. Now, I do believe in some forms of regulation. I don't think young kids should be having access to these kinds of things like kids do have access to it now. You know what I mean? And same thing with like sugary drinks, like maybe they shouldn't be available in school campuses for kids to buy from a vending machine and that kind of stuff.
How many are still married? How many are happily married? How many are like, I just can't wait to be like coach over here and just, I'm looking, and we're in the 8th inning, I'm trying to get out before the game's over kind of a thing. If you would break that down.
Yeah, so that's actually interesting that I don't have very many friends, well, obviously because of my industry now, but even prior to that, because the friends that I did have that were in marriages, I've always been happy in marriage. I married literally to my best friend. We got married very young. I love him. I enjoy
that's interesting. So it's an early marriage.
Time with him. We have fun together. I think what I would deal with is a lot of complaining. Like it was every conversation in the break room at work is everybody just hates their husbands. And it was like,
these are the women complaining to you.
You know what's ironic? Like what if we live in a society where it's actually the nudie video stars, the XXX stars that have like some of the best marriages? Like I don't know. Maybe, you got people doing like polyamorous stuff nowadays and all these different kinds of things. But then again, to be honest, after watching a lot of this content for the last few years, one thing I have noticed is that like, it seems like a lot of people, whatever they do, whether it's like a trad con marriage or whether it's some liberal progressive monogamous marriage where they each, give a hyphenated last name to these kids, or if it's like some polyamorous open marriage, a lot of people, it seems to fail. Like, you'd look at whatever podcast and they'd have, here's the TradCon people on this side. Here's these middle of the road folks. Here's Destiny and his wife. Here is Think Before You Sleep and Brittany Venti. And you're like, there's all these people and they're all on different parts of the spectrum. And it's like, nobody can seem to figure it out. Not the open relationship people, not the other people, but this lady seems to have a long marriage going.
And this is when you were a nurse?
Yeah, yeah, all the time. And I had a hard time connecting with people because it's like, well, here I'm going to be.
Nurses tend to make pretty good money. And I used to work at child support. I saw so many different people's incomes, and they'd make like $10,000 to $15,000 a month. And I'd be like, now a lot of people will say, well, nurses, they have a high level of cheating or whatever. But I don't know. I'd look at that income and expense declaration, and I'd be like, 10 to 15 a month. I'd see a lot of those cases where even the nurse might have had to pay the guy she was with. It's just like, oh, a nurse, you say.
Be this girl like, oh, what? I love mine. We're going to go out and have drinks. You guys want to go? They're just, the guys, I always noticed the husbands were always out with their friends and, the wives were always doing their own thing.
Another thing is she didn't need to do this. Nurses make decent money. It's a good career, but she wanted to do this and she's, made a hell of a lot more money.
Very divided household. And I've noticed this too, even my sons, they're older now, but they've told me like at other people's house, it's just crazy. Like I never see the parents sitting on the couch together like you guys do, or like hugging or kissing, or, walking in the kitchen, my husband slapped my ass. Like it's just those things, like they don't see any affection. And so I've never connected with a lot of other people because of that. So to answer your question, if you said I had 10 friends in a room, I'd say maybe 1 or 2 have at least marriages for that long, but I've never met someone that I think is truly as happy as we are, or that enjoys their time together. And I'm not saying that's how a marriage should be, because a lot of marriages, they really thrive on that space apart, and that's important to them. And so maybe that's just not what they do.
Here's what
I am interested in hearing her husband's perspective, preferably in a separate venue, alone.
I'm hearing. And then I'm gonna turn it over to you. You're an anomaly. Okay, you're in a loving, sex-filled marriage. And you had a career, and now you're doing OnlyFans. Like, you're an anomaly, okay? Like, you're making more money than most women. You're happily married. Like, you're not the average. You're not the typical statistic. You're the
exception.
The exception to the rule, correct. But what I'm also understanding is that a lot of your women, 8 out of 10, are basically in this marriage where they're upset, annoyed, they're sick of their husband. Because a lot of times we hear on my show and shows like this, men kind of need to be like the man running the show, tell these women what's up. But, women have a voice in this perspective as well. Yeah. And they're kind of being the complaining behind the scenes. Go ahead, Coach.
Well, I want everybody to understand. I'm going to look into this camera right here, so I hope you see me very, very well here. I want to understand and remember that everything I say from this point, she backed it up, all right? So it's basically zero, all right? You have no hope, no chance. Past the 20 years, and that comes from experience. It also is the experience.
You have no chance of passing 20 years, you're saying?
No. You can pass 20 years. You'll probably be roommates, and you'll probably be overweight in a busted Pillsbury biscuit can, or you'll probably be the exception to the rule. But the data shows us, plus the experience that she expressed, that it's a very difficult thing. And this is what I want men to know.
Yeah.
It is very difficult. Many people will simplify it for you. They will say, oh, just do this and do that, and they will lead you on a wild goose chase. And that's my perspective. That's all that I offer. I tell men to not get married, especially when you don't have leverage. However, I also tell you, do not listen to people who simplify this. This is a very complicated thing that most people fail at miserably.
Got it.
And this is what I want people to understand.
It really is. I mean, it's relatively easy to get into a marriage. You know what I mean? And, I've been reading about inheritance, and part of that book's talking about marriage contracts from like old England and stuff. And it's interesting how much time families put in together pounding out the deal in the beginning. Nowadays, the marriage contract is really encoded in the laws, and you know, you get the marriage license. You don't even really understand the terms so much of that. You know, James Sexton said as much. By the way, I'm getting an error saying that the stream buffer might be a little. Hopefully, the stream's coming in loud and clear for you guys. Just give me a little error here that it's kind of slow. So hopefully it's okay. But it's a hell of a lot more complicated than it seems, and he's absolutely right about that.
Yeah, let me tee up Hafeez because you used a few things there about not getting married.
Yeah.
You said sometimes
If you
you'll
don't
turn
have leverage.
Okay, if you don't have leverage, we'll talk about that.
Yeah.
And you talk about turning into roommates. Well, this guy is the roommate, the host of the Roommate channel.
Right.
When you're hearing this, you've been married 1 year. And by the way, this guy's a sharp, informed, very intentional guy. My assumption is he didn't just trip and fall into marriage.
He's seen myself before.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
So you've been very, you're a calculated dude.
100%.
Okay. So when you're hearing Greg say this,
Yeah.
and even when you're hearing Allie say this, how are you processing this information?
No, this is really good, and I'm excited about how this conversation can develop because I think you've maybe. Did you react to me and AMS's conversation a couple of years ago about marriage?
I didn't react to it. I didn't do a reaction video.
Okay.
But yeah, I made a comment about it.
Okay, you made a comment about it.
That's like a very specific question. Did you react to my conversation with this a few years ago? It sounds like something he probably saw prior to the show. Possibly Hafeez had prior knowledge that, Coach would be on. Maybe he did a little background investigation where Coach didn't know. Coach was ambushed, just to be clear about that. I have to update the YouTube app real quick. No worries. Hopefully the stream's coming in okay for you guys. It just gave me this weird warning.
Okay, so to me, I'm really excited about it, but it's also key to talk about experience. Mm-hmm. Experience shapes your view, right?
Yeah.
So a girl who's been abused by a lot of different men, she's gonna have a very cynical leaning view towards men. A man who's been cheated by business partners will have a very cynical view about having potential business partners. So it's also unique to talk about we have to be honest.
Yeah.
Nobody here is 100% objective. That's one of my arguments always with red pill stuff. They say they're speaking the truth. You're not a robot. You have your biases, right? Call it for what it is. We all have our biases. I have biases. You have biases. Coach has biases. As much as we think we are, we have to be 100% honest to the people about our biases. If I'm an individual and I was divorced and I had a difficult experience via marriage, I'm going to have a biased opinion via marriage.
I mean, listen, we all live in our separate reality tunnels to some extent, and we're all trying to, take in new information into our model and assimilate those. And sometimes we do a good job or a bad job at doing that. But this space has a lot of guys comparing notes, and certain patterns start to develop, and guys have sort of seen things. So it's not, just because Coach got divorced, he's very biased, or just because this person's marriage is good. Like there is a sort of systemic issue that's been kind of revealed by a lot of men being able to compare notes with so many different examples. You know what I mean? So it's like, it's not just about personal experience. There's a lot of people in here having this discussion. Greg, shout out to you, man. I don't know if this is my first time seeing you, but thanks for being here. Thanks for spending your time watching this stream. Greg says, marriage is an oppressive institution imposed on women by the patriarchy to oppress them. No man that has any respect for women would ever get married or participate in the institution of marriage. I see what you did there. I think every woman is going to agree with that. Ahmed says, Mark Passio would say the royal elite is responsible for the divisive mess we're all in. He has a few videos online suggesting eugenics. Human breeding. It's interesting, but it's out there. Man, I gotta be honest. I do like watching the out there stuff. Like I like conspiracy content. I call it fun content. You know what I mean? Because there's this guy, I think his name's Professor Hamamoto, and I'm subscribed to this guy because, I went to college at UC Davis, and he was a professor at, I think he's retired now, at UC Davis. And we had a chancellor over there named Linda Katehi. She was the chancellor back when those kids got pepper sprayed on campus. I was there that day when that happened. But anyways, this guy, Professor Hamamoto, has a whole video with someone about how Chancellor Linda Katehi's bloodline goes back to these old royal bloodlines. And I think it goes all the way into the lizard people and all that stuff. And I'm 100% here for it. That's good content. I would watch that stuff. Like when I'm about to go to sleep, and I'm just laying down, I need to watch something, I'll have that on in the background if I want to watch something. So yeah, it's entertaining. Man, I remember, God, do you remember YouTube around 2012? conspiracy content was really big then. And then Google came in and they changed stuff around, and the whole conspiracy corner of YouTube like went into panic mode, and their views and everything got cut pretty hard. Like I remember something happened, like YouTube came in and did something to those guys. I'm a biased robot. I believe that everyone are actually illusory pigeons. Well, marriage isn't broken. You are. Yeah, that's pretty much what he's saying. Braylon, for example, is a robot drone pigeon. Hey, we'll probably be getting robot drone pigeons and very soon here. So let's not put that past anything in the near future.
Allie has a positive experience with marriage, so she can have a bias towards, well, great marriages can work, right? So similar to me, the people I admire the most, the people I look up to, are married people. Patrick Bet-David, Jordan Peterson, my father, Pastor Mark Driscoll, people who I look up to the most, right? Long-term marriages, the people that I celebrate a lot. Long-term marriages. My father and mother have been married for over 30 years. Great, healthy marriage. So that's my opinion. My Pastor Heidi Lewis, been married for over 25 years. So that's my worldview. And so to me, hearing what he's sharing, there is truth in that. Everything what everyone's going to share is going to be truth in it. Yes, if you like, my dad told me a very powerful point. I love my father. He's such a wise older man. He said the most important decision you'll ever make in your life is the one you marry, and it can go one of two ways. And this is what I want the guys to understand. We're not teaching naivete, which is, marriage is this perfect thing, and you just meet the one and live happily ever after, and there's no issues, there's no divorce.
Right. I mean, it kind of was that for a while. Like I feel like that was kind of the message for a while.
We're not teaching naivete. Marriage can be the worst thing in your life. It can be an absolute living hell. And I guarantee you can go for days and for days. And so many different stories about people with marriage.
See what I mean? Like he's a little preachy. I mean, listen, I'm really trying to give him the fair shake. And I know I'm biased too, as he's saying. But, it's okay. It's okay.
It's an absolute living hell. But we don't want to teach being naive about the realities. But also, we don't want to teach nihilism, right? The other end of the extreme. Marriage is the worst thing possible, and the women are out to get your money, and everyone's miserable, and everybody's roommates, and everybody's
that's kind of a cartoonish characterization of what Coach is saying.
Because there are some individuals, such as what Alex communicated, who are in happy, healthy long-term marriage, right? So you don't want to be naive. You want to be nihilistic. You want to be as real as possible. Give me the good, the bad, and the ugly. And my biggest thing is that I understand that marriage is a very difficult thing to get right. And the same thing is like, I love what you do. It's marriage and money, right? I think we're going to be talking about those two things today. Adam, you're a 1% man financially. Right? That means 99% of people are trying to get to where Adam is. Most people live paycheck to paycheck. They're struggling. Their lives suck when it comes to money. Most people are struggling, but they're trying to get to where you are. That's how I view relationships. Most people are in really sucky relationship. Most people, it's a day-to-day war.
He's kind of said the same thing over and over and over again. But okay, it's okay. It's a speaking style.
Hell, the way work is, the way the gym is. But then there are some people who are having it at the highest of level. The same way nobody says, most people are not going to be in the 1%, so screw it. You should even try. It's 90% of businesses end in 10 years. You should even try. We say if somebody's gonna succeed, why not you? Which is why I love what you're doing. If someone's gonna be rich, why not you? If someone's gonna make money, why not you? If someone's gonna have a great podcast, why not you? So for me, I acknowledge that the top of the mountain is rare. I acknowledge that. But what I also acknowledge is that if somebody's gonna win, why not it be you? And how can we help?
Coach is like looking off into the distance. He's like, whatever. He's like, I think I hear what he's saying.
As many men as possible get there. Everybody won't be able to get there, but how many people can we help get there? And that's what to me matters the most.
Gotcha.
Preach. I love that.
Now, when you hear something like this, obviously he's sort of saying, all right, I hear you, Coach. Your marriage didn't work. You got out, thank God, before the 10-year mark. So you'd probably be a little bit more spiteful than you are. I'm not saying that you're spiteful, but you'd be even more spiteful if you're paying a ridiculous amount of alimony and everything that you'd be paying. But is there anything wrong with what Hafeez saying? He's basically saying, I hear you, Coach. It ain't easy out there, bro.
What Hafeez is saying is like he's painting, he's trying to say he's not painting a rosy picture, but it does come off like this kind of very rosy thing, and like this is what happens to other people, and you can choose better, and it can work out, and maybe there's some truth to that. You know what I mean? But Coach is a lot more pragmatic about this stuff.
They're like, life's tough, marriage is tough, making money is tough, things are tough. But don't tell me that I shouldn't.
And it's like, yeah, it is rare for the 1% to be up there. All these things are tough, and then if that's the case, then Coach's strategy of protect your meat, I think, is more applicable.
Married, or don't tell me that I can't have a successful marriage. How do you process that?
I don't think anyone says do not get married. I think they caution people to say do not get married. If I say do not get married without leverage, that is a position, right, that you can change. Thus, if you read my book, it says once you get to that position, you can then make the decision. You'll probably come out better than going in it without it. However, this is
where I appreciate the dowry system, because both parties are kind of more or less equally leveraged into it in terms of what they're bringing in. There's a kind of economic match there in some ways.
But I will always say, when men do find that solution does not work out, they are left alone.
Unrelated, Karen, I don't know if you're listening right now. Sometimes people get up to go make a cup of coffee and they got me playing in the background or something. And some people, they might have had to pause the video and they're like 15 minutes back. No, that's realistic. But Karen, if you're here, do you live in India? And the only reason I ask, is because the dowry system is so still very pervasive over there, even though, it was outlawed, I think, in the 60s. But there's also a large contingent of Indian feminists. And I guess what I want to ask you is if you got your finger on the pulse over there, and what is kind of the dominant public opinion about the dowry system, and what do people like about it or don't like about it? I'd actually be very interested if you can share some of that, but no pressure.
Nobody to help them. So people encourage people, hey, why not? Give it a try. But when you go bankrupt, when you lose your kids, when your kids are taken from you, when the courts kind of punish you for making this decision or punishes you for being a slightly better, higher earner, then nobody's there with information.
Exactly. And then all this bluster of what Hafeez is saying, all that stuff means nothing in that moment. And to be honest, all he's going to say is the same thing. Well, you got to try harder for your kids and, this and that. And you got to do everything you can to see them and this and that. And you got to work hard and try to get that promotion and you got to pay the child support. And it's just going to be pretty much a repeat of what he's saying there. I mean, so that's what I mean when I say what he's saying kind of comes off rosy, even though he's kind of literally trying to say that we don't sell it as this rosy thing. It is really tough. But then it kind of still ends up coming off as like this sort of rosy thing. You know what I mean? Marcus says, I love conspiracy theories. The Y-Files is a good channel. I like the Y-Files also. He makes amazing videos. That kind of goes without saying. Obviously, he's got a lot of views, but I liked his one about, he did this video about this alien, and it occurred in like Placerville. I swear, this thing was like a 40-minute drive from me where this happened. Man, and those ones really get me. He also did one about Neanderthals, and I was like really interested to learn that Neanderthals actually had night vision. And it kind of got me thinking, it's like the invention of fire took away our ability to have night vision, maybe. Because it's like when we made fire, the more generations of humans that used fire or proto-humans or whatever, eventually our bodies kind of, the night vision sort of diminished in that way. That's how I, he didn't really say that explicitly in the video, but that's how I took it. Karen says, I'm waiting on RFK Jr. to release all the C-19 files and the effery that happened a couple of years back. After C-19 debacle, I started to believe these conspiracies because it always came true in the end. Man, that's like Alex Jones. There are things Alex Jones said, like, listen, I get it. I don't know what it is, man. I have the soft spot for Alex Jones because I really appreciate his level of showmanship. Like, his level of showmanship is very interesting. And he was big on the conspiracy YouTube, and he had like this huge channel. And then I remember when they banned him. They banned him in a lot of places at once. It was like a coordinated affair. But there were things that he said that ended up being true. Like, I think even before like Snowden, or I can't remember who the other whistleblower was for the NSA stuff, came out, I think, he was saying stuff like that. the stuff in the water that turned the frogs into rainbows. That ended up there is a study on that. That was true, I think. So I get it, man. Sometimes conspiracy theory people figure it out. A good marriage requires both people to be 110% invested forever, and picking correctly. It goes bad when people pick wrong or one party gives up. Yeah. When I talked to Paul in the second one, we were talking about this kind of love detection model that sort of replaced this dowry model, where the family's more involved in the matching process. And love detection tends to be this thing that just after a few years, that's that 7-year mark or whatever. Once the love diminishes, people don't really see a reason to stay together. And it's even worse so if one person's kind of doing the providing and all that kind of stuff, then it gets really bad. I'm ending the poll. 90% of you guys said it is because of a coordinated agenda or natural to our current system? Damn it. I hope you guys, when you guys answered yes, you meant coordinated agenda. I should have split that up. I should have been more clear on that. I'm assuming you guys think it's a coordinated agenda. Correct me if I'm wrong. I got to be better at my polls here. Yenna says it's not nihilistic. He's oversimplifying it. Yeah, and that's where it gets into it being kind of a rosy picture, because he is oversimplifying it. The institution is fundamentally broken, very much so, and for very real reasons, too. Women in the job market, no-fault divorce, modernization, social media, birth control, all these other legal structures that have been constructed outside of marriage, like custody laws that have nothing to do with marriage, paternity laws that have nothing to do with marriage. You know what I mean? All that. So it's just like when it comes to it anyways, the tree of the state institution of marriage has been chopped at. It's pretty much fallen over. Karen says technically dowry is outlawed in India. That's true. Yeah, and I remember reading that. They ended dowry back in 84. Okay, so it was 84, not the 60s. But for some reason, there are people who demand an exchange dowry in the North as well as the South. Dude, I heard that like 90% of people still have the opinion, I think. I could be wrong. I don't know where I read this from. That, a dowry should take place still. And the last I checked, the divorce rate in India, I think, is still relatively low. I know culturally speaking, Hindu people specifically, divorce is not supposed to happen. Like, it's supposed to be very monogamous. Like, that's encoded within the religion, I think. So, dowry goes hand in hand with monogamy. But I don't know. I had recently read a lot, because, I go on Reddit and stuff, and I read a lot of stuff on, the Indian subreddit, or India, and the opinion seems to be that dowry's wrong, but I know that Reddit is a very small subset of Indians, right? It's just this kind of liberal sort of English-speaking people over here who are probably well-to-do, and they might have those opinions there, but when it comes to the mass of people, I think it might be a different picture, You can't raise the percentage of dateable men from 10% to 20% or higher. The goalpost is always moving. The 10% will just have to work harder. Well, if that becomes the new normal, then they want the top 10% of that or whatever. Robert Spencer says, love Alex Jones. Yeah, he is a showman in the truest sense of the word. And I appreciate that sort of, it's like the old school radio stuff I used to listen to like when I was a kid and getting picked up and dropped off from school, by my parents, or like talk radio, morning radio. There used to be some good shows back then. But then again, there are a lot of legal loopholes that women feminists, we can combine both to trap a family in 498A dowry law. Yeah, it reminds me of like false domestic abuse allegations, because what they will say is that the family is holding the wife hostage and basically claiming that her family didn't make good on the dowry payment that they agreed to. So since dowry's outlawed, like a family can come up with this agreement. And to be honest, I think the woman's side of the family has every incentive to embellish what they're going to contribute in the form of a dowry. Now, since they know the law's on their side, once they get married and then the man's side of the family is just like, you never made the full payment, then they can come in and screw you over and be like, she can come in for her family. They'll tag her in and she'll be like, oh, they're hurting me. They're threatening to beat me up if you guys don't make good on the payment. And that's where the whole court process comes in. And then pretty soon, even the groom's mom and dad are getting arrested out there. So I know it's tough, but then I still wonder, like, are most people just going about business and this doesn't really happen often? Or is it more of a regular occurrence, you know? And I kind of wonder, like, what that means for the future of India, because it would appear as it becomes more modernized, feminism's taking root. A lot of these same pathways that we've seen develop in different countries seems to be following suit. And, you know, there could be a change coming, but then again, I don't know, you know? Ahmed says there are videos on YouTube showing what women in the 1960s wanted compared to the insanity of what they want today. You can't satisfy desire by feeding it. No, you cannot. It just gets worse. That's true. Dart Sidonius. Hey, man. Welcome in here, bro. Honestly, the idea of it being coordinated is natural. If I remember correctly, it was shown that gaining power actually has a similar effect on the brain as drugs, hence why people want it more. Yeah, I mean, I see that more as just a side effect of a system that rewards that kind of sort of short-term gain and power seeking. The divorce rate that you see officially is false. Please invite Anil Murthy from Save India Family Foundation. He will give you the real information. And Reddit is mostly liberal space. Yeah, that's my suspicion too. You know what I mean? Yeah, I'll have to read more into stuff and see what it is. My guess is a lot of this stuff is happening more recently, like probably with millennials going forward, you know, as they're the ones that are up to bat here. Well, Gen Z is pretty much up to bat on marriage, but millennials have been in it. And we're probably seeing, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if there's a lot more divorces or at least separations. I just don't know how the legal system handles it directly, but yeah, I appreciate the info. There was an unofficial survey or study done that this racket of divorce in courts and police is somewhere around $300 million. So much money to be made here. Well, it's because if that's just been introduced into the society, a lot of families have nest eggs. And so now that the system is there, they're going to juice everybody's nest eggs in a way and kind of do the same play that's happened over here, you know. But is that good or bad for society? What does that mean?
Nobody's there with context. No one's there to help them. And I believe, not feel, I know, understand, believe, and I have evidence to show that men are left alone when they don't succeed in this endeavor. And that is the void that I feel. Because I can tell you, hey, men are alone in this situation. Men are homeless. Men are thinking about eating guns. Men are thinking about, they have no way out.
And these are the notes that have been compared in the space, you know? So, you know, Hafeez can say like, well, that's just your experience, but this is the experience of many men.
We're losing big time, and we're losing a fraction of men due to
and again, you know, like when someone like Hafeez talks, like he said all these things, but like nowhere in there was talking about making sure she brings something to the table, talking about how to look for a good match, talking about consequences of, you know, at least telling you what the deal is going to look like. Like, you know, maybe you don't believe in that. Maybe you think you should be the provider, but here's what it looks like if it goes south. At least someone like Coach is talking about that. So that's why I say what Hafeez said comes off as like very rosy. You know what I mean? There was an unofficial survey or study done that this racket of divorce in courts and police is somewhere around 300 million. Okay, my bad. I read that already. My divorce rate is entirely my ex's choice, and so were all of the other separations. Chicks just dig leaving and taking stuff in general. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you know, especially here. Karen says there are so many nonprofits actually who are trying to help men in India. Married men in India are canceling themselves at a much higher rate than women. It's almost 40 to 50% more than female deletion. Dang, man. It sounds like it's increased too. I mean, probably it's interesting. You know what I mean? Because India is unique because they have had, I think, a dowry system for a very long time, going back to the laws of Manu. You know, I think it was encoded there, and it was practiced there for a long time. So this is an indication that Indian society was relatively very complex and stratified. And that's evidenced by the caste system for a very long time. And they've had this for a very long time. And then now you get to the 80s, and they're like, this is prohibited. And people are still doing it, probably over 90% of the population, even up until 2024, 2025. But it seems like there's this growing voice amongst the new generation that wants to cast off the dowry system. And, you know, it looks like it's going to be particularly bad for monogamy and basically the stuff you're describing now here in your comments seems to be a direct result of that. You know what I mean? But India isn't the U.S. and its culture is different. So it's like, I wonder how they will view it there, you know? Yeah, and it says the Me Too movement was the force multiplier for false accusations and self-deletions. Yeah, I mean, you know, and I think someone like Dr. Stephen Baskerville would say Me Too is the natural sort of macro outcropping of individual sort of false domestic violence claims between individuals on a lower level. And then this gets writ large into the political level, you know, Kavanaugh and Trump and all these kinds of people, in order to have manipulation not over just a husband, but the entire sort of state apparatus in general. I think was kind of one of his points in his book. So the Me Too is the sort of zenith point of all these kinds of things, or a sort of natural formation of these lower sort of microcosm or petri dish of all these other things, you know.
Manipulation due to people trying to, you know, they may be hurt, a woman might be hurt in a marriage, or she might feel that she's not being appreciated, and then she throws a grenade in the room. What happens then? See, that's where I come in. I get to show you what happens when the grenade is there. And I also encourage you, you're not alone in this.
I could, you know, and Coach has it pegged very well. He calls it the hope strategy. And like, I've watched Coach's show for a while now, and he will lay down some very just accurate things. You know what I mean? And he really is giving true facts about it, you know, backed up with evidence. And even, you know, I've seen a lot of divorce orders and things and talked to a lot of people just working at child support. And there's things Coach says, and I'm like, yep, I've seen that before. You know, Hafeez, on the other hand, again, is selling you hope. You know, and okay, yeah, well, he's basically saying, you know, you can't be nihilist. You remember the dream I talked about that I had where I was on the boat and the boat wasn't moving and it was surrounded by dirty water. And there was this, at the top of the boat, everybody's inside the boat and the deck, and they're all having a ball. Basically, they're in tuxedos and drinking champagne. And I took a spiral staircase to the deck, and I saw that there's this small tub of clear water. And I realized it wasn't enough for everybody in the boat and that the boat wasn't moving. So me and two other guys, we decided to jump off the boat and try to make it for land in the distance. You know what I mean? And Coach is telling you what's wrong with the boat here and how bad of a situation it is. Hafeez is saying it's bad, but you should compete and try to get a little bit of this clear water. I'm saying, listen, I don't know what's there on land, but I'm taking my chances and jumping and swimming in the dirty water. I don't care how long it takes me. I'm going to embrace uncertainty on this one. Hafeez will be like, well, what do you suggest, Shah? What do you think's better? And the truth, I don't know. I'm just trying to see what's on land over there, because I'm not staying on this boat no more. I'm not playing this game. You know what I mean? So, you know, Hafeez is talking about the 1% and all these other, you know, things and how rare it is. And that Hafeez is saying, I know there's not enough water on here for all the people in this boat, but there's a chance I can get some of it for me, even though most of the people aren't going to get some of that clean water. Coach is being realistic about the situation. Me personally, I've made the leap here, and I'm just trying to see what's there on land and what I find. The boons of, you know, past the veil here of uncertainty. Now, you know, there might be other things there. There might be dangerous things there, but that's part of it. Mr. Pitt says Hafeez's advice amounts to just don't get divorced. Yeah, basically, he doesn't want to acknowledge that divorce is a unilateral decision. Exactly. And, you know, that amounts to what I think Coach calls the hope strategy. You are absolutely correct, Mr. Pitt. Man, shout out to Robert. Yenu says, Coach Greg Adams is the Sadhguru of men's issues. Men, Sadhguru. I don't know exactly what you mean, but are you talking about Osho? Like the Bhagwan Sri Rajneesh? He was like that sort of guru guy up in Oregon. They did a Netflix special on him. I don't think that's who you mean, right? A Sadhguru is a different guy, right? Man, there's a sound effect I got to get from that guy. He's the guy that says, democracy is like the rule of the people. And then he says, but the people are, you know, and then he says the R word. I got to find that. Dowry had worked for India, but the system was destroyed by systematic intrusion. India is now so down the path of degeneracy, it's going to shock you. That's why men in India are going MGTOW. Man, that's interesting. You know, I should give that a fair shake. I never, when it came to the dowry stuff, like I did look at some of the Indian stuff, but when it comes to the other men's issues there, I tend to focus mostly on like the Western stuff, but I should give India a fair shake. I have been trying to look for journals. You know, kind of one of the big things for India, they'll talk about like female infanticide and these kinds of things. And that seems to be some of the older literature for, you know, at least an argument against dowry and all these kinds of things. I tend to be not super, I don't know, like I don't see that and think like, oh, that's a reason against it. Partial to it, I guess. It's because I think, well, you know, it just depends on the society, what the rule of law is and that kind of stuff. But, you know, I don't know. So I do need to read more on that, and I do plan to. So I appreciate you giving me some information there, man.
A lot of people come to my content and they find out, oh, you too? See, before, as I said, 70 years ago, 40 years ago, 30 years ago, there was nobody presenting this side of the argument.
This side, I see what you're saying.
This right here. Nobody, they just left men alone and they said, well, you must not have been hitting it right, or you must not have loved her right, or you must have abused the kids. That's what she said. She said that you were.
And then, you know, and 30 and 40 years ago, just to the argument that Coach is presenting now is the culmination of the raw effects that men have felt from, you know, the sort of no fault divorce coming to the fray, you know, like us hand waving goodbye to at fault divorce, the child support system getting teeth in the 90s and becoming the monstrosity that it is today. So it took men a while to figure out what the hell was going on, and then to start comparing notes to try to create a clear picture of this. So 40 years ago, you know, it also just, it wouldn't have been likely that men, you know, would have been keen to exactly what's going on, because they were dealing with a lot of new legal changes in that time, basically. Yeah, Osho was awesome. Sadhguru is the modern one who is still alive. Man, I think I know what you're talking about. I think I might have seen some clips of his like on Instagram or something. Sadhguru, the Indian spiritual dude on YouTube, that guy. I'll have to check him out.
Nobody came to this position. So listen, there was a void open and I ran right through the
so
hole.
when you talk about leverage, break down what you mean by leverage. Are you talking about in a marriage before you get married? Are you talking about a prenup? You're talking about a set of rules, guidelines? What's this leverage you're referring to?
Well, a lot of men, you know, a lot of men are looking to be loved, right? So a lot of men, the transaction is always men give, women receive. So in this instance, once men do a lot of giving, they may sacrifice, they may risk things, but they're risking the little things that they have. They don't know what they're going to lose in the future, right? So by that point, they will probably avoid a prenup. They might say, I don't need a prenup. I don't have anything, right? And so he'll get married. He'll build some things. Once the commitment is made and once the investment is made, then he has something. So then when they say, well, you better love her right, you better screw her right, you better appreciate her right, and he says, well, it's still not working, she's not happy.
This is the marriage wheel right here that Coach talks about.
Well, then he knows he can measure how much he's going to lose because he now has leverage, but the leverage is attached to.
Guys, I'm gonna put. I always feel weird whenever I pause the screen and someone has their eyes closed. Guys, I'm gonna look for Coach's shout out, and no pressure, but man, if you guys know where it is or which episode it is, can you please put that in the Discord for me? I'll be looking for it myself, but if somebody spots it, you know, and that would be highly appreciated. I'd love to watch that shout out, man. But I just wanted to put that out there.
A marital contract. And then at that point, he could say, well, I don't want to lose my 2 or 3 kids. I don't want to lose my house.
Now he's leveraged in. You know, and what tradcons will come in and say is like, well, you know, you shouldn't cheat on your wife then. You know, well, you should just be a good husband and it won't happen to you. But what they're not telling you is that she can cheat on you and do all that crap and still walk away with half the assets and all that because it's no fault divorce. The courts aren't looking to see if there's an injured party or not. They always neglect to mention, you know, that half of it basically. Karen says USAID was funding all the feminist media outlets, universities, corporations, etc. in India. Now you know why there is so less data on male suicide or murder or anything that's related to men. That USAID thing is a really interesting thing, you know, and the whole point of USAID is to bring other countries into this Western liberal, neoliberal sort of secular fold. We want you guys in that fold because then all the wires connect right into the business, you know, of however we do business and loans and this and that. You know what I mean? All the family nest eggs get juiced. Everybody's living on mortgages after that. As many as we can get the credit system. If we can get, you know, India into debt, that's fantastic for our economy and this kind of stuff. USAID, I think, is all about, you know, the U.S. kind of spreading soft power in that way in order to create cultural change. And they especially do this through women's rights in order to kind of bring you guys away from a different mode of living. You know, back then it was about stopping communism and all these kinds of things. But it very much is a way in order to spread, you know, U.S. power and U.S. ways of living and U.S. values in order to bring that into the fold, which I think has economic benefits down the line, you know, so to speak, to become a sort of Western liberal democracy, secular democracy. Because then, you know, once you have that system set up, then they can pump money in, you know what I mean, to get certain groups to win, to create policies that they want, and all these, you know, the CIA will have their way. Now I should really put my tinfoil hat on. You know what I'm saying? This is all stuff that needs more research. But this is the kind of thing I'm trying to look into more also, because I'm looking at what's pushing away this dowry system. And I know that there's a bunch of studies and stuff that really harp on like female infanticide and violence against women. And it's all about disrupting this dowry system. And they were successful in doing that in the 80s. You know what I mean? And how much of those were funded by USAID type organizations? How much of it was funded by, you know, you know, I don't know, like these different conventions that go to that get adopted by the UN, and then other member countries start to implement these things, and maybe they get more loans from the IMF. I don't know what the deal is, but I got to figure it out. So I got to be forthright with you guys and say I'm still trying to research that. I just, you know, my spidey sense is tingling that there's a story there. Ahmed says, imagine being a regular blue-pilled guy. Your wife drops a grenade, and the only advice you find online is Hafeez-style content. I bet fewer men would eat guns if more creators were like CGA. Yeah, man, you know, and you see that kind of stuff, like, yeah, and then guys start, and then they find like a red pill space, and then suddenly it just makes sense to them, and it's all people complaining about the same problem, and then they start comparing notes, and they're like, hey, we're noticing a pattern, something's going on here, you know? The strength of the marriage shouldn't be on one person alone. Coach's mindset is silly. Dang, I'm not sure exactly which part you're referring to. But, you know, I know you said earlier that both parties should be equally invested into it. Now, the dowry system encourages that monetarily. If you can, I don't know, if you can explain just a little bit clearer maybe what he said that made you think that. Sounds like you're saying he said it should be on one person. Marriage causes divorce. It's not losing 50% of the assets. Marriage causes divorce. Hey, man, good to see you in here. It's not just losing 50% of the assets. It's also all the alimony and legal fees you lose together. Altogether, you're losing about 70%. Yeah, that's right. And I mean, listen, the attorney's fees, you know, that feeds into fighting for custody and all these kinds of things. I mean, you're exactly right about that because they split up whatever 50-50. Sometimes you might even have to pay her attorney's fees. And there's just all these other peripheral costs associated with this whole debacle that screws everybody. Horrible for the kids. USAID funded LGBTQ to Muslim nations under the Department of Education. Man, have you guys seen how big the USAID building is in Egypt? Some guy, he was an American. He was in Cairo. I saw this video like a week ago. And basically, I think USAID has kind of lost funding over there since Trump. Speaking of Egypt, let me get my sarcophagus standing right. But he went in there to go look at what's going on, and he showed a video, and it's just like this massive building. Like they invested some serious money, and USAID has been in Egypt for a long time doing that kind of stuff. It's the same thing with the with Pakistan. I remember during COVID time, they were trying to pass this COVID bill, and one of the writers on it, I think you'd call it a writer, was some amount of some millions of dollars, which was going to NGOs to help, like, I think it was like trans rights or women's rights in Pakistan. And there were like conservative and Republicans that were upset about that. And they're like, why are we spending this money for that? But really, it's part of some greater, foreign policy objective, which is to open up the nation in this way so that, they can, it's a lot of those kinds of countries that these kinds of things do. And it's like, okay, as an American, this benefits the U.S. It's part of a power strategy play. Robert, we love you, Robert. Braylon says, and under human rights to Muslims, well, not exactly sure what you mean there. Mr. Pitt says, what's up, homie? Oh, MCD, yep. Every time I see MCD, I think of McDonald's. USAID rabbit hole goes much deeper. It's from Yenu. It funded organizations and people who destabilized gaming and men's spaces. Wonder why most AAA games are trash today? Man, it's crazy how bad video games are today. And it's same thing with movies too. Like, I find myself watching a lot of older movies. I read a lot of older books. I'll just play older games, or I'll look for like fan-made games. Like, I found a fan-made Halo game literally 2 days ago, and I didn't play it, but I watched like somebody play like the levels of it, and it was so good. Like, I was like, wow, this feels like a real game, and the story doesn't suck. Like, it's just what we want. It's just like a normal story. There's no hidden agenda. You know what I mean? It was the greatest thing ever. Robert says, Arwen took all of my guinea pigs and trained them to yodel. Divorce is so unfair. I wanted to... Okay. Let's see. Oh, crap. I'm still on that. I'm referring to the part, this is from Arwen, where he lists out that the guy has to blank right and work right. I don't know. He just makes it sound like the entire strength of the marriage is on the guy's shoulders. Well, the way I read that is... he's basically saying the guy's more leveraged in. So I can understand what you're saying. Yes, in order for those aspects to be healthy, it is on the woman a little bit, and the woman deserves some accountability there. But he's basically saying, since the guy is the one that's fully leveraged in, and, he's going to get screwed over in the divorce no matter what because of no fault, then it doesn't matter whether or not the woman's strength comes into play or not, because she can just simply choose not to. And since he's the one who's fully leveraged in, he's staring down the barrel of a, 357 over here. And I think that's why he places it, on the man more, basically. MCD says, once you get married, you lose all power and leverage. You are giving your wife a loaded... I mean, God, you pretty much just described what I was talking about, like 5 exactly, to punish you with. I never play any video game or watch movies. That was made post-2020. Dude, honestly, bro, I would go further. I'd go to like 2014. Except for Ghost of Tsushima. That was a good game. Everything else, though, like, the funny business started in 2014. I remember that at least with like movies. You know what I mean? I think the original Gamergate was around then too. I think that was around then too. Putting everything on performing for the man isn't how you build a life together. The man performing a role gets in the way of the relationship. That's an interesting take. Like, do you mean in the sense, like a guy sort of doubling down and trying to being like a super masculine husband gets in the way of the relationship? Well, I mean, and in one sense, the more you try to fill that role and bend over backwards to do that, the less it's going to work. And, that's how you kind of end up where we are. You're missing out on Starfield, Braylon. 2007 to 2013, peak gaming. LOL, then Gamergate happened. Yeah, I mean, I'd go back a little further than that. I'd say like mid-90s. Like the late 90s to about 2007, 2013, that was good. You got to go back a little bit further than that. That's just me, but I appreciate older things,
I want to lose my car. He knows then, and also he has no protection. He didn't get a prenup because he didn't have leverage. This is what a lot of young men in their 20s don't understand. because they don't know what they're going to lose. They can't measure it. Once you're 40 and you've accumulated things and you have leverage, you have position at a company, and a woman says, hey, I want to marry you, and you will know what you're going to lose. And at that point, you can make a conscious decision whether to engage in a state-funded marital contract.
Yeah.
That's leverage. Most men get married without the leverage.
Did you have a prenup when you got married?
I was married at 28, 27, engaged at 27, 28. So absolutely not.
You
I
did not have one.
Nope.
And if you ever get married again, would you get a prenup?
I would advise
Clearly,
every
yes?
man. I mean, listen, a prenup is somewhat of a protection. It's just something to fight over in court. If there's something to be there, she could just fight it, and now you lost on the money, right? But I did not. I would encourage men to do so if they want to do
Allie,
it.
when you got married, did you have a prenup?
No, and honestly, like just hearing you speak, I feel like you come from a place that obviously had a negative experience with stuff.
Her situation, I think, is really different. I mean, she said she met, her guy from childhood, I think high school or something. So I don't know. God, we don't know what his side of the equation looks like. My guess is just because of who she is and her notoriety, and she has a successful OnlyFans on top of being a nurse, is that she makes pretty good money. So as far as leverage goes, if the guy makes as much, I'm guessing less. That's just my assumption. She's kind of more leveraged in, and her leaving is going to be more painful in that regard. Robert says, of course, it is annoyingly woke, but you can ignore that part. Klaus says, yep, Gamergate was the first sign when the corruption was getting obvious. Yeah, I remember that, and I always remember the name Anita Sarkeesian, because that's when Sargon of Akkad, he kind of got big making videos on the... it's funny. There's two Gamergates, by the way. There was a more recent Gamergate 2, but that was Gamergate 1. And it was, it was, I can't remember exactly what it was, but I think journalists or whatever were being paid to say games were good when they really weren't. And it was just obviously pushing an agenda. Marriage is for beta providers. If you are a high value Chad Tyrone, you don't have to get married. You can tell her she will only ever be a girlfriend. W. Leonardo DiCaprio. Yeah, exactly. Sometimes it does feel like anytime a guy's winning, people are pissed about it. Like, if an older woman's dating a younger guy, it's like that can be celebrated. Like in Leonardo DiCaprio's case, people are like, he's a bad guy. But, again, man, it goes to the society that we live in where it's like, it all kind of depends on what moral system you adhere to say something's good or bad, I guess, but it certainly ain't illegal.
Being a freak is not against the law of the United States of America.
So, he's just like, I just don't feel like dealing with that. And then that's his decision.
Or you kind of, I guess I can't imagine ever looking into a marriage, like even going into the thought of marriage, maybe because I was so young and I didn't have to, with so much like guardedness. I feel like going into a marriage and falling in love with someone, there's a little bit of a leap of faith there. And so sometimes when you make it too transactional, I don't know. I feel like for me, it would take a lot away. And maybe again, because I was so young, we were kids ourselves. We didn't have anything to protect. But I feel like maybe that mindset is what's quite toxic for people that aren't able to find love, is when you constantly live in that, well, she might screw me over, I got to protect this. Like, how can you ever fully let yourself like go and be...
See, what she's describing too is fundamentally irrational, right? This is based off of a romantic love model and this sort of fully letting yourself go and just taking a leap of faith and jumping into the situation. Nowadays, a lot more people don't want to do that.
Submit to just being in love.
Especially, particularly when it comes to marriage. I mean, maybe in other parts of your life, where it's just on you, that's different. But when it comes to marriage, especially they're kind of banking on you taking this sort of leap of faith. And then on the back end, it's just really bad, So again, enough people are comparing notes to see what happens a lot of the time when you take that, that leap of faith. Marriage is the definition of transactional. Diamond ring for kitty, all men pay. What's funny about that too? It's almost like that. Coach describes modern dating as actually a outcropping of prostitution, which like he describes prostitution in the 20s, and like dating where it comes to taking a woman out for dinner and these kinds of things is actually what men used to do with prostitutes. And that kind of created a dating culture. So the way people are doing marriage now, I don't know if I can't say he would say this, but it's kind of related to this sort of outcropping of where prostitution was in society, and it's kind of taken over the whole thing. So that's how you get this diamond for the kitty. But if it's, you know, old school with the dowry system, I don't think that would exactly be it. You know what I mean? Because there's other factors being considered there, and there's a different, I'd like to think, a different respect level, because they're bringing something that's valuable. You're bringing something that's valuable. It wouldn't be just about that. Just be vulnerable, bro. Trust me, bro. Yeah, man. Just, you know, you just gotta hope for the best. Exactly. That's the hope strategy. No discussion about economics at all, you know. And listen, I don't think she's like, I think she's coming at this in a good faith way. I don't think she means any of this in a bad way. I think she's okay. You know what I mean? But you know, again, it's coming from this sort of romantic model, and just the way the culture brings people up. I mean, she's just emblematic of that, at least the more recent culture. A man can never let go. Any sign of weakness will be used if the opportunity presents itself. Exactly. Men have a burden of performance on their shoulders all the time. You know what I mean? Like, you can even say men are expected to create this happy home, you know, where it's like, I need you to be my rock so you can allow me to be feminine, you know what I mean? And allow me to do this. And if you're not masculine enough, which usually translates to providing and taking care of all the problems so that I can then be feminine and do all these kinds of things. Men can't just let go. And that's what I mean. Like, when men are winning, people get mad. And I don't mean winning in a bad way, but it's just like, this guy's enjoying himself. There are so many examples of a guy enjoying himself for 5 minutes and people get pissed off. Like, well, you shouldn't be playing video games like that. Or Leonardo DiCaprio doing whatever he's doing. And, you know, oftentimes if a man just lets go in the relationship, you know, falls to pieces. You just have to believe in love. Yeah, see, that's not going to work. She says, I feel a lot. When it comes to facts and results, your feelings are irrelevant. When it comes to, when you're in there standing in divorce court, you know what I mean? And they're airing out all your business. The I feel, you know, at least, especially for you, ain't going to mean nothing. Yes, I respect her opinion, but it's just not practical. Yeah, again, you know, and she's speaking from her experience. She's talking about, she can't really imagine not like having to feel this guarded about stuff, but that's because typically, you know, I'd say in general, women, I don't know, like, especially when it comes to finances and things, they don't have to feel that guarded. She's lucky she got married early to somebody she met early on. So I think they have a deep, trustful bond there, and she probably came into money later on. So I think that's great for her, but other people kind of have to look at this differently, you know. I think her case is very unique. It sounds like they knew each other from when they were very, very young, and they decided to do that. A man's only power in a relationship is his ability to walk away. Marriage takes that away from him, very much so. Funny thing, she's proof herself. I bet her husband did not expect her to be an OF model. That's an interesting point too, you know. I mean, yeah, I mean, we don't know what that discussion looked like between them, and it's like, you know, I mean, what if he didn't want her to? And what if he was like, no? Like, what if he put his foot down and said no? What would have happened next? You know what I mean? Would she have listened to him? Would that have been okay? Would he have been able to stop her? Probably not. That probably would have came off as controlling.
And like letting that guard down. And I think the women have a lot to lose too. It's not just men, you know, obviously.
Right. But we don't speak from the women's perspective because we're men.
Yes.
But we also have to understand people go homeless over this. People lose their lives over this. This is serious.
Yeah.
It's like saying I joined the military and I was just hoping that I came out of the war not injured, not disabled, not ruined mentally. And then, I don't know why you would go over there and think that.
Hafeez has been quiet for a while. I'm sure we're about due for another like 3.5, maybe even 5 minute Hafeez screed coming soon.
Well, this is a battle. Well, and the battles are won and lost in these.
It's
marriages.
Not a battle though. I think this is where the language
just right on cue
has to be used correctly. And I think to
it's not a battle. Man, there are so many people that say love is a battlefield. That's literally like a like that. That's not even the red pill saying that. That's like other people for a long time. All's fair in love and war. I mean, come on. Hafeez, give him that.
I love the balancing act that's going to happen today, because I think what's going on is that I understand. So there's this idea of Eastern versus Western marriage. Let's just say Greg is on the East, she's on the West. Eastern marriage.
Okay, Eastern marriage. Here we go.
All about logic. Does it make
Okay.
sense? Arranged marriages, right?
Okay. Oh man, Hafeez is getting into it right here.
Two families, two worldviews, two
I
ideologies.
wonder if he's going to mention the dowry and marriage transactions.
Doesn't matter how you feel. It matters, does it make the most sense?
They're the most successful, by the way, arranged marriages.
We can talk about that in the
Yes,
future.
sure.
I think marriage transactions have a large part to do with that. You know, in common parlance, people talk about arranged marriage and they often see it from the romantic love view in the sense of like, oh my God, how could that ever happen? And most people, it doesn't even cross their mind about the marriage transaction part about that. You know, and again, it's a culture thing. I mean, at least in terms of the culture we have now, which is heavily impacted by modernization, a growth model, a huge rise in wealth, mass urbanization that leads to affordable rentals, so the young couple could live, in somewhere for cheaper, and these kinds of things. I think the tough part is that sort of economic boom that we all got from post World War II and modernization and all these kinds of things it seems to be kind of going away. And we're kind of entering a stage where it seems a lot tougher. You know, people complain about housing. A lot of young people are afraid to have kids because they're not sure how they can afford them. And it just reminds me, it just seems like, oh, this is how it was a long time ago. And this is how families had to deal with that in order to ensure a perpetuation of, their families and pass the torch on in a way. Versus the kind of luxuries, frankly, we've had more recently of like, hey, well, you're 18, get out of here now. And you got to go do something for yourself. And, all I care about is my retirement or whatever. Let me just catch up with these. Mr. Pitt says, where are we at on the big screen? With the exception of incredibly traumatic experiences, women almost always have the benefit of approaching a relationship with rose-colored glasses. They stand to lose a lot less in divorce. Yeah, especially where it's, a traditional provider model or, men are expected to do this, then yeah, I mean, it's not a bad deal, for them. Robert says, I've dated like 4 strippers. Shout out to you, man. I love your honesty, bro. I really do. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to call you bro. Sir Robert Spencer. One became my ex-wife. I used to be proud of it. Now it's embarrassing. Man, this is like a level of raw authenticity and honesty that I just have to respect, man. I just have to respect. I got to see if I even have another sound effect for this. There's got to be something beautiful about this.
I'm an alpha male. I can do this. I just wanted to let y'all know I'm an alpha male.
Robert is the alpha male of the chat today. This is like alpha level stuff right there. All right, that's about it. I thought I had one more in here. That's about it. I got to add some other ones, but Robert, Sir Robert, thank you for that comment. That was very interesting. And it's like people could sit here and try to say like, oh, that's stupid or whatever, but I'm sure your experience is extremely unique and you could probably point out things that some of us haven't thought about, Hafeez is naive and delusional. He needs to come back and speak after 10 years of marriage. Yeah, I don't know if I caught it. Like, they probably said it earlier. I'm not sure how long he's been married for, but I don't think it was for too long. Yenu says, in fairness, if it's nursing versus OF, her husband probably values the extra money. Proximity and less stressful job. They made the more financially viable choice for better or worse. Yeah, listen, I mean, it is bringing in a lot more money. That is a factor to consider. Now, again, we don't know the specifics. Maybe he didn't want her to do that. I don't know. Maybe it's just them, and there's not other people involved. So maybe that was a factor in convincing him if he was, so we don't have his perspective, but if I'm just looking at the numbers on both sides, it would appear that he is less leveraged than her currently. Ahmed says arranged marriages are successful because the parents broker it. Parents are not likely to let affection control the deal. Yeah, very much true, and it's that, and it's also like, investigation and stuff too. They're more likely to look into the other side of the family and look into the prospective groom or prospective, bride, and they're going to see kind of what the wealth of the family is and what his potential looks like, and there's a whole grilling process that occurs. You know what I mean? I'm sure Karen can tell us a little bit about that there if he's ever seen some of that in his own family and what people getting married or even for himself. Braylon Barnes says the dating concept started to become a thing right around the 1920s or Roaring 20s, what they call it. Yeah, I think that's like you had like the flappers and these kinds of thing, and Coach does a great presentation, about that. And sort of how that took off. And then, it meets the sexual revolution in the 60s and, you start getting birth control. Then it's on a whole nother level. And from about there is where you start to see, kids being born out of wedlock at a very high rate. I vaguely remember at the time of that recording, Hafeez was married for less than 3 years. Okay, yeah, I thought it was something like that too. I almost thought it was 1 year, but I didn't want to say that. I think you're right, though.
So Greg comes from that mentality of if you're gonna get in this agreement, you need to write out the agreement clear as day. What does this entail? What does it get?
Sounds like a marriage contract in England from like the 1700s.
If you leave, you get this. If you leave without this, you don't get nothing.
That's how it works.
It's a very systematized business kind of contract because it's
a business
a
contract.
Business contract.
Correct.
Because, and this is why when you were talking about the idea of like when men fail in marriage, they lose everything. That's wrong.
No, I didn't say they lose everything, but they lose an awful lot.
Let's stop.
Yes.
That's still wrong.
Well, why is it wrong?
Ooh, that's interesting. That's interesting. Before we get there, let me just read Ahmed's comment. The dating concept has been around forever. A girlfriend is just another way to say concubine. That's an interesting take on it too. What I would say, if I was going to reorient that a little bit, is it was around, but there were specific, well-defined lanes. Now what we have is this kind of gray, blurred area, and it's this kind of no man's land of trench warfare where there's hella fog in the middle of it. You know what I mean? So people are in and out. The winds come and shift things. Some people are monetized. Some people aren't. Some people are, they're TradCon this day. Then they're back to an OnlyFans model the next day. Prior to that was like, this is concubine. This is prostitution. This is what marriage is. This is wife. You know what I mean? This is so there was, I would say you're right, but I would put the caveat as there were defined lanes, which we do not have now. We're out here in the fog of war, basically. Couldn't the husband be in her OF content? Well, yeah, that's what I mean. Like if there's no other people involved, so maybe it's just them involved and that's part of the deal and he's okay with it. Again, we don't have his opinion. So, it might still be technically a monogamous, marriage in that way. And maybe he holds the camera and whatever. It's a thing they do. I mean, hell, maybe he's facing down the barrel of a dead bedroom or it's this OnlyFans deal. And, it's like dead bedroom here or sell subscriptions, millions of dollars here, plus not a dead. I don't know. I don't even know what happened there, but you're absolutely right, Arwen. I'm guessing that's probably the case, I think that's probably the case for them. I don't know, but that I would, guess that's what it is for them.
I'll tell you why. Because when men lose at anything in life, they lose a lot. You lose your job. Who's gonna come save you? If you screw your friends over, like as a man, that's the name of the game. You lose, you're gonna
as a man
lose a lot. You fail, you're gonna fail a lot. So I'm not saying that it's wrong. Like marriage doesn't.
Yeah, but see, he's what he's basically saying is that the man is the one that needs to be way more leveraged into the marriage than the woman. But the fact is they should both be equally leveraged, Now, what he's saying is based off of, I think, more recent history and about there not really being enough and everybody wanting to be in this 1% desperately. And he's just saying, well, that's the game now. So yeah, you are going to lose. Like if you want to win big, you got to take a huge risk. A lot of MGTOW guys are probably like, this risk is like dang near delusional. It's not even worth taking. You know what I mean? He's saying you should try anyways instead of not trying, like in the sense of, you should give it everything you got. And yeah, you probably are going to fail. But again, it still sounds a little like the Hope strategy. I remember that episode of Saucecast. It's just her and her husband. Okay, perfect. Thank you, Mr. Pitt. So yeah, I mean, so I could totally see how that, works for them in that sense. Ahmed said that's an awesome video on YouTube there's an awesome video on YouTube about the concubines that served the emperors of ancient China. I'll post on Discord. It's fascinating. Thank you. Please. I was reading about concubines in like ancient Rome and ancient Greece and stuff like that. And It is very interesting. Sometimes, it does sound a little close to kind of how, modern marriage seems to be. Robert Spencer says he's still sharing her body with other men. Well, yeah, I mean, you can maybe say that in a spiritual sense, or because they're seeing that. So it's there's a strange thing there. Now, is there a one? And I'm just sitting here playing with ideas, not saying it's good or bad or whatever. You know what I mean? Would you consider it sharing? Oh, he's probably sharing it to some extent, but they can see it. But then it depends on like how you consider viewing the nudie videos. You know what I mean? Like, as an observer, there is it more damaging to the person that watches it? I don't know. You know what I mean? But I get what you're saying. Yeah, you can say that. Braylon says on top of that, in arranged marriages, the family already had some mutual friendship with the other family, because in marriage you are combining family and lineage. I would say probably in a lot of cases they do, but even if they don't, I still think a dowry system works because it's kind of made to work for, I think, even if you don't, because this is where you can probably have a go-between. I mean, I think a lot of families that even do get arranged marriages, even in particularly urbanized, if you're in a rural area, you probably know them because they're not too far away. In an urbanized environment where there's a lot more families, it's probably a little tougher. And this is where you kind of get people, being matchmakers and these kinds of things. In that case, you might be doing business with the stranger, but with this kind of equivalent, with this marriage contract written out, with this exchange of goods, and with this agreement and this handshake and all these, these rituals to formalize the thing, I think it helps make the ability to do that, even if your families don't know each other that well. Though it probably is easier if you guys do have some idea. And I'm sure in older times and communities, they're probably a lot more close-knit. Robert says, even if he's in her OF content, women's bodies are visual, not just physical. Yeah, I think you're right. It is a sharing, but I guess what I'm saying is it the equivalent as a bunch of guys sleeping with her that aren't you? Or is it just a bunch of guys watching you sleep with her and how that weighs in on the balance of the scale there? You know what I mean? So, but you're right. It is sharing. Mr. Pitt says you watched her OF. The accusations. As a man, the only loss, quote unquote, that can permanently shipwreck you is divorce. Every other loss a man takes is something that can easily be remedied over time. Well, not to mention, you can also probably seek some sort of remedy in court, right? Where marriage, it's just so different. Mr. Pitt says, no, she was on Saucecast more than once. Okay, yeah, I get it now. Now, we believe you, Mr. Pitt. We believe you. Dang it, man, I'm trying to make this box smaller. We believe you. I don't know if Braylon believes you, but I believe you. That's why the whole AI porn of Taylor Swift is so controversial. Yeah, that's another interesting thing, just taking someone's image. And it does have a very real spiritual effect on them, knowing that someone took their image and they're doing that. So that's a great point. That's a great point.
Count. I'm saying marriage is a part of all the things as a man where you cannot get wrong, which is why I agree with the message that you're giving at times. That's why you got to be 100% serious. You got to
be 100% serious. Again, you can be 100% serious, but you don't know if the other side's being 100% serious. And that's how you get to the OF lady talking about this leap of faith and just letting go. You know what I mean? So he's describing something that's kind of impossible to do. You can be 100% serious, but you don't know about the other side. You can't guarantee that.
It's naive. You don't go at this because you understand that there is a cost for this decision. So going back to the Eastern thing.
And Coach, and with his practical wisdom, tries to let us know what the true cost is going to be. So then he'll say, if that's a decision you want to make, at least you're going in knowing what the cost is going to be. I don't think Hafeez is really giving us the equivalent of that. He's saying, okay, yeah, don't be naive, but but then it's like that can only work if you're scrutinizing the other side way more than I think maybe he's advocating for.
But on the West, you have marriage as all feelings.
Okay. I gotta give him credit. I gotta give him credit for at least stating this difference. And okay, so that's tight. He's talking about Eastern versus Western. That Eastern is very logical, and that they're setting out terms. So now he's going to describe Western. I got to give him a little bit of credit here for bringing that up, but let's see what he says about
My
it.
gosh, we love each other. Oh, we don't, you know what? You make $1 million, I make a 10,000. We're gonna be together for the rest of our lives. Oh, you're this, you're that. Oh, your dad was an alcoholic. We'll never have any problem. Like, it's a very naive model, right? And that's why Western marriages have issues, because it's all feelings. And to me, which is why I love Adam, is about balance. How do we balance these two ideologies? Because to Allie's point, if it's all logic, it's boring.
I wonder what he would suggest is a good way to balance these two models. I wonder if he will suggest that.
If it's all robotic, there's no passion, there's no excitement, there's no je ne sais quoi. It's just a dry thing that in the modern world, people don't want that, right? But if it's all feelings, there's no structure, there's no protection, there's no wisdom, there's no guidance. So I think it's a marriage of those two ideas to be able to create long-term solutions for long-term success. And that's why I just think sometimes when we come from too much leaning on one direction, either or, it becomes problematic.
I believe he agreed with me, though. I thought he was disagreeing.
Well, I guess
I was agreeing. That's how I play. I was like, yeah.
So just to be clear, did you get a prenup when you got married?
No, and I
didn't.
I'll explain to you guys why. So I think, and I talked about this, I love the prenup conversation. I think it's important. There's 3 reasons why I didn't get a prenup. But the first reason is I actually believe prenups are good and bad. They're good because they protect you. They're bad because they don't protect you enough. What I personally believe is something which I did research about this called a marriage contract. You may not like.
Okay, interesting. I mean, marriage contracts were a thing traditionally for a long time. So let's see what he did with the marriage contract. All right, Hafeez is getting some points in here. Sounds like they agree on some things. MCD says, every marriage is 100% serious at the beginning, but things change over 10 or 20 years. Very true. Very true. Hafeez is all over the place. He is. I know this seems to kind of be his speaking style. He seems to go about the roundabout direction when it comes to explaining his point. I think I might even be guilty of this sometimes. I do try to be aware of that as much as I can. Coach is very concise and he's very direct.
This, but please give this to me. How many kids do you have?
3.
So let's say Allie married her man and she said she wanted 3 kids.
Now, I will say just off top, the problem with the marriage contract currently is that probably is, it's not even probably, I don't think it will be recognized in court. So if you have a marriage contract and you're going to say in the event of divorce, he brings up kids, like, what, if we get divorced, I'm going to have 50% custody, you're going to have 50% custody, or, I don't know, like, or I'm going to have 100% custody, or child support's going to be this amount, and this is what we're signing to on the contract. But when the divorce actually happens, like your marriage contract, it's one, if you guys both go in there and she's like, yeah, it's 50%, and he says 50%, and you agree, the courts can do that for you, But if you go in there and say, here's my marriage contract, it's supposed to be 50-50, and she's like, no, it shouldn't be 50-50, because of this, and this reason, the marriage contract's not going to mean anything. So, or if you say, well, child support's supposed to be $750 a month, and she's like, no, I want what the calculator says, they're not going to care about the marriage contract. But let's see.
Right? Yeah. She gets married. She wants 3 kids. All of a sudden, prior to marriage, he agreed. She said, honey, I want 3 kids. Is that cool with you? He said, of course, baby, you want 3 kids. We're going to have 3 kids. She's married. 5 years into it. Hey, when are we having our kid? Next year. When are we having our kid? Next year. It's year 8. He's like, I don't want any kids anymore. Should she stay in that marriage? He agreed, and she both agreed that we were going to have 3 kids. That's why she married him.
The question's going to be enforceability of that contract.
When it was time to have kids, he changed his mind. Well, I don't want kids anymore. Should she stay in that marriage? Let's go on the guy's side, because the red pill guys love when guys are being the victim. So you're a man. And in your marriage, you agreed that we're gonna have sex, let's say twice a week. That's
an agreement.
I'm just saying
that's a verbal contract.
We're agreeing that we get in there at least.
I mean, red pill guys are the first to say you can't negotiate, you can't negotiate attraction, basically. So, but whatever. Let's just go with what he's going.
It's twice a week. All of a sudden, she's like, I'm not in the mood anymore. She's like, oh, now I'm on my period.
That won't be all of a sudden. That'd be almost immediate. But go ahead.
Okay, and then months into it, right?
Yeah.
She says, well, I only want to have sex once every 6 months. Should he stay there? You both agreed initially.
That's true, okay, but again, this depends on an enforceability of a contract and who's leveraged more in the situation.
Like, yo, we're gonna do this consistently, and now he's getting it. Should he stay there? So to me, what's very important about the marriage is that before you get into it, both of you guys need to agree upon everything. This is where I think the nuance in the evolution. Agree on everything so the woman's protected.
I mean, listen, you can agree on everything before a marriage in the U.S. and you can be like, yeah, this is what I want and that's what I want. You can go in there and think you guys have the same expectations. But like Marriage Causes Divorce says, every marriage is 100% serious at the beginning, but things change over 10 or 20 years. And once that happens, you know, that's when the family law code kicks in, contract or no contract.
As well as the man is protected. And so to me, that's what me and my wife did. Before we got married, we talked about everything.
And listen, if I'm going to be charitable to him, I think it's good to talk about these things and have expectations. It's way better than probably going in with completely different expectations. But, you know, things do change over time, which is the issue. And then the law really enables that. You might even say encourages that.
Every single scenario, every single thing. Me, I'm not a money guy. I'm not motivated by money. So therefore the money, like, I'm different. Everyone knows me. I'm not a money guy. So you can have all the money. I have my brain. I can start from ground zero. I'll build the money back up. I don't mind money. But to me, because it's another argument that we can talk about later, is that the kids is a whole different conversation. Kids are more wealth than money. So I was more obsessed with children than money because end of the day, like I said, we can talk about that later. But so to me, in regards to losing money, I don't care about losing money.
So far, he hasn't expounded more so on the marriage contract because he talked about how he doesn't have a prenup, but he read a lot about marriage contracts. It seems like his main takeaway from that is just about agreeing with the other person, but not so much having a formalized contract.
Take whatever you want. If worst case scenario things happen. But by having a marriage agreement, both of you guys understand what's expected of you. And if one person obviously breaks this agreement, both families know. So if she wants a certain amount of kids and I say I don't want it anymore, then her family knows, though, yo, Hafeez, you promised my daughter this. Okay. You didn't give it to her. So
yeah, and her family is going to say, you promised my daughter this. We gave you this dowry. We set up the new household for you. We gave this much amount of gold. As Ahmed likes to mention, we provided trade routes even. And you agreed in the marriage contract you were going to do this. So what the heck's going on?
Makes sense that this marriage is null and void.
Is this?
Yeah, but again, so he's talking about that contract, and he talks about null and void. But again, that doesn't work here because those contracts aren't going to be recognized by the court.
So we all understand what a prenup is, all right? Like it's signed, lawyer date, bing, 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 bing.
Yeah, I mean, you know, and like some things a prenup can do. A prenup can't do child support, you know what I mean, or that kind of stuff. Or I don't even think custody. So it's like financial stuff. Sure, but this whole thing about like we agree to have this many kids or stuff like that, I don't think a prenup could do anything about that.
What is a marriage contract? So is it a verbal agreement? Is it a written agreement?
It can be.
You're saying that the families know each other?
Yeah,
what is that exactly?
It can be.
I'm glad that he's questioning them deeper on that. Let's see what he says.
One of three things, right? It can be written between you and this individual, which is the least ideal. The second ideal is you can actually get a mediator or a legal arbiter to actually sign this for you. So therefore, like in the worst case scenario, if you go to court, this is now a legal document, right?
That's a big promise right there. That's a big promise right there that he's saying. I mean, you can do stuff with the legal mediator. There's just certain things that no contract like that's going to be able to have power over, especially when it comes to kids and that kind of stuff. So real quick, let me just catch up with the chat and then we'll get back to see what he's saying there. Man, looks like I missed some stuff. Hafeez is all over the place. Oh, here's Klaus. Shout out to Klaus, man. Klaus, thank you for being here, bro. Klaus is in the house. Well, what's the marriage contract worth after an SA accusation before court? Yeah, there you go. I mean, and then bam, marriage contract be damned. You know what I'm saying? Well, but it said in here it was supposed to be twice a week. Nope. Arwen says, has Hafeez's point of view changed since this was filmed? You know, I don't actually know because something happened and then he went off the internet for a bit. I don't remember why, but he came out and said he wasn't going to make content anymore. But Mr. Pitt, I think, told us earlier that he went back to making content, so I'd have to go peek over there and see what Hafeez is doing. It's possible. Ahmed says, Shah, do you know if Islamic marriage contract can resemble a prenuptial agreement? Isn't it that all agreements and expectations for both partners are included in an Islamic marriage contract? I can't say I know for sure. Though I think that certain things can be put into the contract. Like, a woman can even put in there, let's just say from the woman's side as an example, she can put in there that she doesn't want the guy to get married to any other women. Like, she doesn't want him to take any other wives. I've heard of contracts with stipulations like that in there, and there could be, consequences of if that breaks or not. I don't know exactly, so I don't want you to just run with this, but I think you can probably put, a lot of different stipulations in there and it'll work. But I'm really not exactly sure, like how, about the specifics of that, and, I've seen Islamic marriage contracts, and some people put different things in there, but I don't know how far it goes. Again, it's a question of enforceability. So the ones that are happening around me are more so almost like a symbolic thing. You know what I mean? I mean, I do see dower is given and different transactions like that, but I haven't, got to look at any marriage contracts from like overseas where a court might actually uphold what was written there, but I'll have to look into that, man. It's a good question. Is Hafeez Muslim? I mean, the name Hafeez is. I don't know if he is, though. Anyone know if he grew up in a Muslim country or something? That's a good question, man. I don't know. I think it might just be an Islamic name. So I'm not sure. It's a good question. Mr. Pitt says, when her family says we had a deal, simply tell them I'm altering the deal. Yeah. Pray that I do not alter it any further. Exactly. But we had a deal. Now we have another deal, and that's how we're going to be moving forward. Marriage contracts is worthless. Even some prenups get thrown out. Marriage contract will definitely get thrown out. Yeah, I mean, and I just know at least some of the aspects from child support, like, because, I think once in a blue moon, someone would say, well, we had agreement about this or that. And we'd be like, yeah, when it comes to that, no agreement matters prior to that. If you guys don't agree now, then we're going to do what the law tells us to do, basically. Mr. Pitt says, Hafeez left the internet because CGA eviscerated him in this very debate. Was it really over this debate? I didn't know it was over this. I feel like something must have happened, like, additionally, that then made this debate look all the more worse for him. I just can't recall it.
So this is a legal document that can be able to be proved in court. But, I know a lot of the red pill guys.
Like, if anything, you could just prove that you guys had the intent for these things. But when it comes to enforceability, they're going to go with whatever the legal codes are. That's where, like, things like best interest of the children is going to come, more to play. When they're going to use the child support guideline, they're going to use the alimony guideline. They're going to look at the different incomes. They're going to look at the different circumstances. And it's just too big of a, this is some serious hope strategy stuff right here. Like the contract thing is too big of a sell. Like, I mean, especially in the US. Robert says, I dig the name Hafeez, thinking of changing that to my name. Robert is boring. Robert Hafeez Spencer. I can see that. That, I think that comes from Hafeez. Let's just look at the name meaning. I think it's usually spelt with an I. Here we go, Robert. The name Hafeez is a masculine Muslim name of Arabic origin that means protector or guardian. It is associated with safety and protection. Yeah, here we go. Here's the real spelling with the I, Hafeez. Man, that's tight. Look at the variants. That's clean. Got our Arabic script right here. There's a ha, there's a fa, a ye, and I think it's a zoin right there. It's like a Z sound. Hafeez. All right, well, Robert, we'll call you Hafeez for the rest of this stream if I can remember that. Hafeez debated Pearl after this, and it made him look worse. No way. We got to react to that one. Maybe we'll do that, down the line here. I didn't know that. Thanks for that. Hafeez's family is Muslim. He converted to Christianity later in life, close to the time he met his wife. Okay, well, yeah, that answers that. Thanks for the background on that, Mr. Pitt.
Guys don't like the idea of marriage being controlled by the state. Mm-hmm. And if you look at
somebody earlier in the chat mentioned that he changed his religion. Okay, I didn't know what you meant by that. So Yeah, thanks for that, man.
A lot of traditional Eastern societies, marriage is really agreement between families. So to me, I think it's really about the families agreeing to this and the families being aware of expectations on both sides. So therefore, there's family accountability, because what's problem in the West is there's no accountability.
Well, you know, and the thing is, families agreeing to this, it's not just about them agreeing to it. It's the fact that they're actually economically invested in this. A lot of that dowry is coming from her kinfolk. You know what I mean? On the guy's side, they're negotiating it from their side and saying, this is what we're going to provide. And a lot of that's coming from his kinfolk also. And, you know, his dad might be putting in, his uncle might be putting in, grandfather, mom might have something. It all just depends. So both families are very much invested into making sure, you know, this thing looks right, because they're putting up for it on both sides. He's mentioned arranged marriages, but he's forgotten the critical component of the marriage transaction here. You know what I mean? And that's where the seriousness of this comes in. That's where it says, yes, we are serious about this, not just from the man's side, but from the woman's side also. We are invested in this. You know what I mean? We're doing a square deal here. We're shaking on it. You know what I mean? This is it. Klaus says, "Oh, I thought Hafeez stood for he talks a lot." This man is single-handedly changing the name, the meaning of the name.
Like you say, if the wife,
Dude, we agree mostly on all of these things.
Of
You
course.
understand what's going on
Of
here.
course,
When
of
you're
course.
talking about these marriages and business contracts and family, this is where we agree.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, we get into the loss into the romance and the feelings part of it, which feelings do change, right? Your
100%.
feelings
Yeah, I
changed
guess
about
that's
me
what I'm
about a minute
Feelings change.
ago.
change.
People change, and thus,
Life changes, right?
Thus, though, the marriage contract doesn't change with the state. So you have to have those things understood and be in the proper
So
position.
okay, so let me just paint a picture here. So I was married very briefly, okay?
Divorced?
Divorced.
That's interesting. I was wondering, I didn't see a ring on his finger, and I was like, okay, so he was married at one point and got divorced.
But I had a prenup.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
All right.
See, so he was very calculated about his, and he took no chances. I think these guys are in Miami, some Miami guys, you know, this guy. So that's interesting.
the entire, without, you know, throwing myself under the bus here, she needed to expedite the marriage, you know what I'm saying, in order to
Interesting. So he saved her a little bit, maybe, or
I got it.
So I said, I got you, baby. I love
needed to expedite the marriage. Possible pregnancy scare, maybe. I wonder what's
you,
going on.
but you know, you're gonna have to sign and date here, and these are the expectations I've had if I do this for you. And it wasn't like a marriage built to last. It was a, you know, I'm here for a good time, not a long time type of situation.
Interesting.
You could read between the lines here if you know what I'm saying. Okay.
I actually don't know what he's saying. I think I know, but I kind of don't know. But all right.
Got it.
But we're still cool. Shout out to you, Lauren, if you're watching. All good. But better believe that I had a prenup in that situation.
I wonder if he's talking about like immigration. Are we talking about someone who's on a visa stay and it's expired and he maybe did a fiance visa type thing? I don't know. I really don't know. My mind's just not connecting it.
So that's when I was in my early 30s. Now I'm in my early 40s. Life's even better. You know, money's good, career's good, still in shape, still what you would call sexual market value peak. All right. Shout out to Rolo, who basically did a whole calculation. I'm in the 0.13% of men. I'm like, okay, my ego's pretty big already. Boom. Now I just got an inflated ego. Thanks, Rolo. Boom. So life's good. But I had a conversation with a girl recently who's what I would say a very high value woman. Let's put it that way. Okay. And we're saying, all right, if we ended up ever together, I would want a prenup. No. I'm not down for a prenup, was what she says. I said, well, I'm glad we're having this conversation right now before this thing gets off the ground a little bit. She's like, no. And she made some very valid points as to why she wouldn't want
interesting
to sign a prenup. And I'm like, well, granted, I hear you, and emotional and all that kind of, you know, like I love what you said about East and West. And I said, yeah, I'm going to need the prenup.
See, you know, prenup or not, but the important thing about what he's saying is this is representing at least some form of negotiation. You know, and I think men need to cultivate this ability to negotiate better. And one of the biggest problems for us was that we were all gaslighted that we need to be the 100% provider of every single penny that comes into this marriage, which really impacted our ability to negotiate a good deal for ourselves. Now that like one of my main purposes for bringing up the history of dowry and marriage transactions isn't to say let's go back to exactly how this system was. It's to kind of subdue that sort of men are always the provider of everything gaslighting that we've all been subjected to, so we can negotiate with some more confidence, basically. So I appreciate his negotiating stance here, basically. Marriage Causes Divorce says, if she starts to weaponize the kids against you, all prenups go out the window. You may have to bend the knee and give her the money in house. Yeah, very much so. And I mean, again, the courts are going to have the power to order that, especially if it's in the best interest of the kids and they think that makes sense, And what they'll do is they'll tell you, okay, you can't be there. You continue to pay for the house. You continue to pay for everything. If you got to stay at your parents' house or try to get, a 1-bedroom studio somewhere or apartment on the other side of the railroad tracks, then you got to do that. Sleep on a friend's couch. We don't care. We're ordering you. You have to do this because we don't want to put them out on the streets or whatever and not have them on the welfare system when we have you paying for everything. Mr. Pitt says the Saucecast Valuetainment Studios in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Oh, okay, so they're not in Miami. I drove through Fort Lauderdale one time. Ahmed says Hafeez, Rumi, Kabir, Ibn Arabi, and Shah, and man, that must be a different Shah. But if that's me, man, shout out to you. Putting me in the same. Nah, it must be a different guy. Oops, sent that prematurely. All these guys are Persian Sufi poets. Okay, it is a poet. I've seen a little bit of Rumi. I've heard of Ibn Arabi, but I haven't heard of Shah. Or Hafeez, I think I've heard of too. Man, there's a lot of literature I gotta read on that side. God willing, if I get some extra time, I'd like to spend a lot of my time just reading books. Let's see. MCD says thirsty beta males never negotiate. Yep, and that's one of the biggest issues right there. Hafeez, formerly known as Robert, is a poet, and he didn't even know it. Absolutely. Robert is a wordsmith. He can pull out a phrase when he needs to.
Baby girl, sorry,
Smart.
no matter whatever happens. So I'm trying to understand, the prenup, the marriage contract. At the end of the day, you'd be a fool as a successful guy to not establish some type of boundaries, some type of protection to say, hey, look, I hear you. You want to have this Fantasyland Cinderella Snow White vibe go down, right? Yeah. Beauty and the Beast thing. But first marriage is almost 50% don't work. Yeah. Second marriage is, I think it's 60-something percent.
63%.
Third marriage is 75%.
Absolutely.
So the more and more you get married, you realize, all right, this whole thing. So I'm understanding the balance between the emotional component because you're going to have, hey, I love you. I want to be with you forever or else we wouldn't get married.
Yeah.
But just flip a coin whether this bad boy is going to work out or not. At the same time, I hear what Hafeez is saying is everything can't be so robotic and so structured that you can't have any feelings and emotion. Yeah. So I'm trying to kind of grapple this.
Can I add something to this? Go. See, this is the thing that experience offers that sometimes experience doesn't. So he talked about experience and, being open-minded to experiences, but a guy who has significant investment experiences has bumped their head as well. Yep. They wouldn't be called bitter. They would be called experience, right? But in this situation, what people don't know what's behind that curtain when you go into court and the love is lost. And also the agreements aren't being upheld with the marriage contract are piranhas, sharks. They typically come in the form of lawyers, judges, and people in that.
There's a whole industry. He's just going to say the word industry, and that's really what it is. It is a whole industry designed to juice the family nest egg and put that money somewhere where it doesn't need to be instead of helping these kids be successful.
Industry who make a lot of money. With that being said, once you go in that room, I'm one of the only people that have been in those rooms. It's a dark place. We call it the belly of the beast. And until you've been there, you really haven't experienced a marriage. Now, let me just say this. You mentioned the divorce. Hold on for a second. Hold on for a second.
Courtroom? You haven't been to a marriage?
Let me explain why.
Man, come on, man. Let Coach talk. Come on, man.
Let me explain why. You mentioned the 50%, 63%, 70%. But do you know that these don't include the people who have already talked to divorce attorneys? See, many of those 50%, there's an additional percentage of people who haven't even talked to a lawyer.
Yeah, that's a great point. Just people who are in marriages that, they're definitely not happy in.
Or I'm sorry, that have talked to a lawyer and they've gone, okay, I'll stay, baby. It's cheaper to keep her. Happy wife, happy life.
Yeah.
I'll just accept what it is. I'll stay for the kids. I don't want to lose the house. So it's more than 50%.
So
and
you're saying tack on a couple extra percentage
We need to tack on at least 25 extra percent because there are some people who have revisited it, have visited it, and many people reconciled. So it's bigger than that. And when I add on those percentages, it adds some perspective.
Yeah.
Oh, shit, there is more than 50%. These are 50% who legally got divorced. We're adding on the people who said, oh, shit, I'll just go on to stay.
What we call thinking about it.
Yeah,
divorce.
man, I'll think about it. Or the person brought it up. If you don't do this, I'm divorcing.
Allie, let me get your perspective here. Because, again, you're the anomaly, happy marriage, living a good life, and killing it on OnlyFans,
Again, what we don't know is the income disparity between these two. I'm guessing she's more in the breadwinner role right now. Like you said, successful in OnlyFans. We know that means big money.
Circle back to that little, water cooler talk with your ladies. Why are because I think 70% of marriages are initiated by women. Sorry, divorces are initiated by women, and then it bumps
marriages.
up to.
You were right about the first
100% on marriages, brother.
Right.
But and I think it bumps up to about 80% when they're college educated. So the more money they're making, the more independence they're feeling, the smarter they are. All right. What are the reasons you think that women are just over their man?
Well, I think there's a lot of too with women get in clusters and they kind of feed each other and it festers, and that's one thing I think about, like my husband and I's dynamics. I've never really talked about any marital problems we've had with other people. Maybe, a comment to my sister or something, but I don't like discuss our problems the same way he doesn't discuss that, because I think everyone else, has their own, like you said, biases and things that they've been through, and they may come from a different angle and put ideas in your head or your fears in your head.
You're saying misery loves company.
Misery loves
company. So if you're having an issue with your relationship or your marriage, oh, my man, let me tell you about my man. And then they just kind of...
We should do that, yeah. And I think I've watched it. It's just incredibly toxic. And I think I look at marriage as a commitment between two people. And for me, and so when you speak about the family aspect, I feel like we didn't even have a big wedding because I don't need to share that with anyone else. It's between him and I just found it kind of corny to do so. So for me, I think a lot of women, I don't disagree with there's a lot of women out there dirty, and they will particularly prey on men who are.
That's the praying mantis coach talks about. Shout out to her for being so forthright about that. We got to give credit where it's due.
Successful. I do not dispute that whatsoever. I don't think there's anything wrong with asking for a prenup. I think, it could maybe change the tone, but a true woman that absolutely loves you would respect what you've built before you've actually.
Yeah, see, that's kind of where she loses me. I mean, it sounds nice, but,
came together and would understand if those are protections you need because of whatever you've been through in the past. If you were a woman who was in love with you, you would honor that and sign the prenups.
If I could, I almost want to kind of get a listicle, and
I think she did mention it, if she's talking before marriage about them signing the prenup and about the woman respecting what the guy built and signing that, then that's good. Shout out to her for that.
You don't speak for all women, and either will Natalia, and then I want to turn it over to the men.
Oh yeah, there's another
woman. If you could put
a
top 3 reasons why a woman is looking to divorce her man or break up with her man, in your opinion, what would it be? Meaning, it could be money, it could be looks, it could be not communicating, it could be infidelity.
Okay, she's going to
based
come
on
in
your
here.
experience, what are the top 3 reasons you're seeing women just trying to break up with their man or divorce their man?
I think I'll tell you what I personally think is happening in the marriages, and then I'll tell you the top 3 things. I would say probably working too much.
That the man is working too much?
Yeah, I think a lot of women get, bitter about that if they're having to take on too much, of a role elsewhere. Because a lot of women work now too, right? So it's different. It's not like you can't really complain when you're at home taking care of the kids and being a housewife, like that's your role. But when you're also working and doing that, and it's not a meet in the middle in between there, then obviously.
So it's the man working too much and her working too much?
I would say I've heard complaints, or maybe they're always on business or they travel, or obviously I think there's a distrust. There could be, something there where maybe they have a very active lifestyle outside of the marriage in which maybe they don't trust their friends or who they're around. Those are some common reasons. I guess
that's number 2, distrust?
Yeah, distrust.
Okay.
And then I think generally that I personally think not enough marriages do not really prioritize sex. Like I don't think people understand how incredibly important that is. And a lot of women is like, get bitter and want to withhold. And I'm not.
I mean, it seems like she's kind of saying a lot of stuff that appeals to men. Now, listen, it sounds good to my ears, and I want to give her a shout out for it. But the suspicious part of me, the tinfoil hat part of me, kind of thinks she's saying this because, let's see if I can get this to focus back on me. Is that, she obviously is an OnlyFans creator. So she's going to say things that sound good to the male mind. And, I think women are doing this and doing that. And I don't know. It's just the part of me that's a little suspicious of her is that it is about promoting the business a little bit. But so far she seemed, sort of forthright mostly.
And I think that is incredibly toxic.
Because you got to remember, a lot of these OnlyFans creators, customers, at least from what I've read, I don't know how accurate it is, but a lot of people say it's a lot of other married men who are probably subscribing to her content. You know what I mean? So a lot of guys that are dealing with this dead bedroom situation, hearing her say these kind of magic words, so to speak, would probably become very favorable to her and what she's selling, possibly.
For the marriage, not just for him, but for the woman herself. Because I think that's why a lot of marriages, I am almost shocked at these women say they won't have sex for months with their husband. I'm like, holy cow. Well, it's no wonder your marriages are in
You see
shambles.
Coach saying that's unacceptable.
I really do believe that.
It's
and I
very
think
common.
that plays,
It's more common than you know.
Oh,
Okay.
and my husband hears it, would hear it at work. Other guys, like,
It's crazy, man. Sometimes I will look at the, I'll see threads from like the dead bedroom subreddit. And like, I literally saved one literally this week because I saw it and I thought it was an interesting deal. Like, literally this one right here. We're going to take a little detour, guys. This is 4 days ago. 4 days ago on the r/dead bedrooms, all right? Open letter to my quote-unquote wife. To my wife. I know you won't read this. It wouldn't help if you did. I have spent 6 years telling you what I needed out of our relationship. I didn't ask for much. I never once asked you to get a job, even when I had 3 to cover the bills. I never once asked you to do more around the house. Through it all, I kept us afloat financially. I cooked almost every dinner. Damn, man, this is a loss here. File bankruptcy. I maintained the house and did my share of the chores and helped with your chores when needed. I did it with a smile on my face. I held your car door often. I showed you love and affection inside and outside the house. I complimented you regularly. I gave you 110% of me, even when I didn't have it to give. All I asked in return was for us to have regular, healthy intimacy. Okay, and any red pill guy is going to look at this and know that all of this is not going to work, right? This is what the red pill has sussed out, over the years. This is where, you can't negotiate attraction comes from. This is what Coach is calling chore play. And none of that, affects the spark. And this is his way of saying, oh, I thought if I do all these things, I'd get unlimited sex or sex whenever I want it. You know what I mean? And he can't even get the 2 times a week. He can't even get the once a month over here. Looks like it's been 6 years. You know what I mean? 6 years. You say you love me. You want all the hugs, kisses, and cuddles. You say you are attracted to me, yet nothing. I am sitting here and I am supposed to be making you something for Valentine's Day. I am sitting here and I realized I have nothing good left to say. If we didn't have teenage kids, I'd be gone. This is staying for the kids. I want a wife, not a roommate. Here is my promise to you. I will not start any conversations that end with, quote unquote, that's all you think about. I will, see that's the accusation. All you want is sex. I will, in fact, assume we are not having intimacy again. This guy's finally ready to go MGTOW. I will continue to put a smile on my face, but it will be for my kids, not for you. I will continue to hold my end of our bargain. I mean, what bargain? What is she doing? She's not cooking dinner. She's not doing chores. She's not bringing any money. But whatever. Okay, bargain. And never again ask for you to hold up your end. There you go. I will create the best Valentine's Day present you have ever had, but know it is about who you used to be and not this current version. And know that once the kids have moved on, so will I. So, I mean, this is what Coach is talking about. Like, these people don't add to the divorce statistic, but, well, maybe they will eventually, but these are the stay in there for the kids. Look at that, 523 upvotes. I mean, that's a lot of people who relate to this, And again, This was created in 2011. The Red Pill subreddit was created in 2012. You know what I mean? So a lot of people struggling with this on Reddit found that Red Pill subreddit back then in order to start comparing notes. Let's read some of the comments while we're here. It's hard doing all the things and getting nothing that matters to you back. Right. And like, if you say something like this, the accusation from society is like, is that all you think about? So is that all your wife's good for? You know what I mean? She doesn't owe you that. See, that's what's coming to you, right? You're going to sound like a predator and they're going to treat you that way, even though like in your mind, you wouldn't dare. I mean, you're doing all the romantic gestures, but it just, unfortunately, you know, that's what Red Pill figured out. None of that stuff creates attraction. Good luck. Look after yourself first and set the right example for your kids about how to treat themselves when they get to their adult relationships. This hit hard, but the other way around. So this is a woman talking, and 2 jobs trying to keep us afloat and keeping up with his alcohol addiction. Look at this. It's just crazy. Here's the good guy doing everything he can, and he can't get his wife to sleep with him once in 6 years. Here's a woman with the bad boy. This hit hard, but the other way around, and 2 jobs trying to keep us afloat and keeping up with his alcohol addiction. Things are better now, but I sympathize with this 100%. I hope things get better, even if it takes you leaving in the future. I'm sorry. Now, she didn't write nothing about a dead bedroom in this comment, okay? I'm guessing her dead bedroom is she starved of whatever is like emotional intimacy. And this guy who's literally an alcohol addict is probably hitting it. I bet you that guy has gotten some in the last 6 years. This guy over here who's working 3 jobs to provide. He's making dinners, man. He's cleaning the dishes after. He's folding the clothes. He's doing the inside the house chores, the outside the house chores. She's over here scrolling on Instagram. You know, I don't know what she's doing. Apparently it's nothing. And you know what I mean? Like, these 2 comments really just demonstrate the situation we're dealing with. Somewhere in between this comment of this bad boy alcohol guy and this, you know, beta bucks over here is how the Red Pill was born, you know, on the subreddit. Yeah, anyways, I think we've seen enough there. We'll get back to the debate. Real quick, let me just see if we got any chats here. Let's see. Oh, man, I missed some stuff. Hafeez, formerly known as, okay, I read that one. I was a phrase turner in the life before Tina Turner, where Tina turned things like heads. Oh, I know tons of men who haven't been touched by their wives in years, and yet they're still providing. Yeah, I mean, I think that's kind of what Coach was talking about with you know, they've maybe talked to the attorneys or whatever, and they're just like, yeah, this ain't looking good for you, man. You should probably just stay in here, you know. Braylon says, yep, because if it was only single men watching, the prawn industry would be bankrupt a long time ago. Yeah, it was one of those things that, because I didn't expect to hear that when I first heard it, that it was a lot of married men that was actually propping up this whole OnlyFans thing. Just, I guess it makes sense because I don't know why. I mean, you know, as a single guy, I guess, yeah, you could just be out there, you know what I mean? And not have to rely on that. But those guys, they don't want to cheat on their wives, at least not in that way. But, you know, but it does end up coming out, and with them going on OnlyFans and, you know, I don't know, hiding it and subscribing and chatting with them. Yana says, poor guy, didn't realize the relationship ended 10 years ago. Very much so. Ahmed says, marriage is literally just leverage for modern women. If a man stops providing, she will force him to do so through alimony. Yep, exactly. Robert says, sex every morning. Robert, you putting that in the contract? That's going in. Are you going to stipulate that in the contract? You know, Hafeez mentioned the contract. Yet it says, sex as a reward is something I'll never understand in marriages. That's essentially legalized prostitution. Yeah, that's 100% like transacted sex right there. And the thing is, though, is that she doesn't want to do that. Like, she doesn't even want to do that. And so the cost keeps going up. The goalposts keep moving just so she doesn't have to have that, because she really doesn't want to. You know what I mean? That's essentially legalized prostitution. It's supposed to be a mutual exchange of intimacy. Hafeez needs good morning lovings. It's always down to two things: something the man did or something the man didn't do. 50-50 turns into 75-25. Pretty much when she wants you to do more, she want to split her 50% in and still keep your 50%. Yeah, and then, I get that's why Coach says 50-50 relationships don't work, because if I'm quoting him right, I mean, he'll say that it always ends up in a situation like
He
that.
was always kind of the guy in the corner, like, they don't have, like, I can always say there's never been a day in my marriage that I did not have sex with my husband. Like,
A day?
literally, unless I was gone, away from him.
I mean, again, she's saying all the right stuff that men want to hear. I suspect a little bit has to do because a lot of her fan base obviously is these men that are in starved marriages,
Steve?
Yeah.
Shout out to you, brother.
but it's important, and I think that that is vastly undervalued.
And you're aware of that as a wife to say, all right, it is my responsibility to make sure my man is fulfilled.
I don't even think she thinks about it. I think it's largely unconscious for her. I don't think she sits there. I mean, again, she talked about a lot of it being for the woman's need and stuff like that. I wonder what she'll say to this, though. I feel like even if she says the opposite, I may not believe her all the way.
Yes, and I think women also give up.
I don't know, man.
They don't try as hard. They think they don't have to continue to be sexy. A lot of women, and I've been there. I've gone through phases, where I didn't feel sexy. I had 2 kids back to back, basically, at one point, and I didn't feel great. I was overweight, and I still made time.
I listen to her explanation. I can give her a little bit more credit. Maybe she did have to do that sometimes.
Time for that, though. But a lot of women immerse themselves in that lifestyle, and then of just taking care of the kids and just chop, and they totally forget to really like marinate and take care of their marriage.
So working too much, so basically not paying attention, developing a distrust, and then thirdly, sex. So this is coming from a woman who's been married 22 years.
Yeah.
So Nat,
Yes.
you've never been married.
Yes.
You have
Okay,
a lot of
interesting.
suitors.
Yes.
You're a little hottie toddy out there. You're out there.
A little smart.
Okay. Why do you think, like, speaking from a young woman's perspective, I'm not even talking about marriage, but you've had boyfriends, a lot of your girlfriends, your sisters, they've had boyfriends. What are the top 3 reasons they break up with their men?
That's interesting, too, because I don't know how old the lady is on the couch, but obviously she's been married for 22 years, so she's probably at least in her, like, mid to late 40s. Well, maybe a little younger than that. I don't know, because they did meet in high school, but they probably got married at, like, 18, 20. I mean, maybe it was a little after 18, but 22 years after that, she'd be at least 40. I'm guessing, a little bit after maybe they're adults, they got married. So she's from an older generation than this woman, so let's see what she says.
Well, in the dating, I don't find like money to be too much in dating. Now, when you're married, I know money is definitely one. Attention is another one. And I mean in like all areas, so in the bedroom, like going on dates, like attention in all aspects.
So number 1, attention.
Yeah. Yes.
Pay attention to me.
Attention.
Yeah.
I want some quality
This is part of what Coach calls meat, right? That's the A. That's attention.
time.
Yeah, absolutely.
Something about that meat
Attention and time. Oh, there you go.
right there,
There's
coach.
me.
Yeah.
I just said that.
Yeah.
Which is what I was referring to when I was talking about like working too much. Like they're
Yes.
not getting the
Attention.
attention. Yeah.
Exactly.
I'm gonna come back. I gotta come back to a point.
Well,
Go
we're
ahead.
coming
Oh,
back
yeah,
to you
yeah,
guys
yeah,
right
yeah,
after
yeah,
this,
yeah.
100%. So number 1, attention.
Attention. Obviously, if you're married,
No, not married.
not
You're
married,
not
just dating.
Yeah, I'm having people
Well,
speak
she's not married.
from experience here.
Okay.
Dating.
Yeah.
So for dating, attention. What else is lack of clarity of the relationship? So like you're just dating a date and like you're like just Netflixing and chilling. And you're like, this is going
So she's been in situationships. We know that.
nowhere.
This
So-
other woman sounds like she's just been with one person. It would appear. I mean, from how she's describing it, that they met in high school and whatever, and then they got married, and that's all it appears she's been with. So this person's been in situationships and all these kinds of things. She's probably been having relationships when she was in high school also. She didn't meet someone that she ended up getting married to back then. So completely different here.
lack
Right.
of clarity.
So to be clear, that usually happens right around the 3-month mark. You'll get the, so where's this going?
Yep,
And
there it is. Where's this going? Don't you want to settle down? What are you looking for?
guy
I
will
would say
always,
even like after like the first month.
Oh,
After the first
okay.
month, you should kind of get a feel of like
Got it.
where is this going? Like, are we consistently going to the same places? Like, are they adventurous? Do I like this? So, don't waste your time. Just
Okay.
a month in, you should know. And then the
Number
last
3.
one, I would say, maybe just the interest goes away. Maybe just like a lot of other options. and that can be a really big distraction.
It's a jungle out there,
Yeah,
baby. It's
yeah,
a freaking jungle out there.
But it kind of
All
gives
right.
some clarity, so that's kind of like my
Listen,
three.
I appreciate. Listen, I want the young men and even young women listening at home to be like, got it, Allie, boom, boom, Natalia, cool, makes sense. All right, coach, and then Hafeez, flip it on us, right? Because we established the fact that 70 to 80% of marriages, relationships, the woman initiates a divorce or a breakup. But oftentimes, sometimes a man will initiate a breakup. Sure. From your perspective, what are the top 3 reasons men end a relationship with their women?
I would say number one, lack of respect. So that goes to, like I said, men want to feel loved, but oftentimes are the giver of love, and nobody really not a lot of people focus on men receiving. So if there's a lack of respect, he may pull the trigger on that one if it feels like he's not gonna lose his children, right? So that would be reason number one. I would say lack of intimacy. People can say sex, but she can lie there like a Carl's Jr. star, and he can pump her 5 strokes. It don't mean that he got sex from her. You know what I mean? Most of the prostitution-oriented sex is in marriage. But with that being said,
I mean, I know you just left that comment. Whoever said that's essentially legalized prostitution. So yeah, no, you're right on.
If he does get a couple of pity duty sexes out of his wife, doesn't mean he got anything.
So you're saying that there's a difference between sex and intimacy.
Absolutely, intimacy. I mean, guys are looking for intimacy, and sometimes it's better to pay somebody for some intimacy than to get it from your own wife. A lot of marriages.
Coach's argument for the JUCO makes a lot more sense when you compare it to like what we read in that dead bedroom thread, and the way he's describing it now that a lot of married men deal with. I think I don't know how true this is, but I think even a lot of the, maybe not so much now, but I think a lot of sugar babies probably got a lot of their main customers were just married guys on business trips, probably who would see them and, back, maybe it's not really happening with their wife back home, but they would just pay some JUCO girl, woman to do it. Yenna says sex as a reward is something I'll never understand in marriages. That's essentially legalized prostitution. It's supposed to be a mutual exchange of intimacy. Very much so. Hafeez needs good morning lovings. Eric, thank you for being here, Eric. It's always down to 2 things, something the man did or something the man didn't do. That's a good one, man. I thought you were going to say like something the man did and then say something the man did again, just to emphasize the point. But that's a real damned if you did and damned if you didn't situation right there. Damned if you don't, damned if you do. Braylon Barnes, 50-50 turns into 75-25. Pretty when she wants you to do, I did read these. When she wants you to do more, she want to split her 50% end and still keeping your 50%. Yep. Robert says, dang right. Ahmed says, props to Adam for putting this together. I'm enjoying this very much. We need more of this and less of whatever podcast and Access Vegas. Yeah, I mean, again, this was 3 years ago. It is a good conversation so far. I'm enjoying it.
Going on right now because he's paying for intimacy somewhere else. With that being said, if he's not getting intimacy and respect from his wife, he gonna leave if it doesn't hurt him financially.
Got it. And then third?
I would say
you said respect, sex / intimacy.
Yeah, I would say obviously then the kids. I mean, there's going to be something associated with the kids. If he knows he can keep a relationship with his children, aka she screwed up and he can get up out of there, and he can use that as leverage to make sure he doesn't lose time with his kids, then he'll pull the trigger. Yeah,
got it. Okay, go ahead, Hafeez.
Yeah, I want to take a little differently because there's nothing that I'm going to add to it that Coach Greg Adams hasn't shared. I think I agree with it. The third one may hit or miss, but here's the nuance I think is lacking in the conversation, especially to the young guys who kind of consume this kind of content. There's always truths in what people say. Like you say a lot of things that are true, but if you end the sentence there, it's not gonna benefit people's lives. And
man, okay, I could kind of get what he's saying, but I don't know, man. Let's see what comes.
So
next.
To me, I think one of the fundamental challenges is when you come at things from a perspective of things are going to fail. When you come at things from a perspective as worst case scenario, so this is interesting. I won't get too lost in the sauce, but this is interesting TV show where this guy he spent an hour watching the worst events in humanity. The worst murders, the worst rapes, the worst thefts. He saw the worst in humanity for an hour. After watching the worst in humanity for an hour, how do you think he felt about humans, Adam?
Yeah, obviously he was just
Probably felt like crap.
feeling
He
so
probably
good.
felt
of
really
course.
bad. So what happens so often in the marriage conversation, like I said, it's balance. Too many guys in the comments in this red pill world, they are consumed with the worst case scenario.
I will tell you though, he's talking about balance, and I can understand the spirit of what he's saying. But when Coach comes in with the 50% divorce rate for first marriages, okay, you got a 50-50 balance there, and 50% is a number most guys already see as pretty bad. But then when Coach adds in the number of unhappy marriages that people don't want to leave because it's too expensive, this balance that Hafeez is talking about, it actually tips the scales in favor of what Coach is saying. Because he's putting this argument of, well, it's just the stuff you're seeing and you just happen to be seeing all this stuff. But then when you look at those stats and those numbers, most people are actually going to be seeing those bad things, and that's going to inform those decisions. So he's talking about a minority of probably people or good things here that should make you want to think about it the other way. But it's the scales are tipped against him here.
And there's enough stories like that for days. He can spend 48 hours telling us every single worst case scenario, and he's only touching the tip of the iceberg of all the stories he's heard. There's enough information about the worst case scenario, about marriage, about divorce. Oh, she left me, and there's enough of that in this world. And so my biggest thing—
that sounds a little preachy, but again, the 50% divorce rate plus the other percentage that is, a crappy deal against, that's why there's plenty of that in the world, and that's why he keeps hearing about it, because it's this huge problem.
Is that how does that make society better? Especially, I'm passionate about it, going back to like black community. The biggest issue that's plaguing—
he's trying to motivational speak society into a better state, but the motivational speak isn't going to work. There needs to be actual incentives created within the system to drive it, upwards.
Black community, when asked Candace Owens on the right, if you can ask Dr. Eric Dice on the left, they'll tell you it's fatherlessness, broken families, not enough husbands and wives coming together, raising families. That's what's destroying the black community.
This is where Hafeez's lack of marriage experience started the show for me. Yeah, that's really it is. I mean, I think this is summed up by what Coach calls the hope strategy. You know what I mean? So I can understand the spirit of what he's saying if I'm going to be charitable to him, but the numbers are not on his side, and he brings up this concept of balance a lot. And if you look at those numbers, it is an imbalanced scale here.
That's what I'm passionate about. And so to me, the biggest thing is how is simply spending all day, keyword all day, majority of my day, hearing about the worst case scenario about marriage and divorce and alimony and getting screwed over. How is that going to help black men become better fathers? How is that going to help them become better husbands? How is that going to equip them with the tools needed to build healthy families and to—
See, it's interesting. So, again, he's putting it on the man a lot there. And he's like, okay, how is talking about the problem going to help them become better? Well, identifying the problem and knowing about it will definitely help people maybe understand and try to think of something new and different. But what he's kind of explaining, it's just kind of feeding more of those guys into the meat grinder there. At least, that's how it seems to me. I do wonder what tools he's going to suggest. He suggested the marriage contract earlier, which was interesting that he brought that up, but that's not really a tangible tool we can use in this society. So that's what he kind of suggested earlier, but I don't think any of the stuff he suggested so far is good. It's just this kind of get hyped motivational talk, and that's not really going to work, Klaus says, and he's lacking divorce experience. Yeah, it's not just about marriage experience, it's also the divorce experience.
Create legacies of change. And so to me, that's one of the biggest reasons why some of the conversation to me is just boring. It's like, okay, you have—
It's boring because he can't relate to it yet. Okay, I can get that. I mean, Steven Crowder used to make fun of the men's rights guys until he ended up in his situation. Then he actually apologized to those guys because now he learned firsthand he can actually relate to what was being said. And there's a lot of guys that can relate to what Coach is saying.
And then even some of the data is like 50% of marriages end in divorce. Is like, have we not looked up some of the most recent data? It's just like everything is biased, but it's biased to not lead to long-term success. And if we're honest about long-term success, a lot of this information is not it.
I got a question for you. Do you have car insurance?
100%. I know where you're
All right.
going.
Do you have homeowners insurance?
100%.
Do you have life insurance?
100%.
Do you have medical insurance?
100%.
Did you get tired of your insurance agent talking about the possibilities of you losing your life and being rewarded? Hold on for a second. I know, but don't be a butt person. Here's the deal. Here's the deal. You have insurances, although it's a very uncomfortable situation, and life insurance people who sell it tend to be scumbags. They tend to be looked at as scumbags. Like, I don't want to have this conversation about me dying, but you surely will die. So you better have the conversation. The reality
that is a very, very good point. I mean, this is excellent right here. This is an older, wiser man explaining to a young blood how things go.
is yes, it's a very tough conversation. I have to spend a lot of time talking about it. It's very difficult. However, there needs to be some insurance, and there's no insurance, and so we must talk about it.
Well, I don't want to put words in Hafeez's mouth. I'm gonna let you answer this, but here's how I'm interpreting this. And believe me, I've made millions of dollars in the insurance world. All right,
Yes.
so
We love insurance.
I'm good.
We love
I'm
insurance
good on
over
that.
here. Exactly.
Yeah. Ironically, I don't even sell insurance. I buy insurance off of people because they're sick of paying for their insurance. That's another conversation.
Because many times they don't get anything from the insurance that they pay, right? But I don't want to put you out of business.
No,
I love insurance over here.
Life's good. You're not going to change anything.
Exactly.
But here's my point. And this is kind of Hafeez's point, is you're talking about you're going to die, you're getting in a car accident, your house is going to flood, you're going to flood. And he's like, stop talking about the negative shit. What Hafeez is saying, and I'll let you kind of go from here, is, well, let's talk about what happens if that doesn't happen. Let's hear some positive stories. Let's hear about the lovely home we're going to build, the amazing car we're going to drive in, the fact that my house isn't going to get blown away in a hurricane. And I understand what you're saying is like, yeah, brother, you can have the most beautiful house, you can have the most beautiful car, you can have the most beautiful life, but you do need some protection.
Just be fair.
So it's almost like a both. You need both.
But just to be fair, when two people enter into that agreement, that's what they talk about. They don't sit together talking about, hey, when we get divorced, and they sit to talk about those things. So the conversation is being had, but it's almost between those two people. But when divorce happens, it happens in the court of public opinion, and it happens in the public court.
Yeah. So you asked me a question. That's why I was responding, because you asked me. I was going to respond to the question, but it is what it is. So
come on, Hafeez.
Remember, this is how you know, Adam. This is a true test. Allie, if you want a true test to how someone views the world, see how balanced they are, right? So, like, let's see somebody politically. The best people politically are people like Adam. They can go hard on the right and go hard on the left. They can see the good in the right. They can see the good in the left. They have a balanced perspective of both sides. When someone's only going hard here 24/7.
Man, he's still on this whole like balance thing. It's like he's not going to go down the insurance route Coach was talking about. And real quick, let me just check in with this. Destiny as well. I think you're talking about the divorce experience. Oh yeah, or Steven Crowder. Yeah, I haven't seen a lot of Destiny's more recent stuff, but I know he went through the divorce and everything, so I don't know if he's changed his opinion on any of that. Maybe he has, maybe he hasn't. I don't know if he's been vocal about that kind of stuff. He's kind of in a whole different situation right now. There's been a certain thing he's been involved in, allegedly disseminating some non-consensual intimate videos of some of his romantic engagements, possibly. Braylon Barnes says, just laughing, having a good time. Ahmed says, it's one thing to learn about red pill and to experience red pill. One is taken orally, the other's taken, the other's a suppository, right? Sometimes they call it, a suppository, exactly. Yeah, very much so. Very much so. Klaus says, at first I thought he is intellectually disingenuous, but now after watching him for some time, I get the impression he just doesn't understand the consequences of his actions. Yeah, I think that's what it is too. I don't know if he means bad or anything. It's just kind of maybe where he's at right now. Mr. Pitt says, Hafeez's performance is all downhill from here. Man, okay, well, I mean, we got, at least another hour and 20 minutes. We're at 3 hours, 47 minutes. This will probably go to a 5 hour here. But yeah, I'm curious to see where this goes. We might not get through the whole thing. I don't think we are, but I might skip to some other parts. Ahmed says, someone put a sock in his mouth already. Yeah, he tends to really belabor a point. Get the likes up. Oh, thanks, Marriage Cause Divorce. Yeah, please hit the like button, guys, if you're out there. I'd appreciate that. Like and subscribe. Yeah, thank you. Please, guys. And
Notice
ladies.
a little bit of offness. Like when my biggest thing is I said balance. I didn't say far west emotional.
And again, he's saying balance, but coach has already, I don't think he said it explicitly. I mean, he did. I mean, he brought up the 50% divorce rate plus the additional percentage of people who are unhappy. I know it sounds like I'm kind of taking this to a layer one, and maybe he means more than just that kind of balance, but you know, he's probably talking about balance in this overall overarching meaning, but still, it's not looking good for the balance concept.
Far east, logical, I said balance.
Correct.
My point is that if you're trying to tell somebody about buying a house, use a house example. Let's stay with the house example. If you're gonna sell somebody a house, because you know human beings need houses. Of course you're gonna add insurance to it. But this is how you're not.
Well, I mean, human beings need spouses, some would say. Human beings need sex. Sex is a need. So is there insurance for that?
Not gonna sell a house. Let me show you this beautiful house. Do you know if your house burns down and you're inside of it, you're gonna die? Do you know that there's all these electricity problems? You know when a hurricane comes, your house is gonna fall down?
Yeah, you lose your commission if you sell it like that.
And
That's true, but then why don't people just naturally get insurance for marriage? Like that shouldn't even be a debate. That should just happen.
If I'm trying to sell something to you and telling you every worst case scenario, hey Adam, come drive this Lamborghini. Do you know that Lamborghinis you can get in the crash? You can.
Arlen says, "What is he talking about?" Well, I'm trying to interpret that and cognize it or put it together. Now I'm sure he's getting there. He's getting
die. Do you know if you drive at a certain speed, you're gonna like. It's not either or, because this is what it blows my mind. I know how nihilistic these guys on the internet are, because they can't even tell the nuance. It's not either or, it's both.
Yeah.
I want you, please sit down with Coach and hear about the worst case scenario. Hear about how to protect yourself. Hear about the insurance. I want you to have that. But if all you're doing is watching him, I'm telling you, you're going to be deceived, because all you're going to be consumed about is the worst case scenario.
And if all you're doing is watching Hafeez, you're going to be deceived as well, because all you're seeing is this rosy scenario. I mean, it can kind of fold in on his weight too.
And the big bag boogeyman, aka the state, aka your woman, screwing you over. You gotta hear the balance. You gotta hear the best of stories. And I remember Patrick Bet-David, shout out to PBD, said, I would love to hear, do a debate. On one end, people who've been married, happily married for 40 years, a beautiful marriage, and then the guy who's been in the worst divorce in human history.
That would be interesting.
And then let the people hear both of the stories. And that's what I'm talking.
If they did that, I would love to look at the numbers behind, some of those debate people. Like, I wish I can get the actual numbers of what the assets of the marriage look like, what the incomes of both spouses look like, that kind of thing. And it would be interesting, what the trend is for, I guess, people who are in more happy marriages, I guess.
About this also good. There's also good that happens. There's horrible, but there's good. We need to share both stories. And my biggest problem is when we spend all day long, most of our time, because there's a profit model in it. And I shared to my guys in the Standard the profit model in it. CNN doesn't share anything positive about Donald Trump. Why? Because you don't make money that way. If I'm doing content on internet, I don't make money talking about healthy marriages. Who wants to?
I don't know, man. I think a lot of people make money talking off healthy marriages. Like, isn't there like a ton of people sitting here grifting on that kind of thing and talking about, here's what you can do for a healthy marriage and this and that? I don't know, man. It's not just the doom people. It's people selling all types of stuff.
Watch that crap. Know how to make money? Crazy, delusional women screwing men of their money. Clicks, views, CPM through the roof. I know how it works. I can show you for days. I can pull up my analytics.
Like, there was that guy. I can't remember what his name was. I think it was Derek Jackson. I don't know. Maybe his thing was mostly about just siding with women and getting on guys for stuff. Maybe it was different, but
I know how all this stuff works. And so my biggest thing is that
I mean, Coach knows how it works. He does have more marriage experience.
If we're gonna have a
But okay, you know, I'm not saying he can't. Maybe he can. Yeah, I don't know.
conversation, we need to have a holistic conversation for the benefit of men. If we are saying that what's wrong in society is too many men being raised without their father, I want every man.
Okay, so why is that happening? Is it because of the men? Is it because of the fathers, or is it because of the system? Is it because, you know, like, we got to dig deeper into that point of why a lot of these men aren't being raised with their
the
fathers.
nihilistic red pill dudes in the comments. I want every single man to have an ability to raise his son in his home. That's how I was raised.
Okay, well, he's going to have to come over to the men's right side of things then.
That's why I was made the man I am today. I had an amazing father who was able to raise me in his home. I want every man to raise his son in his home. And
Oh my
I want
God.
to give you every tool possible to be able to have a healthy marriage, to be able to be a father who's present.
So far, all we got is balance and, you know, this sort of, I don't know, elusive marriage contract that he's discussing, which doesn't seem to have much legal weight, but okay.
And so my biggest thing is all we're talking about what's wrong, especially in the black community, all that's going to lead to is more single moms, more broken homes, and more of the same BS that's going on today. And to me, I'm sick of it. I
And
want
it's the guy's fault, so the guys need to be trying harder to fix this?
to move forward in society.
So is that essentially?
Gosh, let me just catch up with chat real quick, and we'll see where that goes. Yeah, Arwen, your question is more relevant now. I know I read this, but what is he talking about? Robert, Destiny, screw that cuck. Oh, man. LOL, disseminating. Marriage causes divorce. Guys don't get marriage insurance, i.e. a prenup, because they are scared of losing the girl. Yeah, that's having low negotiating power. The simple fact that you can't buy divorce insurance tells you everything you need to know about the odds of your marriage falling apart. That's a great point, Mr. Pitt. Shout out to you, man. I like that. Arwen says, if a guy is afraid of bringing up a prenup to his partner, then he shouldn't marry her. That's very true. You know, because if you can't have that like you're basically just held hostage at that point. Yeah, Braylon says, yeah, is a ton of people. They're all called normies. Yeah, there you go. And normies love to hear that, you know, other kind of stuff. Robert says, he sounds very serious. Yeah, I mean, he definitely has that kind of salesman, motivational speaker, I guess, feel to him. Klaus says, a lot of people grift on the internet with dating advice. We don't even have to go to marriage. Yeah, exactly. Blue pill ideology, Mr. Pitt says, is far more profitable than red pill by orders of magnitude. Yeah, that's what I was driving at. Like, I don't know if he knows that. But it's like, that's what they do all day, right? Ahmed says, everyone knows the Rosie scenario. It's in every movie. It's all over social media. It's advertised to us all day. Exactly. Man, you put it way better than I could, bro. Thank you. Not much info about the dangers, though. Exactly. So he's making it seem like it's just like the red pill guys weren't the mainstream of this whole thing. And tradcons have done everything they can to keep that rosy picture alive and to put a lid on red pillars, you know. Marriage causes divorce says Hafeez is essentially calling Coach a grifter, but people donate to CGA because they have been screwed over. CGA is not making this stuff up. Yeah, you know, and listen, you know, I get it. There's people for the money or whatever. I appreciate Coach because he's honest about, okay, wanting to make money. And, you know, I feel like it's a fair deal with him. So, you know, I just feel like it's very practical and he's honest about what he's doing there. So I don't think Coach is a grifter. You know, it is self-improvement oriented. I'll give you that about Coach. You know what I mean? I mean, it's right there in his name, Coach. I get that, but I just think he's a lot more realistic about things and grounded, which is why, you know, I like his content. Braylon Barnes says, who files the divorces, Hafeez? Exactly. And it's just like, but it sounds eerily close to him just kind of talking to the guys because he's angry at what Red Pill is doing. So he's basically saying he has better advice for the men on how to solve this problem. And it's really all on the men's side, and there isn't much, you know, about what the women are doing. Caesar with the donation. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that a lot. This poor guy is so dumb, he thinks he's smart. I forgot what they call it. It's like the Dunning-Kruger effect. I gotta double check that. I can't even remember exactly. Maybe I just made that up or didn't even say it right. I haven't seen this in a long time. Oh, here it is. The Dunning-Kruger effect is a cognitive bias that causes people to overestimate their knowledge or abilities. It's more common in people who have low abilities and lack the skills to accurately judge their own abilities. People who don't know something may not realize that they don't know it. I mean, that sounds kind of... That sounds a little accurate right there. I don't know. Yeah, it might be the Dunning-Kruger effect, Caesar. Again, thank you so much for the donation, sir. Robert says, wait a sec. Is this guy my new namesake? I disavow. Yeah, oh man. We didn't even make it through the stream, Robert, and you're not Hafeez anymore? All right, you know what? For you, we can go back to calling you Sir Robert. Arwen says Hafeez is giving big Kanye energy. You're right. It's kind of like the beginnings. It's like early career Kanye. You know what I mean? Marriage causes divorce. Drop the link for at Caesar Quintana. Are you talking about his episode with Paul Elam? I can get that for you right now. I don't know if you've seen that yet. Marriage causes divorce, but it's pretty good. Let me throw that in here. Caesar Quintana. I still got to get a framed picture of Cesare. Let's see. Here we go. Share, copy link. Man, please work. Paste without formatting. There you go, man. This is our legend right here. Caesar Quintana on the right. The man, Caesar Quintana. Caesar Quintana's story is wild. It very much is. This more recent interview with Paul Elam was especially compelling too. You know, I've read some of the articles and seen some of the other stuff, but watching it with Paul, I mean, there was stuff in there I wasn't aware about, man. I was just like, oh my God. I was listening to that while I was just like working, and I was just like, man, you know, it was a very, very tough situation. Oh, Robert with another donation. Oh man, thank you, bro. 10 hard-earned dollars right there, man. Thank you. That's a lot of money. It's a lot of money. Think about the stuff you can do with $10, man. You go out here and you look for a deal, you can get some decent stuff for $10. I disavow Hafeez. We got a formal disavowal, everybody. He even dropped money on it. He's like, no, I'm not Hafeez anymore. I disavow Hafeez. He may be as handsome as the rest of us Hafeezes, but he sounds like he's about to explode. All right. Okay, so we cannot call Robert Hafeez anymore. He's back to being called Robert, Sir Robert. Hey, Dan the man, shout out to you, man. To be fair, I used to think like this guy, and I would say part of this is being lied to, and the other part is you feel like your values are being attacked. Yeah, I think you can probably boil that to a kind of ego idea, and everybody has it. You know, I have it to some extent too. Maybe, I just pray to God I can be better than that if I'm ever in that situation. You know what I mean? But that's certainly what it is. I mean, he has beliefs, he has a way of life. And if he feels like it's being attacked, then he wants to defend it. It's very, he's even mentioned it himself. People have their own experiences and stuff. It's very hard to take in new information and add that genuinely to whatever map of the world you have in your mind. But I think that's a great description. Ahmed says a lot of women I've dated display signs of the Dunning-Kruger effect. Oh, man. Mr. Pitt says, you already know you're going to spend that $10 on yerba mate. I know, right? Yerba mate, the number one sponsor of Timcast. Or wait, was it Timcast or Tenet Media? I think it was Tenet Media, the Culture Wars, back when it existed. And then all that stuff about the Russian money came out, allegedly. The alleged Russian money. And now we don't have a Tenet Media anymore sponsored by yerba mate. So I don't know. We got yerba over here now. So that's where we're at, man. That's where we're at. Oh man. Caesar, man, that's very generous, man. Far too kind. Far too kind. Thanks for sharing it, Shah. My call sign is Ghost. Man, I think that's so cool. You know, I really like that game Ghost of Tsushima. You know, and in it, you know, there's this kind of attack from Mongol forces onto this island of Japan. And there is a kind of noble clan there, or family, that serves the shogunate. And Jin Sakai basically is a samurai, and he starts to do dishonorable things because the Mongols take over the island. And he just wants to win by any means necessary. So he gets the nickname Ghost of Tsushima, or something. And well, what you find out, I think Caesar mentioned this in the video with Paul Elam. It might have been a different one, but Caesar, I hope I'm not giving it away, but Caesar actually has an official nickname or call sign from the Ukrainian military that is the Ghost of Mariupol. And if you guys look up, I don't know if it was Washington Post or if it was LA Times, but there's a whole other side story here about Caesar's passport being in the hands of somehow being got in the hands of Russian soldiers. And then they made like a propaganda video claiming that Caesar was a mercenary and that there was U.S. mercenaries on the ground fighting alongside Ukrainian soldiers and all this kind of stuff. And it was like a huge international event. So a very wild story. But again, Ghost of Mariupol, I appreciate the donation very much, man. That's very generous. Thank you, sir. I will honor that and try not to spend it all on Perdermos like Mr. Pitt is trying to convince me to do. A cigar does sound pretty good right now, though. I will say that. All right. Well, yeah, moving on here to Hafeez. We're going to see what Coach says about this.
Actually, your biggest problem with the red pill community is that it's all negative. It's all insurance. It's all what could happen bad.
And they have to be real. There's an incentive structure for it. I shared some of these people these numbers. I'm gonna share some of these numbers with you.
Okay, we got Hafeez coming in with numbers, man. This might blow everything. This might blow the lid off everything. Real quick though, Caesar says, my friend in Ukraine made a few grenade drones with my last name and call sign used in combat. I'll send you a picture of them one day. Oh, man, yeah, that I would be down to see that. Yeah, if that's okay. No pressure, I get it, but that is crazy, man. So there's a Ghost of Mariupol, like on a drone somewhere. Oh, wait a minute. It might even be insignia on one of those videos. Wow, that is interesting, man. Man, those freaking videos coming out of Ukraine are so freaking surreal. Like some of the stuff you see. I was watching it was a YouTube video, so, you know, they edited out the parts, but it was of the North Korean soldiers that were there. And you're seeing some of this like FPV drone footage, and they're sitting there trying to take them down with rifles. Whatever war is nowadays, man, it's something we can probably barely even imagine. I mean, aside from these videos. Man. Ahmed says, I wonder if Hafeez's marriage ended and maybe that's why he stopped making content for 3 years. Wouldn't surprise me. That's a good question, man. I feel like it was, man, this is not a good frame. He's got his tongue out. I don't know what it was, man. I feel like there was some reason he stopped making content, and I can't remember what it was. I think Mr. Pitt said it was the debates. I really got to see the Pearl debate. I don't want to torture you guys with too much of this, but I'm very curious about that.
I did a video because it's so funny because the red pill community, those kind of guys.
Dude, by the way, Caesar, I think the Ukrainian war might be wrapping up here. It appears Trump made a call with his Russian counterpart here, Vladimir Putin. And, Zelensky wasn't involved. And it seems that they're going to reach some agreement, and Zelensky's just kind of has to go along with this. So maybe the fighting will stop.
Guys, it's so funny because the red pill community, those kind of guys, they're so fickle. And they love you when you bash women, but the moment you share any objectivity, showing both sides. Now,
and again, there are different facets of the red pill community. There are those that bash women. You can say like some of those bigger kind of panel style shows. I get it. You know what I mean? But you know, then there's the more core red pill stuff that you got your praxeology folks. You got people who are the MGTOW, you know, walking away from the gynocentric matrix, taking the red pill in that way. So there are different facets here. I mean, okay, you know, there's definitely a lot of fodder that he can use to be able to espouse these opinions and be able to point to certain people, say that's true.
Demonizing you, right? So it's very interesting that I do videos that are critical of modern men and modern women. I try to be as balanced as possible. I know for a fact my content will be weak if it's imbalanced. So I like to do as balanced as possible. I did a video a couple months ago called the why women today are not marriageable. I did that video talking about some of the principles that I believe are true, why women have issues, and we can go on that for days. That video did over 500,000 views in 2 weeks.
Big time.
I did another video called The Sad Reality of Beautiful Women, talking about how sometimes attractive women have an air of entitlement about themselves that makes them difficult in relationship. Another video, 500,000 views. The reality of the matter is, in that month alone, I told the guys in the Standard, I'm just being transparent and honest, with those two videos, and then Candace Owens coming on the podcast talking about the problems of modern women, we made $55,000 that month. $55,000 just doing a few videos. And I know almost everybody in the space, and everyone shows me their money. And I was making the least of what everybody else is making. But
you know, I could see what he's trying to say, but on the other side, it's like, well, if you made videos about this and all these guys related to it and watched it, that you made all that money, maybe it kind of shows that there are a lot of disenfranchised guys out here, a lot of guys that are dealing with this, and that's why, you know, they're seeking out that content or whatever.
When I do the other content, Adam, the more balanced content, there's not clicks in it. There's not views in it.
Because maybe one of them is truer to the actual situation where the other one isn't truer to the situation. But I don't know. I could be wrong there.
For content.
Like let's say if I was do a video about, hey guys, here are signs, like let's say the 5 things to pick in a wife. Those kind of guys don't want to hear that. They want to hear 5 things wrong with women today.
I wonder what those 5 things are.
That's what they want to hear. They want to hear more of the negative stuff. They want it reinforced, like CNN. Like CNN does not want to hear 5 things great about Donald Trump. Hell no. CNN don't want to hear that. Give me 5 things wrong with Trump. And so to me, when you're doing balanced content, even when you're doing male improvement stuff, because I think there's a difference between real male improvement, because it has to improve the lives of men. Fitness, emotional health, spiritual growth. When you're doing that don't get views. And dudes in my comments would always talk about this, that dang, the girl stuff gets...
Well, I mean, it doesn't, but there's a lot of guys out here who, you know, self-improvement or not, it's still a deal that's not worth it to them. So it seems like he's kind of selling self-improvement as the answer to this. And this problem, I think, is bigger. Like, you know, again, I'm not saying self-improvement's bad, but it's not the cure-all for this situation. So a lot of guys in a lot of different situations, you know, may not watch it for that. There's a lot of people out here what different kind of self-improvement content you could be watching. So they don't have to watch Hafeez's. You know, they don't even have to watch a red pill content creator for self-improvement content. That's been a part of a YouTube category for years.
Of the male improvement stuff. And also when Fresh and Fit will tell you the same thing. When they do their finance stuff, they've always told me, I don't know if things have changed, they've told me when they do finance, dudes don't watch that, but they want to watch the girl stuff, right?
Well, and look at the girls that...
Well, even if they, I mean, again, you know, if they get the finances up, it doesn't solve a lot of these problems.
They have the Fresh and Fit, you know, I've talked with them and I told them I would love to do a one-on-one, but I'm definitely the exception rule, so I'm not great for that. But they bring girls on there that are very
I don't want to make it about Fresh and Fit because nothing but respect. I don't like to criticize anybody who's...
Okay, real quick, let me just catch up with these. Dan the Man says, my problem with most tradcons is that they always show what happens when a marriage works, never when it doesn't work. And when it doesn't, it's never her fault and your fault. Well, yeah, I mean, you saw this with the Crowder thing too, but if it doesn't work, they have to immediately cast judgment. Typically, you know, it seems like against the guy and come in there and she's a victim. And because the fact that it didn't work, they can't be nuanced about it almost. It's like they have to be like, well, it was something you did that was wrong because, you know, you're a human and it's your fault, man. And, you know, you shouldn't have let this happen. And it would have worked if you wouldn't have did that. Because if they don't demonize him immediately, then they'll have to admit that there's these other greater issues kind of surrounding this stuff. You know what I mean? Braylon Barnes, coach turning to the camera like, what the F? Yeah, I think at a certain point, he's like, I'm just going to let him talk as much as he wants.
Not in the room. I was just bringing them up about the point of they told me when they do finance, the other guys don't watch them. So my thing is that there's not a financial incentive. So if you're a content creator, Adam, and I'll give you an example, and you know if you do this type of content, you're making $50,000 a month. You do the other, you make $6,000. Which one are you going to lean toward?
I can give him a little credit here. You know, yes, it's true. And that's why people make a lot of rage content. You know, which even myself, I look at that. I'm at a point where I'm just personally like, well, I've seen enough of that. You know what I mean? Maybe here and there, if there's a creator like I really like, but if it's too much of that, you know, I get bored of it now. And I think a lot of other people do, because a lot of people are kind of past that. Like, okay, Kanye's getting his second divorce, but it's like, I don't really care. I mean, a lot of this is common knowledge now. Like, if that's what Kanye wanted to do, then so be it. You know, he made a bad decision. You know what I mean? Dan the Man says the RP never attacked the benefits of marriage. They just show what really happens when you're going to get divorced. Most RP even agrees with the benefits of marriage. Yeah, that's actually a true point too. And I think a lot of them will admit that. They're just being realistic about it. So men could decide, you know, could at least be aware of what the risk is and make a decision that they want to make.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
And the fact is, you know, for a lot of people, the deal sucks. So it's like a lot of people are like, okay, I'm going to think twice about making this decision. You know, I don't feel like being a quote unquote starter husband or all these other things out there. There's just so many examples that the red pill can show of real people doing things that, you know, basically suck. And then it serves to educate men. And then men are like, I'm going to be way more smarter about this. And, you know, people aren't happy about it because it's lowering the rate of marriage and impacting birth rate, and not just from the man side, but also the woman's side.
So as a content creator, who like this is our first time we're meeting in person.
Sure.
But you strike me as a person who's just telling it like it is, based on your life experience. Okay. You don't seem like the type of person who's like, well, I could say this for clicks, but this does better. Right. But there must be a little bit of element in that. Maybe how you do thumbnails or titles.
Absolutely.
So Hafeez is speaking very impassionately, making some very valid points.
What he's talking about is absolutely true. But what we have to understand is when you're doing content, you have to kind of pick a lane in the genre. I mean, if you go to OnlyFans and you start wearing a mother gown, you ain't gonna get no clicks.
Hey, there's a market.
Man, yeah, I was just gonna say that. I mean, I feel like OnlyFans is a strange place, and there probably will be some people who'll pay for that.
There's a market for everything.
There's a market for it. But
Yes,
you know what?
coach.
I know there's a market for it, but I don't see you doing that tomorrow. But the reality is this: I have 12 YouTube channels. All right, and not all of them.
Oh yeah, that's right. Coach has like a bunch of different stuff.
Are this content, and it is true. Those channels struggle if I'm doing something else. But that's the reality of the situation. It would be like. I love the example that he gave. You wouldn't sell a house like this, of course.
It's a tough part because, like, you know, on the one hand, creators do constantly make this content, and then guys might have a harder time of breaking out of that. On the other hand, a lot of guys do get attracted to this kind of stuff because, you know, that's the part they're going through that at this particular time, and they happen to relate to that. And this is a big issue that a lot of people are dealing with. So it happens to just be something people are more receptive to. But, you know, I agree with the other side, too, that at a certain point, people are just taking advantage of the situation and making rage content.
Why salesmen would give you the negatives. Yeah. They would tell you something in order to make the commission. So in essence, he's shooting himself in the foot. But on my side, I have to keep a lane and make sure people understand what that is. Of course, if I crossed over and I brought balance, sure, it might fall flat on my audience because they may not be interested in that. However, I'm going to say this and I'm going to add this. Many times if I brought on a female content creator and sat down and had an interview in a one-on-one, most of the conversation, if we did bring the balance, will start leaning over to her. And people know this. They watch television. They see movies and stuff like that. Every 1 point that they would make towards a man to get him to pay attention, they'd have to make 5 or 10 points for the woman. So it's kind of like, hey, you know, CGA, you raining down on their head over here today. And then they would tell me to back off. All right, come on.
You know, and one thing about Coach, too, is like there are people in the space who've taken advantage of it. And then it's been revealed that the lifestyle they're claiming to be living, they're actually doing something different. Like, you know, maybe they're paying women when they're making it seem like they're these high value guys that get women and don't have to pay and all this kind of stuff. And when that happens, it's usually very embarrassing and they look like hypocrites. But Coach is one guy. It's true, he does have a lane, the free agent lifestyle. But what's interesting about it is you're watching him in real time live that lifestyle. And it's like he's not been dishonest about what he believes, and his actions, from what we've seen, match his philosophy that he's also selling. Where there's other people in the space that'll say they believe in this, and then later on something comes out that they're doing like the exact opposite. I don't see that from Coach. I see him as being straightforward, which is why, you know, I don't know. I noticed that, and I respect and I admire that, you know, but you can't say the same for other creators in the space. Braylon says, and people like drama, sadly. Very true, you know, and they can just get stuck in that. And it is bad, you know, and that's where it's just like, man, you know, I've unsubscribed from a lot of channels that I felt like just constantly did that, or it's just this constant anger content, which I feel like is just not good for me in general. You know, I do think a lot of guys will end up in that phase and then they got to get out of it. But I think the more pervasive that content became, a lot of it becomes more common knowledge. And then at that point, maybe we'll reach a critical mass. Maybe we already have, where most people are like, yeah, you know, I get it. I'm kind of over it. And I'm not even mad about it like that anymore. Arwen says 12 YouTube channels. How does he manage that? Well, one of his nicknames is the king of content. He's had a strange history with YouTube. He was here pretty early, and this kind of content I think was tougher and people would get banned earlier. So he would make a bunch of different channels, and I think he's a sports guy also, so he does like sports and regular vlogging, and he does all kinds of things. I think this is, you know, his main thing is the free agent lifestyle content, but he does have a lot of channels. Robert said, I just like the fact that I get a chance at Kanye this time. He'd be impressed with me. Looks like Robert is fixing to do a proposal of some kind. Not exactly sure what you mean there, Robert. But oh wait, no, that was the wrong one.
Oh no, not the rainbow version.
Is that what you mean?
Never mind. That says rainbow Rice Krispie treat. I don't want no rainbow Rice Krispie.
I'm not sure what Robert was driving at there. I was gonna say Hafeez says, oh my man, if Hafeez was in here. Marcus Gray says, Hafeez built his channel on RP talking points and tried to pivot. It was his ultimate downfall. He was trying to be like Kevin Samuels. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, I guess I can picture that happening. And then, you know, at a certain point, then it just probably comes off to a lot of the audience of him portraying himself as something that he wasn't. Like, I could almost give him credit for trying to do something new, but it sounds like it really wasn't anything new. It just kind of was a switcheroo back into shaming men or something from the other side, or a kind of appeal to, you know, get married, hope strategy, maybe some TradCon style stuff.
Oh man, we can't let them feel a certain way. And that's kind of just how it works. So I have to stay in that lane and be honest to my approach. The minute I bring it over to the other side, then the other side's going to lean. And I'll just add this. If I really wanted to make money, I'll be out here praising the woman. I'll be out here uplifting the woman.
There you go.
I'll be a millionaire.
I think it goes back to
honestly,
personal accountability too, though. People consume. If you're going to sit there and consume the same content, that's
their thing.
Personal accountability. I consume content that I generally align with, but I'm also very wise enough to know I should also consume content that counteracts with what I believe, because otherwise then you never learn. And I don't think there's anything wrong with staying, like you said, in your lane. You got your niche, and that's kind of where you go.
Choices. And one more thing. If people wanted to watch finance, if I came on and I do some finance related videos, but I don't have a finance degree, I'm just offering advice. If people want that, there's how many billions of YouTube channels out there?
Yeah, see,
yeah, they can.
I kind of mentioned that too. Same thing with self-improvement. Like, there's the gym bro advice was always there. You know, like there were a lot of guys who did workout content or finance content all this other kind of stuff. Self-improvement was its own thing, and it has always been its own thing. And I think that was a pretty big part of YouTube that has nothing to do with the rest of this.
Find somebody else for that, and that's probably why my finance video won't get clicks.
Exactly.
They know my lane, and they'll want to hear this information.
People need to make sure they're having accountability.
Well, to circle back to what he says, I love how passionate you are, bro. Life is all about balance. Okay, if you're living in echo chambers, or if you're an extremist to any, whether it's political.
We're at 4 minutes and 22 seconds. I'm tempted to move this over to is there God in marriage? I think that sounds like a good question. Biggest difference between men and women on social media. Coach Greg Adams slams Instagram models. I say we just move this over, because time's kind of flying tonight, guys. I don't know. Might have to go for an 8-hour one of these days. That's incredibly ambitious. I'm just messing around with you guys. That's a long time. But I think I'm just going to move this to is there God in marriage, just to kind of finish this out here. So hopefully we'll get plenty of this. So let's go in there.
Because to me,
what's your issue with this? Go ahead.
There's a whole bunch of context. You see what I mean? There are ways that I can level this. Do I want her to get married? Yes or no? Well, who is she marrying? When? Where? How long? There's a whole bunch of context.
But to me,
it's just not a yes or no question.
So, Hafeez, what's your issue with this? Go ahead.
So it's always.
I'll go back a tiny bit just to. I don't know what that was.
Same way as I wouldn't date my.
Oh, it's about a daughter or something. I think it's. I think they're probably asking
Ariel. I've seen enough Jasmine to know that if you push these things in this way too young.
I think that's what it was. It was about like, what would you advise your daughter?
Are people who are that age receiving the content?
Giving my content, so I wouldn't sit a group of young women.
But there are people who are that age receiving the content.
They're men. Young men. Yeah, so I'm not going to talk to a group of women my daughter's age and have this conversation, especially as direct. So this personal conversation about my daughter is not relative to who I send out to my audience. So I don't target her. I don't target people in her age group. I don't target that. Now, if we have personal discussions about what she should look out for, and what I'm looking out for her best interest, I'm hoping that she doesn't come in the spirit of rebellion, which typically is of women that age, because I've coached them. I know this to be true. If she does operate in the spirit of rebellion, as any other Disney movie that you could see, the daughter rebelled against the king father.
Yeah.
And it's actually supported in society. I try to have as minimal conversations as I can with this, because if I send a certain approach to this age group, they're going to rebel. They're going to believe that I don't know what I'm talking about, X, Y, and Z. So I've seen enough Ariel, I've seen enough Jasmine to know that if you push these things in this way to young women, especially young women that are your daughters, it's not going to be received well.
So how do you feel if, like...
I don't feel anything.
Okay, you don't feel anything, that's fine. What would be your take if your daughter gets married and he's a high-value man and he's cheating on her? And she comes to you in a sense like, Dad, this is how I'm feeling, this is what's going on, like, what do I do?
Well, as I said, I can offer her some fatherly advice in the situation.
Can you give us an example?
No, because what tends to happen is people use this particular argument to try to see if I can change my position.
Man, Coach was sharp. I mean, Coach is usually sharp, but he was on another level on this one, especially with the ambush and getting taken off guard.
No, it's not even a change in position.
I know, but see, this is a very, I know it's
because there's a lot of men who are fathers and they think about that and they're like, wait, how do I,
Exactly.
And that would be a realm of like,
I guess it's presupposing that the father has much influence over the daughter. He certainly doesn't have the power to stop anything. But let's see what he says. I think it all ends up in the realm of, again, you're sitting here and you're going to have to rely on logic or some type of appeal to emotion to get her to maybe do something that you want to do. Well, let's see.
How many, like, a lot of men have daughters out there and maybe they don't know how to have that conversation or like how to seek some sense of comfort for a young female girl going out into the world.
The best way to have an open ear of a woman is if she's experienced. So a lot of times if I tell her, obviously that's going to be a situation where she'd be more likely to listen. But anybody that's ever been a father and had young women, and of course I'm sure you have a father, and to Hafeez's point, we probably saved a lot of men from being single fathers or at-risk fathers. At this point, when you're dealing with young women, they need to get the experience first until they have an open ear. With men, on the other hand, because they have a lot of places to turn to, but I wouldn't use my content and then try to frame it in a position of what I would do with my daughter, because that's a kind of a personal situation,
Yeah,
right?
absolutely,
It's a
yeah.
personal situation, because that way then you say, oh, are you telling this guy not to marry your daughter and to cheat on your no, because my daughter, same way as I wouldn't date my daughter, but I could date people in that daughter's range once she's 20, 25, 30.
So my
so it's
question
not
to
the
you-
same thing.
You know, oh dang, yeah, Braylon, you kind of just I like what you mentioned there real quick. Robert says, yeah, this can go. My namesake has failed. Well, you know, Robert, I appreciate you being believing enough to give, you know, Hafeez a chance, and so much so as to even bear his name as your own. And nobody asked the woman, her daughter, about her daughter and her son feels about her mother's OF. Yeah, I mean, you can ask the OF lady, like, what would your advice be to your daughter, right? You got this mom doing OF, and she's got 3 kids. I don't know if they're daughters or sons. I don't know if she mentioned that, but again, she's encouraging them to do that. They can equally grill her and be like, so what would be your advice to your daughter about this kind of stuff? And again, if kids are being raised in that way by those kinds of parents, you need fathers like Coach to be raising sons in another way in order to ultimately they're going to have to deal with, you know, people that are got parents like this or whatever that you're going to encounter in the world. So it's not just him. Like, what about your daughter? Like, what about the OF woman's kids? Perfect point, Braylon. I really like that, man. Robert says, I am the real Hafeez. This guy's a fake. I'll give her my content. Well, okay, we're back on Robert Hafeez.
Gotcha.
Do you want your daughter to get married? Yes or no? Or you're not going to answer that question?
She can get married.
I mean, how much power does he have over that? Again, we're in a society that values freedom. But again, okay, he's asking, does he want that for her?
If she would like to.
Do you want her
to? He's saying if she would like to.
I don't think it's necessary in this age. No.
For a woman?
For a woman?
Absolutely not.
Okay. You don't think it's necessary for women to get married?
Why?
Western marriage, there's no longer a necessity for it. Unless you were looking out for something in the future, potentially if you want to have children. So if she said, hey, I'm looking to get married, I want to have kids, I'd probably say the best context would be to get married. But that doesn't mean get married to anyone. You see what I mean? There are ways that I can level this. Do I want her to get married? Yes or no? Well, who is she marrying? When? Where? How long? There's a whole bunch of context.
But to me,
it's just not a yes or no question.
But so, Hafeez, what's your issue with this? Go ahead.
So it's always an interesting conversation because to me, like one of the things I'm obsessed with, and Dr. Peterson talks about this so well, is that the more your words are in line with the truth, the more powerful those words are. And I don't know where you are, if you believe in God or not. I don't know who kind of person you are, but like when you line your words up with God, like that's when to me your words have the most weight.
It sounds like this is kind of moving into some TradCon territory, but you know. Let's see.
Peterson, that's why I feel like he's so powerful. His words transcend humanity and it speaks on this divine level. And so to me,
oh man, that's okay. Let's see.
When you're giving advice, your advice has to be as in line with what God believes the world should run as possible. And so to me, the best advice benefits men and benefits women. That's the best advice. To your opinion, we had 70 years of advice only benefiting women and men suffering as because of it. That is a lie. That is wrong. And
so he's saying that's wrong.
And the opposite extreme is wrong as well.
Okay, no. He's acknowledging that there's been 70% of stuff on the woman's side. Okay, well then that would justify what Coach is doing in order to quote unquote balance that out, so to speak.
It all benefits men and the women don't benefit. It's wrong. That's why it's about the balance. And so to me, I'm very curious about, I love her questions because it was like, it's not a gotcha question. It was a genuine, serious question. Shout out my guy, AMS. I love AMS. He did a video about, advice I would give to my daughter where he actually answers the questions directly. And so to me, I'm very interested in those questions because like when I would watch Kevin Samuels and God Rest the Dead, and it was so powerful because he would always push women to being married because he knew the beauty.
Yeah, like we've been listening for like about a full minute here, and it is kind of murky so far. What he's saying is kind of murky.
and the value and the protection and the safety, like being a woman and being married. Nobody wants their daughter to be 41 years old, single, baby mama of 3. Nobody wants that for their daughter, especially if they want kids. So to me, I think the part of the conversation needs to be, is this information benefiting both human beings? When you're on Team Men, it only needs to benefit Team Men. If you're on Team Republican, it only needs to benefit Team Republican. If you're on Team America, it has to benefit all Americans. If you're on Team Human, it has to benefit both males and females. So that's why I loved her questions, because I think the best, like, I can give my hardcore advice to benefit men, and I know without a shadow of a doubt, the most hardcore advice that benefits men simultaneously benefits women.
One more thing I'll add to that, and I hope I don't mean to offend you. There's no God in marriage in the United States, so that's kind of misleading, and people will find that out if your marriage is destroyed. You go back to your pastor and you say, hey, my marriage is being destroyed. He has no power over that because it is a state agreement. So I will bring you back to make sure you understand, and I counsel men, there's no God in marriage.
I mean, listen, yeah, I mean, and Coach is absolutely right, especially as far as the state's concerned or the family courts are concerned. But he brought up another point about, like, once the divorce is happening, and, you know, I don't know about, like, what kind of marriage counseling is happening in courts or whatever, but, you know, from what Coach is saying, it sounds like that makes very little difference, and I think the stats would bear that out in a lot of ways. Dan the Man says, words mean nothing. People's actions matter more, and their actions often never match their words, like Peterson.
That's been gone. Listen, it was an old idea. It's absolutely gone unless you live in it.
And honestly, even if you're looking at more traditional times, where you can say, you know, like going back in history, if you want to say God was in marriage then, but there was also the dowry system, and that was more so, you know, a very real material wealth involved in material exchange and deals being made between families that were of very real economic concerns that didn't have much to do with God. You know, Hafeez brought up the Eastern style of marriage earlier about these marriage contracts, and he didn't mention nothing about God being in those marriages, though you would think that would be the time where God was the most involved in marriages, you know, you can say, versus the romantic love model that we have now. But instead, they're kind of selling that romantic love model with God simultaneously being in the marriage. But when you look at traditional marriages, you know, there's these very real wealth factors taken in. Coach was on point, absolutely.
American South.
So
most people on the West Coast, many people in the East Midwest, there's no God in marriage. So
we break that down. What do you mean there's no God in marriage?
There's no God in marriage. So people get married. One of the things that they will do is they will seek counsel of the church. And then as such, the guys will give them guidance, and it will be biblical principle. However, they will say, we can't do anything until you sign this state-sponsored agreement with family law context. All right? They're not going to have a Bible in there. They're not going to have a Bible in that divorce court. The judge is not going to ask you, do you like God? And what about God in your marriage? There will be no context to that. And such, what is the overriding principle here?
Does he
Your
have a
marriage
point there,
is
Hafeez?
state funded,
no,
not God
like
funded.
he just made a random point that
I didn't make a random.
It's not a random point.
I told you that this
So
will offend
first,
you.
was I?
And
what
it's
did I
now
say?
offended you.
What did I say? No, it didn't offend me. You're just wrong. Let me
No. Yeah, he's discounting what Coach said way too much.
Wait.
Let me finish.
I'm absolutely right.
Let me finish.
There's no God in the marriage in the United
finish,
States.
then you can talk. Let me finish.
No, hold for a second.
Let me finish.
Are you going to say there's no God in marriage in the United States?
Coach, finish your point. You're saying there's no God in marriage in the United States.
Correct.
Got it.
That was his point. So now I'm going to talk. So I made a point, and I said, if your truth aligns with God,
if your truth aligns with God,
that truth is most powerful. That's what I said.
See, like that, to be honest, to me, that sounds kind of nebulous. Like, if your truth aligns with God, and then, you know, your words are, whatever he said there, and it's just like, this needs to relate to marriage, and marriage being a square deal or being, you know, likely to succeed.
If your truth aligns with God, meaning the words that you speak aligns with God, those words are the most powerful. Then he made a point saying there is no God in marriage. So first, that's a semantic thing, because God is everywhere. Whether God chooses to supervene in things or not, I will never be the person that says God is not here.
Okay, so whether God chooses to supervene or intervene in things or not, I mean, then there's no, you know, there's, man, I don't know. This is going down a way.
I will never be the person that says God is not present here. Could we argue that is God blessing every American Western marriage? Of course not. Of course, God is not blessing every American, but God is definitely in my parents.
Well, when those people are getting married, a lot of them are sitting there. You know, you got the representative from, you know, whatever religion background in the church or whatever, and they're talking about God's blessing and all that kind of stuff. I've been to plenty of marriages. I've been to Christian marriages, different kind of marriages, and there's a lot of religious stuff going there. But he's like, well, God might not have blessed that one. Well, what were they talking about the whole time? You know? Braylon Barnes says, Hafeez can be holy almighty all he wants. Ever since of church and state in 1900, when there is trouble in the marriage... where does all the wives run to? Hint, whisper. It's not the church. Well, yeah. Braylon says, even at the wedding, the pastor says the power invested in me by the state of, oh man. Yeah, then they're acting as an agent of the state in order to facilitate the marriage. Dan the man, Hafeez this whole time was making semantics. What is he talking about? I got to look up that word semantics. I can't even remember exactly what that means. Semantics, is that just means like arguing over like the meaning of words? But let me look it up just to be sure. Oh yeah, that's pretty much what it is. Semantics is the study of meaning in language, including how meaning is constructed and interpreted. It is a subdiscipline of linguistics and is closely related to pragmatics, which is a study of meaning in context. Okay, just wanted to double check that. God is everywhere except for the family court. Oh man.
Marriage. So when you say there is absolute statements, there is no God in marriage. False. Correct. There is no God in some marriages.
Well, in state marriage, well, in divorce court,
there is no God in most marriages in regards to
what he's saying is that, you know, what the court is going to say, like, you know, you could say maybe there's some God in at-fault divorces in the sense of like a lot of what creates fault here might be based off of some religious understandings, possibly. You know what I mean? Or maybe not even that. Maybe it goes back even before certain religions. But with no-fault divorce, then it's like, no, I mean, nobody's morality plays into anything. Like, yes, oh, well, it was immoral that this person cheated. But the court really doesn't, you know, it's not going to figure into anything there. I mean, maybe possibly custody if it affected the, you know, best interest of the child somehow, but that rarely happens. You know what I mean? So yeah, in that case, there's nobody's taking any biblical principles and applying it to how the judgment's going to look in, you know, family court. So
being there no God mean that God's not blessing it, right? So if you're saying that God is not blessing what's happening in most marriages, that is a true statement. But to say there is no God in marriages, period, that is a false statement.
Like, this is really getting like preached to right here. This is someone like, you know, like this is, I don't know, maybe it's more salesman than anything. You know what I mean? It's just someone that keeps going and they're just keep talking at you until you're so tired. Like, you're just like, all right, yeah, no, yeah, I get it, man. Yeah, that makes sense, man. And you just want to like, you're just like, all right, you know, whatever.
Because
when is this bus ride coming to an end?
God is in my marriage and God is also in my parents' marriage. And I will continue to say, when it comes to even understanding the ideas of God, God gives human beings free will. It's a very simple concept. You can freely sin or you can freely obey. And God, like a good father, if you want to touch the stove, you can touch the stove. And so to me, I just think when people make statements like this, how do you expect people to feel? There is no
I don't expect
God.
anybody to feel. I want them to know. I want them to understand. We want them to know we can't feel anything.
I'm talking, and then you get an opportunity.
See, I mean, yeah. You guys are right. That's kind of where he starts to unwind. Coach is very well composed here, knows what he's doing. You know what I mean? He can, and I think Coach is even forgiving because it could probably be, you know, a lot worse. But
we need to talk. So to me, it's how do you expect people to react? And so my biggest thing is that what I'm only communicating in regards to the marriages is that if you are a man, do your due diligence. Be able to see if she fits your life. Be able to see what is her family background. You can't protect.
I mean, listen, none of that matters. You know, Steven Crowder. I mean, you know, okay, she came with a clean slate or whatever, maybe from a decent family. seemed to fit into what he wanted.
Yourself 100% from business failure, from friendship failure, from anything in life.
Business failure is not comparable. If there's business failure there because one of the business partner does something that he's not supposed to do, you can seek recourse in a court. There's an injured party there. Marriage doesn't have that, what no fault doesn't have that same thing. Braylon says the separation of church and state of 1900s. I mean, okay, for the previous comment. Oh yeah, since separation of church and state. Caesar Quintana, did this fool actually say that Jordan Peterson's words were divine? Yeah, when I heard that, I'm like, ooh, I hope he meant that differently. You know what I mean? That's come on, Arwen says, I'm talking. Exactly. Yeah, man, we're going through it.
But there is wisdom, there is godly principles that you can adhere to that can benefit you.
Listen, and you can see a difference here. Like the way Coach is speaking, very concise, very precise. And I wish I could be like, a speaker like that. I feel like I'm more like this sometimes because there's like a lot of things going on in my mind and I'm trying to explain it all. And then, hold on, let me say this, let me say that. But it really is a skill to be able to explain stuff concisely and very directly and without a lot of extra fluff and all that stuff. And, that probably just takes a lot of time and practice.
But there's no absolute guarantees that everything in life will be successful. No one's teaching anybody.
That's true. There's no guarantee anything. There's always a risk somewhere. But when the risk is so great, it starts to border on foolishness. That's when people have to make different decisions.
And I'm not the most religious person here, so let me just give that disclaimer out there. You either.
Right,
but
yeah.
How, I feel like God is all faith. It's all, I believe in this.
Faith, yeah.
And no matter what you tell me, you're not going to convince me otherwise because this is what I believe. I'm sure.
And again, you know what I mean? Like we were just talking about someone doing a TradCon grift earlier today. And, when you think of this conversation about religion and people's moral values in relation to how many people are out here grifting, it's very easy to get kind of caught up with, you might believe someone has certain intentions, but they really don't. And they might actually have those intentions. And then later on, they don't have those intentions.
There's tons of marriages out there that they believe, they go to church every Sunday, and then next thing you know, they get divorced. And
I can't remember off the top of my head, but I think the divorce rates are comparable for people of different religious denominations, kind of with the overall rate.
God was in their marriage. So I'm just trying to establish what a godless marriage is or God-filled marriage is, how that genuinely curiosity, like how that works. Because he's saying no. I think what Coach is basically saying is like, look, I don't care if you go to church every Sunday or not. At the end of the day, your marriage is between you, your significant other, and the
right
state.
Here on earth.
Forget about it.
Not in the clouds. And
that's what he's. That's essentially
did you
what he's
ask
saying.
him a question, or
no? I'm just bringing this out to the panel.
What we tell people is that hope is not a strategy.
Yeah,
hope is not a strategy in anything. I hope my business goes well. I hope I don't get injured today. I hope I succeed today. We tell people real life principles. All right, we don't live in the clouds. We live here on earth, whether you believe this is heaven or hell. So I want you guys to understand you're dealing with earth here. This is a reality.
Are you a believer?
Absolutely not. No.
You're not a believer of God.
No.
Okay, but obviously, Hafeez, you are.
Yeah, and
Were you ever a believer?
So how can you say that?
Here's the deal.
Man, see, he's shaking his head right there. But Coach is entitled to believe what he wants to believe or not believe. We live in a free society.
Hafeez, you are.
Yeah, and
Were you ever a believer?
So how can you
look,
say
he's
that?
gonna shake his head.
Here's the
See
deal.
that?
What tends to happen?
So he's probably like, okay, yeah, this whole conversation is not going to work on him at this point.
What tends to happen is people are introduced to things based on someone else's biases. Okay, and those biases are introduced to children and so forth and so on. So yes, at some point, that was the only story I knew until I investigated on my own, decided as a man what principles to stand on, and then realized I don't live by hope. I don't live by cope. I live with what's real here. Okay. And let's talk about what's real instead of the mystique of this damn thing here. What's real is hope is not a strategy.
So if you don't,
I love it. Can I address it?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So first and foremost, like I said, it's very interesting. I've always told you got to hear someone's background, and then you know where they lean. That's where you know where their advice gears towards. So it's such a even when I talk about God. Like the idea of God in his brain is not the idea I'm talking about. It's this interesting verse in the Bible. I won't get too lost in the sauce in the book of Isaiah where God is somebody's like farming, and he's talking about the intricacies of farming. And he says, even that wisdom comes from God. God is not the God of get married happily ever after. That's foolishness.
I think he's getting a little too abstract with the question. You know what I mean? Of if God's in marriage, well, God's everywhere. You know, Coach is just being more pragmatic about it in the sense of like the influences of religion are not going to be found in divorce court, and they may not even be present in the marriage except for a surface level. And when she wants something different, again, you know, religion's probably not going to have the same influence that you think it will, because the fact is the power dynamic is determined by the rights given by the state at this point, and what's going to happen, you know, with the divorce handled at the state, you know, superior court over there. So he's getting just a little too like in the clouds about it, so to speak, where Coach is just talking about the influence of the idea of religion, you know, within a marriage or something like that. And he's just like, well, you know, but this is it's way over his head. And philosophically speaking, you know, even in this passage and, you know, just this presence of mind and in the image of God and all these ideas, that really is where it comes from, you know. Klaus says, Hafeez does not understand the procedure of risk-benefit analysis. Yeah, exactly. Bro, Hafeez is just saying nothing burgers at this point. Yeah, seriously. We're at about 10 minutes away from closure here, so I'll let it run a little bit more, and then you know, I think we kind of got. We'll look at comments also, and then maybe I'll play the dowry song for outro. Didn't do that last time. Hafeez is not concise at all. I think that's one of his biggest problems. Very much so. And I understand it could be a challenge to do that, you know. A lot of times, you know, your mind has a lot of things in it and you're trying to get it all out, but the words that are coming out from the mechanical movements here aren't moving fast enough to get it out, and you start tripping over your words and things. I've even seen him do this in the conversation at least once so far. So he's trying to say a lot, but it's just, you know, maybe it's more passion than, you know, reason or something like that. I don't know.
Is God gives you wisdom. What is the wisdom? Actually do premarital counseling. What is the wisdom? Actually be able to decide, okay, if things don't work out, what are we going to do? Where are the kids going to go? What's the money going to go?
When things don't work out and you think you have a plan, it usually doesn't work out because the other person wants to do something different. Now you have an actual problem. And that's where it is. If you guys just agree on what to do when it doesn't work out, it's almost like an oxymoron. The fact is that you guys don't agree on what to do. That's why it's not working out. Like there's no preemptive plan
to work out. Who's going to be the primary breadwinner? Who's not? God gives you the wisdom to be intelligent, to be able to navigate. Hope is not a strategy. 100% right. Hope is not a strategy. But God's message is not just simply blind hope. It's wisdom. Literally, Jesus said, "Be as wise as a serpent, but as innocent as a dove." You have to understand how to. What does a serpent do? He's able to.
I mean, well, then you can't really fault Coach out here. He's trying to make people as wise as serpents, at least, you know.
Navigate on this earth. Mm-hmm. So 100% right. No one's teaching hope as a strategy. That's a straw man argument. But true godly wisdom is relevant. True godly wisdom is what made Adam a millionaire. True godly wisdom is what made Patrick Bet-David build this amazing company. It's actual practical step by step.
I don't know. I mean, people can become millionaires doing things that maybe are not so savory. You know what I mean? And yeah. I don't know.
Guidance that benefits people's lives. So no one's talking about hope being a strategy. Simply pray to God and your marriage is going to work out. That's foolishness. What did I say? Naivete, nihilism, realism is in the middle. No one's saying being naive. So when I'm talking about godliness in marriage, those are certain principles and wisdoms. Is it going to be that if you follow God, you'll never get a divorce? No. There's nothing in life where nothing bad is gonna happen. You can do everything the right way, and the wrong thing can still happen. But does that mean you should do?
That's true, but I mean, still, there's a little bit of probabilities that go into this, and at a certain point, people keep seeing a certain pattern happening. Then it's just like, well, you know what I mean? Like, you can sit here and spend $1,000 on lemons or something, and like, okay, I'm gonna go out and I'm gonna go to this corner and sell lemons, and sell absolutely nothing. I don't really know exactly where I'm going with this, but it's like if you've been out there already and a bunch of people have tried that spot and they don't sell nothing, and you know, you go there and you try the same thing or whatever, you try to do it differently. Maybe it's just a crappy spot. You know, maybe it's just not worth going out there and something different needs to happen.
It's the wrong way. Absolutely not. And so my biggest thing is that we need to give men as much practical wisdom, and women as well, give them as much practical wisdom that can build a healthy, successful marriage. When he talks about don't get married without leverage, I guarantee if he expounds upon leverage,
horrible analogy with the lemons. Horrible analogy. Let's see. Hafeez is not, because, yeah, you're right. We're never supposed to talk about what happens if it doesn't work out. Looks like Dan's convinced from Hafeez. That's a good one, Dan. Klaus says true godly wisdom means nothing to the family court. Yeah, I mean, Coach is just being pragmatic about this. You know, he's just saying, like, listen, the stuff that you learn from a moral perspective in, you know, church or wherever, it's not really going to play that big of a role when you're dealing with divorce court. And that's just what he's saying. I think, you know, Hafeez is just being a little too abstract about this. Abstract. Can we get rid of the fake Hafeez? We're bored of him. We're almost there. We're almost there. I'd say like one more minute. I just want to see what Coach says back to this, and then we'll look at comments. I'm the real Hafeez. Will the real Hafeez please stand up? Klaus says, I stand by my initial impression. Lots of words, not a lot of substance. Yeah, very much so.
Those are all godly principles. Those are all biblical principles.
You know, and I don't know if he classifies himself as a tradcon, but this really kind of exemplifies a lot of the sort of tradcon issues. And I think what you say, Klaus, is exactly right. It's just lots of words and not a lot of substance. That really is their biggest problem.
That what he's going to describe in what he defines as leverage, being masculine, you know what I mean, protecting your assets, all the things he would describe as leverage, that is godly wisdom. He may not view it as godly because his view of God is just some old white man in the clouds telling you to simply just do whatever you want.
He doesn't know what Coach's conception
of that right? Is. But to me, true godly wisdom is relevant. It's practical. It improves lives because, like Jordan Peterson said, it's in line with the truth. And if you're in line with the truth, they can give you the best case scenario. Not a perfect life, but the best life.
You should have been a preacher, brother. You could.
Oh wow, it's so funny. He calls him a preacher.
Kill that thing. I appreciate that. Let me ask Allie a question. You said, are you a believer?
I've never been exposed to religion, so
you're
I
not,
have to
you're
say
not
no
in religion
because
whatsoever.
I don't want to.
So I'm gonna frame this. I don't want to be inappropriate. You don't believe in God. However, you are married for the past 22 years. So you're in a, I'm just gonna use air quotes, godless marriage, right? You also
I wouldn't call it godless.
Okay. You also do OnlyFans. Wow. So there's gonna be possibly people on this panel that are gonna say you're sinning.
I respect that. Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Again, zero judgment here. I don't give a shit.
Real quick, let me just acknowledge this. Man, Marcus with the donation. Thank you, man. I appreciate that a lot, man. I know that's all hard-earned money right there. Thanks for the stream, Shah. Here's some money. Thank you, man. It means a lot. You know, I appreciate people who take the time to watch also. You know, most people are donating, even if it's not money, it's like donating like this was a 5-hour stream. And we had like 20 people in here on average. 20 people times 5 hours. It's like, you know, that's 100 hours of like human attention time, right? Like that's a lot, you know? So I'm grateful for that, man. And I appreciate that. But thank you again for the 500 pennies there. That's a lot. It really is. You know, you can do a lot with $5 out here. Eggs prices were going crazy, but I went to the store today, man, and I saw 1.5 dozen eggs for $5.79. And I proceeded to buy 3 of those because I thought the deal was so good with how bad it's been out here. Dan the Man says, again, no one is arguing against the benefits of marriage. Yeah, exact. I mean, that's true. By the way, Arwen and me are pregnant. It took a little genetic engineering and alien. Sounds like Elon Musk at this point, and a bit with Lucifer, but we're giving birth to a supernatural turnip in honor of this chat. Well, look at that. So something productive happened with the chat.
Dated an OnlyFans girl. I've dated girls who go to church.
Real quick, I know we're at 4:55. I just want to see this, and we're going to hit the comments.
All your girls. I don't give a shit.
And then we'll do an outro play with the song.
Human. So when you hear God, no God, sinner, OnlyFans, work, marriage, let's just say, you know, God's looking down, and let's say Allie and Steve are married for the next 50 years. They have this amazing, beautiful marriage. They've got kids. They've made millions. She's she's blessed the world with kids and grandkids, and they've been married forever. Amazing. And at the same time, you know, OnlyFans and coveting other, you know, everything that kind of goes with that. Like, how do essentially, I'm asking Hafeez this, but I'll let you answer first. How do you, you know, grapple with those two polarizing opposites?
Yeah, I would say our home life and our family structure. I do believe in the nuclear family. I believe in, you know, husband and wife. And I think there's probably quite a few godly principles in our home and the way that we feel that are morally and ethically the right way to do things. That's not come from any exposure to religion. It's just what I personally believe is
Sounds like more of a result of just growing up in a culture.
the right way to do things and wrong. And I grew up in a crap home, crap parents, terrible life. Like, and my husband, same thing. So we didn't really have anyone to mold or model that off of. But I would say our home, it definitely runs that way. For me to balance the two, a lot of people are fascinated by my story because of all the money I make and yada yada and what I'm doing and how do I do it. I'm always more fascinated by how am I the exception to this, right? Because how does a healthy marriage, because I would consider my marriage healthy. We have a great family, we raised our children, everything's wonderful. How does this even intertwine into our life, and how do we manage it? And how does my life is it still so normal family in a way? I mean, behind what we're doing behind closed doors is what we were doing anyway. We just have a camera now. But I'm more interested in that aspect and the psychology of it, because I think I don't, like I said, I can't really label my principles in our household because I don't have a religion and I don't oppose to anyone. I just always live my life by what I feel and what, you know, my husband and I, what we feel is the right way to do things. And I think a lot of people get really hung up on labels and got to do this. Well, there's these, you know, and I've never wanted.
You know, it's funny. Hafeez was talking about how when you hear someone's background and then it can kind of reveal where their vice is. And it's like Hafeez presents himself as this very religious person, but somebody can be maybe so religious that even that's a vice for them. You know what I mean? Like, it's mostly about presenting yourself as. You remember how we were talking about religious simps and religious chads in the last stream? You know, and there's people, it's kind of like someone who can't stop talking about them getting some action. And it's like, man, you know, that's awesome, bro. You know, and then there's somebody else who just does what they do and they appreciate that. And then they don't got to go, you know, yell it from the rooftops every 10 seconds. So that can be a vice for Hafeez himself. Maybe he doesn't see clearly because he's so engrossed, and there's a large ego investment in, you know, him feeling like he's more religious and morally superior and self-righteous, or I don't know if I'm using that word right, but just morally superior than others or something like that. Take a look at the comments real quick. We'll wrap this up. JCN Law says, experienced divorce lawyer here. Okay. Just my 2 cents. Work on becoming the very best version of yourself. Stay single. Okay, well, there it is. Travel solo. Do the things that bring you joy. You can still have terrific, intimate relationships without bringing state divorce laws into your life and finances. Prenuptial agreement laws vary widely from jurisdiction to jurisdiction. Ooh, that's important. If you are thinking about getting married, speak to a licensed family law attorney in your jurisdiction to understand your rights and responsibilities in the event your marriage becomes non-functioning. Is that the whole comment? Or stay single. There you go. I mean, hell, I'll give it the like. As a Christian man, Coach is right. Oh, man. In divorce court, no one's going to ask for the pastor's opinion or what God's plan is for the marriage. Wow. Damn, Hafeez has been in his feelings throughout the entire show. Yeah. CGA is who he says he is. No matter what show he's on, he remains true to himself. You've got to at least respect that. And that's you, Coach. Coach really got this dude in his emotions. Hafeez says, I can't wait to have a discussion and hear other perspectives. 10 minutes later, I'm not misunderstanding. You're just wrong. Hafeez is King Hope strategist supreme. No prenup at all, Lamal. I'm currently going through divorce, and all these suckers who I once called mentors advising me to get married ain't around. Most of them are divorced. I don't regret my son, but I damn sure regret getting divorced. In my 40s and now learning to live life on my own. Dudes, think twice before you get married. Divorce is a B, man. And Coach Greg wins with logic, facts, and experience, hands down. Yeah. The best part of the show is when Hafeez said if his marriage doesn't work out in 10 years, he's going to join CGA at the junior college. Damn, I didn't see that in there, but that sounds funny. Hafeez is young and inexperienced. I remember when I thought so optimistically about how life worked and was so gullible about love and marriage. It's easy to think it's all sunshine and rainbows until life knocks you down to your knees and shows you where you truly stand as a man in our society. He will learn. I don't wish bad on anyone, but I estimate in the next 2 to 3 years, he will think totally differently. So that's an interesting comment. And now, you know, apparently, I guess Hafeez is back on YouTube. So that's interesting. You know, now we can see if his opinions are different. I love how Hafeez kept taking shots at CGA and RP guys, yet his advice amounts to nothing more than telling guys to close their eyes, open their mouths, and pray that it's just rain. Where in the world do the words of inexperienced 31-year-old guys with only 1 year of marriage experience supersede the wisdom of an experienced 46-year-old? Hafeez needs to go sit at the feet of a master and take notes. Good luck to any young man taking advice from Hafeez. Let's see if it's just rain. Man, it's a good comment. I mean, you know, it makes sense. Listening to Hafeez's emotional rants is like nails on a chalkboard. I've never heard of this Coach Greg Adams guy, but he handled himself masterfully in this debate, and I agree with that. I don't understand why he was being targeted the way he was, but big ups to him for keeping the composure he did so well. Yeah, that's how I felt. That's how I felt about this. Anyways, yeah, I think that was pretty good. I say we get our tunes on here, you know, as we say goodbye. Oh man, where's it at? Oh, very nice. Shah's bold endeavor. Real quick, let me just read some chats real quick. Braylon says, keep that monstrosity away from me. Arwen says, I don't believe they're just doing what they were already doing in the bedroom on OnlyFans. She's got to be performing for an audience. I think you're right about that. Because what they're doing, like, you know, what's made for that kind of content is stuff people who are watching it from the third person want to see. When you're actually in the act from the first person, it probably doesn't look that good on camera. You know, I don't know what people want to do. So that's a good point. All right, we'll take it from the top here as we say goodbye. Big shout out to Mr. Pitt and Dan the Man for making this fantastic song here. And I just want to thank everybody for spending time watching. It was a fantastic day today. Thank you for the donations. That's very generous, everybody. I appreciate that. Thank God tomorrow's Sunday. By the way, tomorrow I'm going to be recording with our good buddy Raymond, Thoughts and Mine. He came into the chat last week. This guy right here. So I'll be having a discussion with him tomorrow. He's got an interesting channel. But yeah, so tomorrow I'll be meeting with him, and then he'll be posting something on his channel. So I don't know how fast that'll go up. Depends on him, but maybe I'll share that in the Discord once it goes up. The dowry. Man, this is beautiful. Man, this song is too good. Yeah, another dowry song. Oh man, you know, I'm grateful that a lot of the dowry stuff I've researched has managed to kind of start spreading around, you know, the space. I think I saw Pearl do a stream yesterday, and she had a slide where she mentioned arranged marriages and talked a little bit about a dowry, you know, in her speech, which was kind of interesting. So, you know, it might start circulating around a little bit. I probably got some work cut out for me. Maybe we'll do a call-in show. People could call in and tell us what they think about it. You know, I know Ahmed wants to see someone disagree. I don't know if you should put your money on me if that happens. I'm not selling myself as a good debater at all. So I'll probably just listen to what people have to say and try my best to honestly answer whatever I can do. Some people are really good at that kind of stuff, you know. It's first time I stayed through a whole stream. It's 3 a.m. over here. Man, dude. Well, I appreciate you doing that. That's very late. Thank God tomorrow's Sunday. Nick says, do you think marriage will have a reform in the future to make it more appealing and worth it? That's a good question, man. I think it depends. They'll probably give out some economic incentives for having children first and things like that. Maybe someday in the future. Maybe someday, man. They'll probably do like tax benefits and things like that, but ultimately they're dealing with people not wanting to pair up. And you know, this dowry thing is interesting to me too, because I don't know, you know, it's like we have to ask ourselves a tough question. Does our society really want monogamy at the end? Are people still wanting the monogamous deal? If you got this top high status guy and he can, you know, someone offers him a dowry that makes sense for a monogamous marriage, will he take it or does he not care anymore? And it almost reveals whether or not we're truly a monogamous society or not. You know, I don't think, maybe we aren't anymore, you know? And if we're not, then marriage is going to look different in that way. Unless the state continues to expand and the welfare state just keeps getting bigger and bigger and ever more socialist, that might erode the need for marriages as we've known them, depending on how that looks. So I don't know, man. Uh-oh. Oh, we got to go back. What's this? So, I mean, you know, at the end of the day, man, I think what we have now is horribly broken. So there probably will have to be some kind of reform. The question is what that looks like. I like your jacket, brother. Thank you, man. I got this from Costco. They actually got the new models out, $19.99 for this thing. Unbelievable. I got like 3 of them because they got different, like, you know, patterns. But it's perfect for wintertime. So, you know, I appreciate that. It's 3 a.m. here too, and I gotta go to mass in the morning. Night all. Oh, well, have a great night. I appreciate you being here. That is late. Some of you guys are very dedicated. Thank you for staying up that late. I feel like I don't deserve that, but man, shout out to you guys. Sunday already? Yeah, man. Well, it's officially Sunday now. It's 12:09 where I'm at. Nick says monogamy for marriage with children, and for childless marriage, maybe not anymore. Yeah, I agree with you there. You know, mom and dad and monogamy does make sense, but I don't know. I guess it depends how much of the child rearing the state wants to do. You know what I mean? And how much it's capable of doing. Because there's a mom and dad taking care of kids, and then there's the community taking care of kids as the opposite of that, you know. And I don't know. It's hard to, I guess, imagine. Dan the Man says, remember you can download the song by clicking on the 3 dots near the song. Oh yeah, I'll have to try that. I did make a profile on this. Man, I might have to re-sign in. I'll try to do that. Then I can put it as a file and I can assign a button to just play it. That'd be pretty sick. I'll have to figure that out. It's Sunday, 9 a.m. over here. Klaus is enjoying a cup of coffee and a nice breakfast right now. What's the jacket called? I think it's called Jack's. Here, I'll write it in here. It's called the Jack, I think. Let me just see. Oh, crap. Ugh. Yeah, Jack's, New York. Yeah, just look up Costco and then look up Jack's. Let me just write it again. Man, I'm liking this song, man. It's tight, dude. All right. Kids do better statistically in a 2-parent household. I think so. You know, I mean, again, that's data. That data, you know, depending on how far back that goes, that's what we've had. It just, to me, it all depends on the economic makeup of the society. And if our society moves into something where the economics look wildly different, it is possible to envision a society where kids grow up in a more communal setting and they end up doing okay per the needs of the society. But the studies we have, I think, are probably limited to our own monogamous deal. You know what I mean? Started at Sunday 4. Man, you're up at 4 a.m. Oh man, I appreciate that, man. I really do. Caesar Quintana says, go to Latin Mass. Hey, she might see Michael Knowles there. Mr. Prince says, I could see a future where people simply decide to buck the system and stay in long-term relationships without signing paperwork. I could see that too, man. We'll play it one more time. You know, like that whole living apart together thing. I think we're going to see a lot of things in the future, man. I mean, there's these polyamorous things, you know, I don't know, man. I think it'll be split up by class and economic class. People who probably have a lot of wealth, they might do something that's kind of similar to a dowry style system way up here so that they don't lose their wealth. And then people down here who are part of the blob, the greater herd, so to speak, those people are going to have probably a mix of all kinds of random stuff depending on where they are in there. You know what I mean? So there's been hybrid societies, you know, like upper classes in India would more likely be to practice dowry, where like the lower caste would possibly even practice the bride price or no, you know, marriage transaction. I think a bride price, because the economics are different. The people down there, the men and the women are working more overtly, where the people in the higher caste, not as much, for the women at least, you know, so. Mr. Pitt doesn't work here. Common law marriage. Ah, dang, I forgot about that. Nix, we have a few states that are like that, Klaus, but yeah, I didn't know that about, I mean, I know you mentioned that before about Germany, but I forgot. What do you think of having children later in life as a man, like in his 40s instead of 20s? I mean, you know, I don't think it's the worst thing ever. I'm sure it's fine. I don't know. My dad was telling me about my grandpa, and I think he got married at like 36, so he probably had a kid around 40. So, and that was a long time ago too, in a completely different country. So, I mean, it's not unheard of. It's not. If it happens, it happens. Great. If not, you know, then so be it. You know what I mean? The interesting thing about Hafeez too is like, in God's infinite wisdom and God's plan, couldn't someone equally just say, well, you know, if I didn't have kids or get married, that was just God's plan for me and that's okay. But instead, he's like, you got to be top 1% and all these kinds of things. You know what I mean? So it's like, when is it God's wisdom? When is it not? You know, that's a different conversation. My dad remained remarried at 52 and his fifth child at 54. Yeah, there you go. Shout out to Mr. Motaseb. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, again, you know, you don't know when certain things will happen for you. Nobody does, but that kind of thing right there is, I don't know, man, that's kind of heartwarming a little bit, you know? We don't know when our stars will rise or even when they'll fall, you know, so just how it is. They're all fine. There you go. I'm in my mid-30s, but I don't plan on having kids to my later 40s and only having 2 max. Hey, man, you know, that's an interesting thought, man. Sometimes I teeter-totter on wanting certain things and not. And I guess, you know, some people would say, well, be more active about going after that. Others will say, hey, man, hope that works out for you. And I certainly hope that it goes that way for you. Maybe you'll change your mind. You might want them earlier, maybe later. That does sound like a cool plan. I want my kids in my early 40s, I mean. Oh, man. Yeah, I think we made it here, guys. 5 hours, 15 minutes. Oh, we're going over. I'm asking for way too much right now. Anyways, man, I think we had a pretty good stream. I think we had a good time here. And I'm sure we could call it in a bit. I'm 40 now. I'm thinking of going back to the Levant and meeting a village girl there. Same culture, none of this Western nonsense. I mean, you know, it's a big world, man. And I know you've done a lot of traveling, so you've probably seen a lot of the places that you're curious about. And sounds like maybe who knows, maybe you're just like, this would make the most sense for me. And maybe when you go back there this time, that'll be like, you can know confidently that's what you really want, and it'll work out. So I can see that happening. I should be close to my retirement age when they reach college. Yeah. Yeah, that would be pretty cool. Thanks for the stream, Shah. No worries, man. I appreciate you guys being here. Again, if you're not subscribed, please subscribe. And we'll see you next week. I don't think we need to do a part 2 to this one. Maybe we'll do Hafeez and Pearl. I'll try to find something else so it's not 2 weeks of Hafeez. I mean, I think we get it. So I'll keep an eye on that. I really got to make some standalone videos, but I got this conversation tomorrow with Raymond. And then Paul and I are going to have something going soon. And then there's some other stuff in the works too. So all of that stuff needs to be balanced and juggled and done right. In between, a bunch of reading and all that kind of stuff. And so, have a good night all.